Now, time to resume the adjourned regular session meeting on the morning of July 1st. Let's rise. Well, first, before we do that, let's call roll, make sure we're all here. Tony?
Jimenez?
Here.
Morales?
Here.
Yep.
Present.
Roscoe?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Esparzo?
Here.
Arenas?
Here.
Foley?
Here.
Camus? Jones?
Here, present.
Locardo?
Present.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm wondering if Johnny's, if someone wants to text him. It looks like, he was frozen because I could see him.
Yeah, I'll mark him.
I don't
present.
think he heard us.
Oh, Councilor Camus, could you unmute your device?
Yeah, now I was having trouble hearing. Maybe I'll turn off my camera again because my internet is not great.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to turn off my camera.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
Okay, so we'll resume the meeting. Where we left off, I believe, was with Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, Councilmember Camus, I wanted to follow up. Now that we're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning, I wanted to see if you are ready to accept an amendment to bring back the campaign finance reform measure to a future council meeting, either at the special meeting in July or August 4th.
I think you can speak for yourself as far as being bright-eyed or bushy-tailed. I did want to hear from the mayor, or at least Chappie, who authored the memo, and get his ideas on why he chose to put it in there before making that. And that's pretty much what I wanted to hear from before I make that decision. And so if I hear from Chappie, then I'll consider it, and that's where I want to hear from.
So, Councilmember Camus, I have asked for the amendment. Because I have the floor right now, are you accepting or declining the amendment?
So at this time, I'm declining because I do want to hear from the rest of the council, and I just want to hear everyone out, and that's the purpose of this meeting. I just want to hear everybody's ideas before we go forward on making amendments.
Okay, because the motion is currently on the floor. So I actually wanted to bring that up again. We do have the ability to, if we feel so strongly about campaign finance reform, this council has the ability to act on it. We do not need to go to a ballot measure to make these reforms. So if reform is desired by this council, I think we need to send a clear message to the community that we are reform-minded, that this is important to us, and especially with the cynical public of the day, that we are not doing this to make a ballot measure more palatable. I'm sure that that is not the intent of this council, to include campaign finance reform measures in order to get a backroom deal passed. And so I did want to say that because I think it's important that we do that, because that is 100% within the ability of this council right now, today, to give that direction to staff. I had a question for Rick Doyle. So I just would like some clarity. So the motion on the floor does include campaign finance reforms, but my question is, would this proposal, the motion that is on the floor under the strong mayor proposal, would it limit the mayor from taking executive action that would directly benefit campaign contributors? Because under the strong mayor, the mayor could take executive action, something that would not be needed to come to a vote, that would benefit campaign contributors. And so my question is, how could we limit the influence of special interest groups to ensure that these rules also apply to executive decisions behind closed doors.
Well, I think you could make the ordinance cover both. I mean, not just legislative acts, but any kind of executive or administrative acts led by the mayor. And so that would be contained in whatever we envision the campaign finance reform as being an ordinance, not a charter amendment. Now that's why my answer to you was yes, the council could do it, and that's our preference, is to put it in the code. But ultimately, the council will direct it. But Councilman, you could put that language in the let's just say it's an ordinance that would prohibit both not just legislative but administrative or executive decisions. And there's somewhat of a model in terms of lobbyist ordinance on that. It just doesn't cover legislative acts.
So, so then to clarify, given the motion that is on the floor, what comes back to us at either a special meeting in July or on August 4th, that is a charter amendment, ballot measure language, and an ordinance? Are they two separate things? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
they are. They are. It's not dissimilar from the what the initiative or the proposed initiative was. You may remember the changing the election date requires a charter amendment, and then separately they had campaign finance reform, which was an ordinance. And so that's so that would be, as I understand the motion, that would be how we would proceed unless council directs us that otherwise.
And so the ordinance language, that comes back to us at the special meeting, and then we would have a second reading on August 4th. Is that correct? Is that how that would work?
The ordinance language would come back with the charter amendment. The voters vote on, it's proposed as a package to the voters as a single measure. One is a charter amendment, one's an ordinance. But everything we would get back, if we have a special meeting on the 28th, we would get out in the packet for council review and then discussion on the 28th.
And so if the ordinance comes to us on July 28th, and I think we would just seek clarification that, because I know it's been referred to in a couple of memos, that I think we should probably confirm that that is a council meeting, that is going to happen on July 28th. But when that ordinance language comes before us on the 28th, can we then vote on the 28th to approve the campaign finance reform ordinance?
Only if it's agendized as such. I mean, what we're coming back with is a discussion and direction on staff on the proposed language, with the idea that we'd come back on August 4th with the final language. Mm-hmm. So this gives you one more read and a chance to discuss and hear from the public. But if the council wanted to take up formal adoption of the ordinance, they'd have to agendize that separately.
It would have to, I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
That would have to be agendized separately.
So it would have to be agendized separately on August 4th?
No, either the 28th or the 4th or the 11th or whenever the council wants to adopt it. But if we come back on the 28th, not to confuse things, with a proposed ballot measure, the ballot measure will contain a charter amendment that changes the date of the election, that defines the mayor's power, the manager's power, and any other changes that will be in the charter. And then also an ordinance that deals with campaign finance reform. To the extent that that comes back as a single package for discussion. We take comment then at that meeting to the extent the council wants to change it, tweak it, whatever the word is, and we come back with proposed final ballot language, and not just the ballot language, but the measures, the ordinance, and the charter amendments on August 4th for adoption, so that it gets to the registrar of voters by August 7th, which is the deadline for the November election.
So today in our direction, we could choose to separate those, or do we have to wait until July 28th to separate the ordinance from the charter amendment?
You could do it today. You could do it the 28th.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to clarify with either the maker of the motion, or since the motion on the floor is Vice Mayor Jones's memo plus direction from Councilmember Camus to look at possibly rewording 1B around direct beneficiary. That's in Vice Mayor's memo. So my question is either for the maker of the motion or for Vice Mayor Jones, does your memo in terms of campaign finance reforms, does that include executive actions?
I
Currently,
prefer
it
the
does-
vice mayor speak on this.
Yeah, I
Currently,
think he is.
currently it does not,
Mhm.
but I am open to hearing about or hearing suggestions or debating that.
Okay, so for the maker of the motion, since Vice Mayor Jones said it didn't, but he is open to including it, Councilmember Camus, would you be open to an amendment to include direction about limiting, including that language to include executive actions as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And so I wanted to actually do a little bit of kind of good government discussion, which is, you know, we've talked about our current system of government as outmoded, or even though most Western cities use our council manager form of government, I wanted to point out that when the city last created a charter review commission, they created actually a hybrid. So our current system is actually through Measure J in the city of San Jose. Our current system is a hybrid between the two systems, giving the mayor authority to over the budget process. Although 6 counts, you know, still needs to be approved by at least 6 votes on the city council. It's the mayor's office who controls that budget process, who has the budget director, who decides what to include and whatnot. And that is a hybrid between these two systems. And so I also, as part of a little sort of history lesson, I wanted to talk about the Charter Review Commission. I know we heard from Chuck Davidson and heard his wisdom. I believe I heard something that he's the last measure from the original 1965 commission that is still with us. And so I wanted to thank him publicly for sharing his experience and his wisdom for us to learn from him. But since then, the city did create a charter review commission in 1986, convened by then Mayor McHenry, to study the Strong Mayor Initiative amongst other things. And that process, that commission, actually, which included people who were lived in all the different districts in the city, including someone from District 7 who lived on McLaughlin, which was nice to see. But that commission met 26 times over 16 months. And after that consideration, including, Mayor Hammer's budget director was on it. Chris Shum's father was on it. Joe Head, who I can't remember if he was a council member at that time or not. Frank Fiscalini, after headed this commission, he had left the Eastside Union High School District, but was not yet a council member. But he headed that commission, and they spent a lot of time studying this measure. And my team pulled the 1986 report because I had a lot of questions about process. That if we really are interested in process, I wanted to study what the city had been done before to evaluate whether this process is a departure from that. And so during 16 months, they met 26 times. They heard and evaluated testimony from city officials, including the city manager, the city auditor, members of the city council, and former city officials. They sought the expertise of municipal consultants, academicians, a word I got to say 10 times. They heard testimony from the public at 3 separate public hearings. And they also conducted research from libraries of national organizations that were dedicated to city governments. They also debated their findings in full committees in public with each other in a public process before making some recommendations. And further, before making any decisions about amending the city's charter, they issued a report that really they felt their recommendations to provide the mayor control over the city's budget process. They did acknowledge that city administration often has significantly more influence in determining city policy than the citizens' elected representatives. And so because of that, they actually made some changes, such as the Public Information Office, adding the city auditor, adding a lot of the processes that we have in place today to ensure that the city council can follow through with the will of the people, and that we as elected representatives are held accountable to the people. And as such, we have more of a say in the city's processes. And I wanted to point out that there was a minority report. So they also included, the report also included a dissenting opinion. And I wanted to point out that that dissenting opinion talked about the city, to restore the legitimate authority of the city council and to restore the right of the electorate through democratic processes to define the future of our city. It is necessary for the city council as a body to have an expanded capability of applying sanctions when confronted with unacceptable administrative behavior, right? Because that's what the mayor's proposal is saying, that he wants the ability to hire and fire the city manager and department heads. But after all this study from our predecessors, they actually did not say it was a strong mayor that was needed. They felt that it was the voice of the entire city council that needed to be heard, that it was up to the entire city council that represented all parts of the city to be able to make those decisions. And so I wanted to highlight that because I didn't want, I think, what is it? Those that don't learn history are doomed to repeat it. And so I wanted to address that. Another thing I wanted to address is the memos mention Los Angeles's Measure 1 as a template for the language to extend the mayor's term by 2 years. There's been some discussion about why Councilmember Carrasco and myself wanted to extend the council the council elections as well and move the council elections. First off, the very template that we are following here in the city of San Jose included moving LA City Council elections and school district elections and extending the city council terms to 5.5 years. So the very template that we are copying actually included that language. And so I wanted to point out that we're being pretty selective about what we include and what we don't. Because if we're so concerned about voter turnout, the city's poorest districts have elections that are held in off years. And so we also have the opportunity to rectify that. And I would like to say that as we heard in testimony from San Jose State University professor, Professor Percival last year, is the decision to put elections in off years was a deliberate attempt to suppress the vote. And so we have an opportunity to change that. And again, it's by no mistake that the city's poorest districts are held on off years. I wanted to also say that we, as a city council, approved equity. We approved a Black Lives Matter resolution. And those are empty words if we don't follow them with action. If we don't truly want to represent our city and be inclusive of our city and offer up a process for our city, and then make sure that we as elected officials are held accountable for all of our city, not just from someone who has been elected by half of the city. And I'm glad that we are doing this morning, because the only thing worse than a backroom deal being made during a global pandemic would be to have done it in the middle of the night last night. So I'm glad that we can have this discussion this morning. But I want to remind everyone that just a few weeks ago, we had civil unrest. And I also wanted to remind folks that protests still continue in Santa Clara County. They're peaceful, but people are sick of the status quo. They are sick of power grabs. They want to be heard. They want to be represented. And there's a quote that went around a lot during the protests, a quote from Martin Luther King saying that riots are the language of the unheard. And we have a responsibility to hear from our people before we decide a major change in government. And lastly, I wanted to also raise an issue that this is being rushed through last minute. In fact, we're apparently holding a special meeting during the July recess to get this rushed through before a November election, where we expect a huge turnout because of interests in making some change at the presidential level. And I also wanted to raise the possibility of why would we want to consolidate power in the mayor's office before a November election? Could it be because there's a possibility that the makeup of this council will change before then? And is that what this is about? I hope not. And so what I say, if there's anybody listening, what I want to do is just encourage the few folks that might be listening to say, please stay engaged, that these backroom deals during a global pandemic are betting that you will go away. They are betting that you will not stay engaged in our city. And so prove them wrong, stay engaged. And I hope that we do have another opportunity to address the amendment for campaign finance reform before the end of these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Perales. I know everybody's put their hands down, but at least last night it was Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. I thought we had solidified the order, so that I just didn't raise it again. So thank you. Appreciate those comments, and certainly echo Councilmember Esparza's sentiments in regards to being up and early again after last night. I do think that was certainly the better decision, and glad that we no longer continue on past midnight. I know personally, though, I do feel a little inept this morning while still kind of in shorts and a t-shirt here in my bedroom, especially after that one public speaker last night who managed to power through her workout while giving public comment. And, thank you to Councilmember Arenas as well for being the first to speak up and calling out the motions that we have before us, and no doubt how they were orchestrated. And I'll tip my hat. Touche, Mayor, well played. Not only were Councilmember Diep and Camus's hands raised before we began this item, but specifically, Mayor, you made a point of it to call out their names at the very beginning to make it very clear that they would be the first two speakers and in that order. And so to our public, don't be fooled. This definitely was pre-planned. And just as Councilmember Esparza pointed out, just as this entire backroom compromise was pre-planned. I'll explain a little bit of that to our public. The council can only make one substitute motion after the initial motion. And that substitute motion has to be voted on first. And it would have to fail if we wanted to make any other motions. And so what happened here was orchestrated to have Councilmember Diep make a motion for an extreme strong mayor proposal, and then immediately have Councilmember Camus follow it up with his memorandum, which would appear much more reasonable than Councilmember Diep's. So as Councilmember Arenas pointed out, this vote was essentially decided immediately after Councilmember Camus finished speaking and before any council members even spoke. So Councilmember Camus, to say you want to hear from others what their opinions are before making your decisions on your motion, I feel is disingenuous, and that if that was true, you wouldn't have participated in this motion / substitute motion political move. And thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for the points you made. Obviously, all of which I agree with. And even though feeling as though this may be a moot point, I'm going to be making my argument and asking questions based on principle. San Jose may actually be ready to amend our city charter, including with strong mayor provisions, some of which I myself personally have been in favor of. But we would only truly know that for sure if we engaged our community first. And we would only know exactly what provisions should be included if we engaged our community first. Instead, what we have is a backroom deal that didn't even include the council participation, as I have already noted, since this debate was essentially over after Councilmember Camus spoke. I find it interesting that several community members who spoke in favor of strong mayor provisions didn't themselves seem to know exactly what provisions they were supporting, or which ones the council, for that matter, would be considering, because we had so many different memos and different ideas just leading up to this discussion itself. To claim that this is only a vote to put this on a ballot and that the community engagement will be when people decide their vote is another sham or charade, Mayor, as you coined yesterday. Just the action alone of 6 council members and our mayor voting to place this on a ballot is persuasive to voters. Take the Fair Elections Initiative. The mayor and the same 5 council members poised to support this vote today didn't support placing the Fair Elections Initiative on the ballot. Instead, what they asked was the proponents of that initiative to go forth and gather signatures to put it on the ballot themselves. So why not ask the proponents of today's effort to put it on the ballot themselves? With so many people from our community clearly against, or at best split, on the different components of this multifaceted initiative, why not split them up to different initiatives and force the community to accept them rather than in one package? And with the costs and risk of putting initiatives on the ballot, we traditionally conduct polling and especially when we think there will be major opposition to an effort, which at this point, Mayor, you can't deny that will definitely be the case. So I will now pose some questions to either the mayor, the maker of the motion, Councilmember Camus, or towards Vice Mayor Jones, the author of the memo. So can either of you answer the question, what polling has been done by the city on this initiative?
Yeah, I can answer. I don't believe there's been any polling done by the city. I think you've probably seen some published accounts from last year with regard to provisions strengthening mayoral authority. I think it was done by a coalition of organizations, and that was published, I think, probably in the beginning of 2019 in news accounts that I saw.
And why would you not ask for polling to be done before placing a contentious measure on the ballot?
I expect there probably will be polling done.
Before making your decision, Mayor?
We've actually put measures on the ballot before without citywide polling. It's not unusual. I could point to several that we've put on over the last half decade or so.
Well, I'm asking specifically about this one, not about prior, about one that we have in front of us that was done hastily, that we know is going to have major opposition already just by the discussions. And yet we're going to be spending a significant amount of money to put this on a ballot. Why would we not ask for polling like we have done in the past?
Councilmember Perales, if your concern is whether or not there's going to be a full and fair democratic process, there will be one, whether there's a poll or not. Voters will decide. Polls are only polls. And
I'm not asking yet about the full democratic process. I'll get to that. What I'm asking about is, why are you or anybody willing to support this without polling, support putting it on the ballot without polling beforehand, knowing that it is contentious? Why are you willing to spend that money in a recession that you have so strongly argued the need for fiscal responsibility? Why would you be willing to use our taxpayer money for that purpose, even without just a poll?
Because this is, first, we have seen polling that, as I mentioned, that was made public last year. It indicates that residents generally get it because residents already believe that a mayor of a city this size has this authority. And so there's already polling out there in the public sphere. And this is a critical moment for our city. We're in the middle of very difficult times when the public reasonably expects a very responsive city government and when where the authority and accountability is fully aligned. So based on past year's polling, it seems to me there's reason to believe this would be supported, but I don't know. And we're going to find out when the voters tell us.
So you feel this is a wise use of our limited funds in this pandemic?
It's better use than some of the other uses I can think of.
So your answer is yes.
Yes.
And you also, in the comment you just made, you, just like all of us did, you also agreed to the budget we just approved, correct?
Yes.
So if you have an issue with something that was spent there, then you had an opportunity to bring that up previously.
Since I wrote 2 budget memoranda, yes.
And I'll ask a little bit more detailed as I go down my questions in regards to the urgency, the need for an urgency here. So do you have any formal research besides what you have alluded to now in regards to this anecdotal information that you somehow have been getting, telling you that this current system is broken?
Do I have research? Well, I have certainly read a fair amount about city governments and their form because I used to teach local government at San Jose State University. And so I certainly read through those materials and have been deeply engaged in a lot of conversations with mayors throughout the country, some of which have been considering these changes themselves. And it is very apparent to me, for example, in conversations that we were having just in recent months with the governor's office. When mayors are able to say, yes, governor, if you can deliver this affordable housing money, we can get these structures built in X amount of time. We can deliver in buying these motels for the homeless. That makes it a whole lot easier for investments to be made by the state, for example, and local governments when a mayor can say, I can get it done, rather than saying, well, I guess we can try. And it is really imperative in those situations, whether it is in the case of the governor or perhaps more recently, a donor who is willing to donate prefab modular housing, to be able to say, yes, if you donate this, we can actually get it built. And fortunately, in this case, we had a great team at Jim Moore Ball and Housing and Public Works working together to get stuff built. But if there were not an emergency order in place, if there were not a CEQA waiver, if there were not a lot of other things in place, I'm not certain anyone would be able to make that assurance as mayor of the city of San Jose. So there are a lot of circumstances like that where it's really important to have a mayor in a big city who can say, yes, we'll take advantage of this opportunity for the good of our residents, rather than, well, I'll put out a memo and maybe in a few months, we'll see.
Thank you. So the short answer is no, you don't. And yes, you do have circumstantial and anecdotal information. Thanks.
You know, you asked if I had evidence. Okay, so I'd refer you to evidence for what? Let's be very clear about your question, Councilmember Perales. What is the evidence you're looking for?
Yeah, let's definitely be very clear. First off, you're making an assumption that what we have today is not working. And I may actually agree with you that there could be components that we may want to change.
Yes.
But we haven't had that discussion. You may have had your own personal circumstantial, information or your own anecdotal sort of thoughts on regards to what needs to be changed. But we haven't had that conversation. As Councilmember Esparza just laid out, the significant effort that has gone into changing our charter in the past. You are clumping that together in your own anecdotal information, your own personal experiences, saying you think this is what's best for our city to move forward with, rather than going out and actually having those discussions. We haven't had those discussions in 3 decades. But somehow you seem to believe that you know best.
Well, actually,
and somehow you seem to believe that none of the voters that voted for the mayors over these past 3 decades actually knew what they were voting for.
Actually, Councilmember Perales, I'm not the author of the memos. Although
You're arguing them pretty strongly, Mayor.
Of course I am. But to suggest somehow or another I'm the only one with this idea, I think clearly overlooks a lot of public testimony you've already heard, and clearly overlooks efforts have been underway for several years, which I have only been tangentially involved in. So there has been community conversation for some substantial amount of time, and there's been publicity about that conversation, specifically in early 2019.
Well, I disagree, and I think you know very well, and especially considering the fact that none of that was actually done by our city, the entity that we're talking about changing, inviting in other voices, allowing a decision like this to be decided in a silo, and then coming forward and pretending that this is what's best for our community is what is insulting, not only to me, but to our community members. And as you point out, a number of people that we heard, certainly that most of which were here with scripted comments on both sides of the coin, people have no clue what it is that actually is being proposed. So at best, what we do know is that pausing and allowing true democracy, allowing true collaboration, allowing our community members that will actually be subject to the changes that we're suggesting is the right thing to do.
Well, Councilmember Perales, I know you believe you can invent a better public process than an election, but I happen to believe that is the truest democratic process. And that's the one we're going to have 4 months from now. And there'll be a lot of public discussion between now and that very democratic process with a very large turnout.
I don't pretend at all, Mayor. In fact, I'm using the history of this city and how we bring something to this democratic process, to a ballot. It's not the ballot itself. It is what we're bringing to the ballot. And what we have done in the past is the right thing to do, which is engage our community before we place something on the ballot. Because no doubt when you place something on the ballot with 6 votes of the council, it absolutely comes already weighted for people to believe that this is something that they should support. And so we have to do that consciously and respectfully. And we owe it to our community members to invite them to that process before we put something on the ballot for them to vote on.
And Councilmember Perales, how have we done that, for example, with the measure you support involving expanding card room tables at casinos?
That's
What public process have we had?
That's an inclusive tax, Mayor. We're talking about something that changes the trajectory of our city and our city government for years to come. You cannot compare an additional tax, especially one on card rooms for that matter, because you know what? We have engaged the entities that will be affected by that.
What about all those communities that are severely impacted by an expansion of gambling in their communities and don't want more gambling? We haven't.
You know as well as I do, we're not expanding gambling. You know as well as I do that it's those 2 card rooms that will be having additional taxes placed on them, an additional opportunity for our city to generate revenue on something that is legal in this state of California. And I'm happy to debate you on that item. And in fact, I believe 9 other council members are happy to debate you on that as that comes forward in November.
It won't need to
But
be a
you
debate.
cannot compare an
Specifically
increase of a
allow
tax
for an expansion in
to the
number
change of
card
our
room
city
tables.
government for decades to come.
Councilmember Perales, there won't need to be a debate about the measure because the measure you're supporting specifically allows for an expansion of card room tables in our city. So there won't need to be a debate. The voters will be able to see for themselves, and we won't have to have a debate because the voters will know.
Yes, Mayor, but you know as well as I do that the expansion of tables is likely actually not going to generate any more gambling than they already have, because as we look at the data and even as they presented themselves, they already have those individuals there in the room ready to gamble. So it's not going to somehow increase that opportunity.
If that were
Again, we can debate that, and you can stand on your moral values as you want to in that regard. But what you cannot do is compare an increase of tax on gambling that's going to benefit our city with more revenue with something that's already legal in a time when we are in fiscal need, high fiscal need for more revenue with the changing of our city government, Mayor.
For also, if it were true that the expansion of card room tables wouldn't expand gambling in our city, then I know the casinos wouldn't be pushing for it so hard. And I think you know that too.
It's going to expand their ability to generate revenue, and it's also going to expand our ability to generate revenue through taxes, Mayor.
Which expands gaming and gambling, which exploits those who are suffering the most in difficult times like this.
I am going to leave the conversation of the card room because clearly that is not what is being debated today. And you have 9 other colleagues and entire council that will be able to chime in on that in an attempt to be able to deflect from what is the reality here and what is something that is extremely impactful to our government, rather than actually argue the merits of why you are avoiding true community engagement. You instead decide to turn to ballot measures like a tax on card rooms. So now I'll ask, why are we suggesting to cobble all of these together, and why not put them on separate ballots? Like, in fact, one of our astute community members, Jerome Shaw, I believe, said yesterday, and it's unfortunate because we don't have the number of community members that we did have yesterday, as many did not know or weren't aware that this may carry over until 9 a.m., as many people are engaged for their first time here in our conversations. But why cobble them all together? And feel free, Council Member or Vice Mayor Jones, to chime in as this was your memo.
Yeah, I'll just offer this and allow Vice Mayor certainly offer his view. This was a consolidation of efforts from several different community organizations. And I think you know well that many labor related organizations had been advocating and failed to get enough signatures for their measure. And so this was an opportunity, I think many had hoped, for several of these groups to come together and say, let's collectively push something together.
Who exactly are those many, Mayor?
Actually, I read a list of several of the organizations in my comments last night. I think
So you're
there-
saying all of those organizations were involved in this conversation, but the remainder of the council were not?
I
And the
was-
rest of our community were not?
I was not involved in those conversations directly, so I couldn't tell you,
So how are you aware that all those names and organizations you listed off yesterday were involved?
because they are supporting now, and that seems to be a reasonable implication.
That's a reasonable implication that they were involved in the discussions in a negotiation to compromise and place these two components on a ballot measure together. I think what it is it's people that have come on board to support, just like we've had people come on board after the fact to not support this moving forward. I don't think that's any sort of indication on who may have been involved. And I don't doubt at all that you were involved in the conversation ahead of time. I know for certain I wasn't. And indeed, I think there's still not a good argument, besides the fact of saying compromise, as to why we are placing these all on the same ballot. And so maybe this will be for the maker of the motion. Would you be willing to accept an amendment that actually would not place these as one single item on the ballot?
No.
And can you explain why?
Well, because I think I still haven't heard much from Councilmember Chappie Jones, and I know that there are compromises that were made. I wasn't part of those discussions, but apparently the mayor and other communities were. And I want to still hear from Councilmember Jones, who still hasn't had an opportunity to speak.
So Mayor, can I go ahead now?
Please.
Yes, I'd be happy to hear from Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I was not part of the initial discussions. So when I was presented with this proposal, first of all, I've been a longtime proponent of a strong mayor form of government. This goes way back. Actually, my role models growing up were people like Maynard Jackson and Andrew Young in Atlanta, Willie Brown in San Francisco. And I had an opportunity to see in a strong mayor form of government how effective that can be in terms of a mayor being able to push forward their agendas and their programs and their vision. So that's kind of my baseline. This proposal is not a strong mayor form of government. With my interactions with council presidents in other major cities, I've learned that there's a continuum of government. It could be like Charlotte, where the mayor is basically another council member, but they do ribbon cuttings and they get to ride in the first car in the parade. To cities like Atlanta and New York, where they have a strong mayor form of government. And there's a continuum of those forms of government all the way from weak to strong. So I was very attracted to this anyway, because of the accountable mayor proposal, even though it didn't go as far as I wanted to go. So that was what was originally presented to me, as well as the campaign reforms. There's a different level of reforms. Some will rise to the level of going to the charter and some don't. I think that the reforms that are offered here in my memo actually do rise to that level. As we all know, we can create an ordinance on any given Tuesday, but there are certain reforms and certain things that we want to see in place that we don't want to have changed every given Tuesday. And I think that the proposal here rises to that level. Speaking to changing the mayoral election, as everyone knows, I came out against that in the initial vote. And I haven't changed my position in terms of my desire to see all of the community, people of color, young people, different groups come out and vote in every election, not just the presidential cycle, but every election. And that was my primary focus. I shifted from an either or strategy or approach to all of the above. I recognize the need to move the ball forward and make sure that we have everybody involved and inclusive in the process. So that's why I changed my position on that. As far as why all these should be bundled together is because in my mind, I have a nexus between the accountable mayor and changing the mayoral cycle. The campaign finance stuff, I think is a value add that should be included, because if we're going to go to a charter change anyway, let's just have that in there. But as far as a nexus, I see a nexus between the accountable mayor and the changing the election cycle. So hopefully that answers your question, Councilmember Morales.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It answers it. It doesn't satisfy me, but it does answer it. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Could I respond to the question about consolidating and separating measures?
Sure.
Yeah, look, this isn't novel. In fact, I know the measure that you supported last year, which was the fair elections measure, actually consolidated campaign finance reform and the movement of the date of the mayoral election. If your concern is about cost to residents, to the taxpayers, I should say, having more measures only increases the cost. So I'm not sure what the benefit is.
I'll describe that, Mayor, and I think this is something that you know well. In fact, the language that we have in front of us on Strong Mayor, that again, my main concern is that it did not get vetted through our community in the process that it deserved, is now being coupled along with a 2-year extension, once again, that the voters have not had an opportunity to engage on before putting it on the ballot. It's now being coupled together with something that did generate a lot of community support, over 66,000 signatures of support. And I have no doubt, and you have no doubt, that combining all 4 of those together will help with success at the ballot box. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't give our community that may like 1 or 2 of those components an ability to just vote for those. As Vice Mayor Jones just pointed out, it was sort of an all or nothing versus an either or. Well, that might be okay with him. That might be okay with you. It's not okay with me. And it's definitely not okay that that's the option that we send to our voters, that it's an all or nothing from a decision, a compromise that was made, not with them being included, and that now they just have to take it or leave it. That is what I'm not comfortable with, Mayor.
You were comfortable approving Measure T going to the ballot, which consolidated a lot of different kinds of expenditures that were not directly related, from purchase of land in Coyote Valley to the purchase or to the building of fire stations. And that was naturally a consolidation of a lot of priorities that reasonably helped the measure to pass.
Also, a lot of priorities, Mayor, that had a lot of community support and engagement leading up to the fact. If we were putting these 4 components on the ballot together after we had gone out and done true community engagement, and we felt as though we knew now much more comfortably that our community was supportive of them, absolutely. Why not put all 4 of them together? But that's not what we have today.
And what engagement did we do before Measure T?
There has been years worth of engagement in regards to getting feedback from our community on what to do with Coyote Valley. As you know, it didn't have to be in the form of, well, we're talking about a measure. We were talking about an aspect of our community that either would be developed or be preserved.
The city's purchase of land in Coyote Valley was never seriously considered in this city prior to that measure.
The city's preservation of land in Coyote Valley was. And for anybody to believe that you could do that somehow without actually purchasing the land from the current owners would be false.
Several colleagues of ours actually advocated just for that, the fact that we would do it without purchasing, that we would do it with a change in the general plan.
Again, Mayor, I appreciate that you're trying to sort of redirect the conversation to other ballot initiatives that did not affect the governance structure of our city, but you cannot compare the two. You simply can't compare the two. Do you agree, And I'll direct this to, again, maybe Vice Mayor Jones first. Do you agree, Vice Mayor Jones, that having the council place this on the ballot versus asking the proponents to put it on the ballot themselves, do you agree that that sends an initial message of support to our voters?
I really can't, I don't know. I'll be honest with you, Councilmember Morales. I can't get into the voters' heads. I know that we've had ballot measures that didn't pass. And so obviously those ballot measures, obviously the voters didn't take our putting it on the ballot as an endorsement of the proposal or an automatic yes vote. So I guess it's really, ballot measure specific in terms of their interpretation.
So you agree that it could, but it's ballot measure specific.
I agree that it could. It's possible. Anything's possible.
And why are you not suggesting, as you did last year with the Fair Elections Initiative, that the proponents, be it even individuals from labor and our SVO and others in the community that are interested, place this on the ballot themselves?
Why? Could you repeat that question? So why do I feel that it shouldn't?
Why not ask the proponents to place this on a ballot themselves, like you did with the Fair Elections Initiative last year?
I mean, we could have, but again, we have a solid proposal here in my mind. I know personally, I'm extremely supportive of an accountable mayor form of government. So I don't feel compelled to require the proponents of this to go out and get signatures and put it on the ballot if it's something I feel this strongly about in terms of moving it forward and getting it on the ballot through this process that we're going through right now.
And you mentioned a blue ribbon commission in your memorandum. So I have to assume that you want to be able to hear from the community and that you value their input. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So why put the cart before the horse and actually put a ballot initiative on and then after the fact go out and create a blue ribbon commission that may only result in us having to go to the ballot yet again to potentially fix something that is not working?
So my desire is not to actually have a blue ribbon commission to fix something that's not working. Actually, my desire is to have a blue ribbon commission that would hopefully actually enhance the powers of the mayor into a stronger form of government, a stronger mayor form of government. That may or may not happen, but the intent was never to have them go back and fix something that was flawed or wrong. Again, in my mind, this is a small incremental step in my vision of having a mayor who has more authority to be able to implement his vision, his programs. And I can give you a specific example, Councilmember Morales. The mayor announced back in 2017 his vision of building 25,000 new homes by 2022. And as you know, because you were part of that process, he laid out a 15-point plan. I call it his manifesto. And once that plan went through our city process, some of his items were adopted, some of them were kicked to the priority setting process, and some of them fell by the wayside. The form of government that we have right now, the mayor did not have the ability to execute that vision, to get it through the bureaucracy, get it through the process, and put us in a position where we potentially could have had 25,000 new homes by 2022 or 2023 or 2024, whatever the year that we could have made that happen. I've seen in the strong mayor form of government, or even a modified hybrid like we're proposing now, where the mayor had the ability to do that, to execute on his vision, to implement it and get things done, particularly big things we're not a city of 200,000 or 400,000 or whatever our population was when the last time they did the charter commission. We're a city of over 1 million people. We're a very complex city. And in my 5 years on the council, I've seen how it works. I know that we have dedicated people. I can't say enough how much I respect Dave Sykes. I can't tell you enough how I respect the other department directors that I interact with. They're doing the best they can in the system that we have. But in order to move forward as a city, to do big things, to be able to implement these visions and programs that we all want to accomplish. And it's not just right now, it's not just Sam, but the next mayor that gets elected, she should have the ability to also implement her programs and objectives. Hopefully you caught that, Councilmember Frost. So anyway, that's my motivation, and that's what's driving why I want to push this forward and make it happen now, rather than later.
So thank you very much for your explanation, and certainly I disagree, and I'll explain to you why.
Okay.
So I don't believe that it's our system or somehow the powers or lack thereof of the mayor that has stopped us from building housing. Or for instance, as the mayor used an example last night, the lack of development in North San Jose. No one individual mayor in any city does the work themselves. It takes a team of people, a team of professionals, people that we have here in our city staff that, as you point out, rightly deserve praise and that have been working diligently for things like creating housing in North San Jose. There have been legal hurdles with CEQA, things that no strong mayor individually is somehow able to overcome simply because they have strong mayor powers. And so to use the argument and assume somehow that these strong mayor power suggestions or this hybrid step in that direction are going to allow this mayor or any mayor an ability to overcome some of these hurdles is just wrong. And that's not going to be realized. And in fact, I think in the way that this has come forward, what we have now seen is over half of our city workforce, unions that represent literally half of our union or of our city workforce, our city employees, and a number of them we heard last night, speak up and against not necessarily the strong mayor form of government, but speak out against the process that we are really neglecting to engage them and the rest of our community members in. And I think, in fact, what that's going to do, at least for the short term, I think in the future, this may not be the case, but certainly in the short term with the current employees that we have, they will remember that. And if you don't have the trust of the people that actually do the work, I don't care who the hell's in charge. You have a dictator telling people to do something. If the people that are actually doing the work are going to put in a half effort, are going to not really try to resolve the issues, doesn't matter if somebody can get fired on a dime. You need to have that trust, that will, that dedication of the workforce. And I think for the short term, I think no doubt we're going to lose that, as we've seen already from our workforce asking us to slow down, asking us to engage them, asking us to engage the rest of our community. And I think that's unfortunate. But I do appreciate you providing your reasoning, Vice Mayor. I have a couple more questions. So, Mayor, you mentioned last night that we have about 4 months to engage our community, in alluding to that we could craft the right language before this November ballot. But Rick just described earlier that we have to get language to the council by July 18th in order to be ready for a special July 28th meeting. Excuse me, we have to get language ready by the 18th to get it ready for the council on a special meeting on July 28th. And that language will need to go to the Register of Voters by August 7th to be put on this November ballot.
That's right.
So in actuality, it sounds like we have just over 2 weeks to engage our public on what the language of this ballot will be. Is that not correct, Rick?
Sorry, this is Ed Moran. Rick had to leave. He will be back. But the plan was to try to get you draft language for your meeting on the 28th to make certain that we have the proposal that you all approve today, so that on the 4th, you will be adopting the actual ballot language. So that's our proposal.
So what I described and what I had heard from Rick was, in order to be presenting the council with language on the 28th, we have to be ready by the 18th with that language.
That was, yes, that was because in the normal course, we usually try to get language 10 days before the actual council meeting.
Yes, and so that would give us just over 2 weeks. Whereas, so Mayor, I'm happy to hear your response, because somehow you alluded to the fact that we'd have 4 months to engage the community, when in fact this language is really being crafted today, and if at best refined by city attorneys and whoever else may be invited to that conversation. As we've heard already, Councilmember Camus and even Vice Mayor Jones were not invited to this last one, including myself and I think a number of others. So we don't have 4 months.
Hey, Councilmember Perales, I didn't say we have 4 months to engage our community. What I said is our community is going to have a vote in 4 months. There's no hide the ball here. There's a lot of time for vetting and discussion of whatever is in this or not in this. So this is not something that any voter is going to be shocked or surprised by. They will have heard about this for 4 months. That is in fact, that's a lot longer than the parliamentary processes in a lot of nations to select their national leader. So first of all, I believe we have time to ensure voters are fully and fairly informed about whatever is in this measure. Secondly, the idea of setting a hearing on July 28th is, again, to allow folks to think, come back, have a public hearing, and if we need to make changes to the language based on what we hear, based on what we discuss, those changes can be incorporated before this is sent off to the voters on August 7th. So that's the point.
We don't regularly have meetings in July. We're already having one now, and we'll have at least 2 because of this item. And this now leads me to the question that I had asked last Wednesday. So hopefully everybody's had an ability to think about it. Because I'd like to hear from the vice mayor and certainly the maker of the motion, and then the mayor, if you want to chime in. What is the rush?
Would you like me to jump in, Councilmember?
If you want to go first, go for it.
Okay. So first of all, what we know about the timing is this. Fair elections measure, which you and many others supported, didn't get enough signatures, and we learned about that in the last 2 weeks. There have been a lot of public discussion about how the mayor's role could be strengthened for a couple of years in many organizations. Obviously not the broad community conversation that I think we'd ideally want, but certainly had been discussed, was in the media, there've been polling and so forth. It was certainly my intention that if we were going to be able to do that measure, that as soon as we could get past the March election this year, the affordable housing measure that I worked hard, and I'm grateful for this work of you and many others in getting that measure passed so we could have funding for more affordable housing. But we had to get that resolved so we could then take on a more public engagement, more public process with how we might craft an initiative that would give greater authority to the mayor and more closely align authority and accountability. That didn't happen because by the second week of March, we were already in a pandemic. And there was simply every committee hearing stopped, as you know, in this city. Everyone's attention shifted. And we dropped everything that was on our desk and we moved. And that was true for our entire workforce, and many of them did so extraordinarily well. But that was the reality. We simply didn't have that moment. And yet, through the course of this pandemic and now severe recession, if not depression, and many other circumstances that we've all been grappling with over the last several weeks, it's become more apparent than ever that we need a system of government that more closely aligns accountability and authority, because our residents deserve to know in urgent circumstances that the person they're urging to take action can take action. So for me, the rush is this. There's information we've gathered, obviously, as I've described before, and we're going to be in something of a crisis mode, certainly economically. I don't know what happens with the pandemic. We all hope that a vaccine falls from the sky, but we're going to be in a pretty difficult situation for the next couple of years. And it's going to require us to be much more nimble. And by nimble, I mean better connected in terms of what we're saying and doing, and able to do this both in a way in which the public will understand is responsive to their demands. So that, in my view, is the rush. That is the timing of how we got here. And I would love to have had time to engage more deeply over the prior 4 months. It didn't happen because we couldn't do anything else over the last 4 months.
And Vice Mayor Jones, what do you feel is your rush?
Be honest with you, Councilmember Perales, we've been through this drill so many times on other issues, including charter changes, that I don't even have the perception that this is out of the ordinary in terms of this process and how we get things done and how we get things on a ballot. So I didn't even have that perception. But I will say that, again, the thing that really attracted me to this was the accountable mayor. And I know that we also want to get the changing of the election cycle on the ballot in this cycle. And so, again, I have a nexus between the two. I know you disagree, but I feel there's a nexus. And in order to meet that requirement of getting what I made as a priority, as well as the date change for the mayoral election, it has to happen in November. So that's my rationale, but why we're doing this timeline.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate how you own your opinions there. The mayor has alluded to some of these things, I think, being more inclusive as the whole community, but I think rather than stating that they are his opinion. So I do appreciate that you own that, own your opinion on some of these things. And that's where we have opinions at times like mine that I have made that may differ. And that's fine. That's politics. But I don't think it's right to assume that somehow, our opinion is representative of the majority of our community. And I don't think it's intentional, Mayor, on your part, but I do think it's worth pointing out.
And Raul, you know this, but I respect your opinion and your thoughts too, and I'll always give it to you straight. So, what you know,
I am aware of that, and appreciate that as well, and equally so. We may differ on a lot of different items as we have over the years, but I have not lost respect for you as a person or as a legislator. So, Mayor, you didn't get. You didn't support getting an extra 2 years extended to your term when we discussed moving the mayor's race last year. Will you make that same commitment now?
I didn't support it then. And it seems to me that in our current circumstances, that it makes more sense now. but I can tell you, I'm not going to die on that sword. I'm not in this to get an extra 2 years. What I can say I think is a really bad idea is an idea in which we would have a mayoral election twice in 2 years in the middle of a very severe recession and whatever else we're dealing with. Because I know how divisive and how challenging mayoral elections are and how distracting they are. So I think that would be a bad idea. There's certainly other ideas, but I can tell you, given what we got, given the transition we're undergoing, it makes some sense to have some experienced leadership as we're going through this transition, so this can be handed off in a way so that someone's not coming in cold to a very new situation with an organization that obviously is going to require some transition and change.
So, and that's interesting. I hadn't heard that before, but you feel that it's not best during this recession to have two back-to-back sort of mayor's races with a short 2-year term. Is that what you just said, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure it would be very fair or good to the mayor who actually got elected for that 2-year term, because they're going to be spending an enormous amount of their first 2 years doing nothing but campaigning, because that is the brutal reality of elections in big cities. And I also think that understanding how the forces are aligned, whether it was my election in 2014 or Chuck's election in 2006, that it is challenging, it's divisive, and it takes time for folks to heal and get back to work again. And fortunately, we were able to do it here in 2015 and be able to get people around the table. And I'm grateful for 11 collective bargaining units, 11 unions who all came around the table and said, let's work out pension reform and so forth. But that took a lot.
So the alternative that you're willing to accept now is a mayor, your term, with 6 years versus 4.
Yeah, so it'd be up to the voters. Obviously, the voters aren't happy with that, then the measure fails.
So why not then, because the voters that voted you in for your reelection knew that it was 4 years, why not tell the voters that the next mayor elected in 2022 is going to get 6 years, and then make it very clear to them that that mayor gets 6 years and they know what they're voting on, versus yourself, our current mayor, have an extension, which was not what they voted on?
You know, Councilmember Perales, I think that's a good question. And fundamentally, I believe the better course is what I just described. But if ultimately it would help to make this issue not about me, but about the future of our city, if that would help and there were support on both sides to move forward with a 6-year term beginning in 2023, then I would support that. But I would want to know that people are going to come together in this time of crisis and push together. And if we're not going to do that, then it seems to me, then we should go forward with the prior course.
So what was listed on the Fair Elections Initiative that I did support, and you did not, was a short 2-year term. And I don't disagree with you. That's a disadvantage to anybody who's going to run for mayor. It's a disadvantage to our community going through 2 campaigns. And we didn't know we were going to be in the middle of a recession. But even not in a recession, I think that's a challenge in itself. And certainly, that was something I was comfortable with, though, rather than an extension on your term. And look, here it's no secret, right? I have expressed an interest in running for mayor in 2022, as have others at this point. And in fact, I think that the option came up in Councilmember Arenas' memo in regards to having a sort of a non-term limited run in 2022 that would allow you, if you were interested, or others to run. And my initial question was going to be if you would accept that as an amendment, or if the maker of the motion, it sounds like you're not necessarily against it, but you're also not necessarily for a short 2-year term, which is why I said I think it's interesting in regards to, does that then mean we should switch to something that would give the next mayor 6 years versus yourself? But I don't want to somehow leave it out of the conversation, that's a seat that I have expressed interest in running in. And that's not necessarily an initial thought that I had. The initial thought was going to be supporting the Fair Elections Initiative language, and allowing anybody, quite frankly, to run in 2022, and allowing our voters to choose as they saw fit, and then coming back in 2024, albeit knowing that the challenges that would present. I think either option, personally, would be more fair to any individual, including those in our community that would like to have a choice in 2022 on how to move forward. And I will ask the maker of the motion, understanding Councilmember Liccardo's statements just now, if you would be willing to make a friendly amendment with either of those, in fact, and I'm willing to hear your opinion, Councilmember Camus, on the language that Councilmember Arenas put in her memorandum, which would require an election in 2022, but it would be non-term limited, essentially allowing Mayor Liccardo to run as well if he had an interest, or what Mayor Liccardo and I just discussed, and making that a 6-year term, and having, rather than coming back. I'm interested in your thoughts on either one, if you're willing to accept as friendly amendments.
Well, I had actually thought about this all last night, and originally I thought that might be a pretty fair proposal. And I think that, I know that you are stressing that you want to save money, and it is one of the ideas that I had thought. As you know, I was actually against many of the things that are being proposed here. I was against the moving the mayoral election to begin with. In fact, I've told many of the proponents that I thought, especially on the pro-business side, that I thought that they compromised too much with labor, quite frankly, on some of these issues. And one of the reasons why I decided to move forward with this and the language that it's currently in, with the exception of the tweaks that I put in there, is because we were being, the threat of another ballot statement coming forward that we didn't have any input in articulating here at the city council. And so I wanted to have the fate of the city decided by the city council. This is one of the reasons why I decided to support this. And quite frankly, I couldn't stand spending another $1 million doing a recount on something, and that's a complete waste of money. And I'd rather spend that money on an actual election. So at this point, after hearing what the mayor had to say about having 2 elections, one after the other, first of all, it's costly, and it could be a divisive for the community as well. So I'm not inclined to take it at this time, but I did want to, because I didn't answer your last question, even though that you asked me that question on why I supported this. But I feel like that a lot of people have spoken, as you correctly said. 66,000 people did sign that. 66,000 people did sign that they did want to move the mayoral election to the presidential cycle. 66,000 people also knew that there were going to be reforms on campaign contributions. Now, I didn't like those reforms because I thought they were unconstitutional. At least the reforms that we have in this one are constitutional and can actually curtail some of the undue influence that some community has. Now, is it 100% what I want? Heck no. But as you know, on every Tuesday, council members have to compromise with some of the things that they like or dislike. I've never seen anything on city council that I was 100% in favor of. And and I think that you provide merit, a lot of, merit in the things that you say. But am I going to support it? No, because I think that this compromise is already kind of a big compromise. And I'm glad that we're moving forward with some of the things that I put in my memo, which guarantee accountability to the city council. And that's something that I wanted to make sure that was in this proposal that wasn't in there before, was accountability for, and actually not taking the council out of the equation. That's what I fought for. So at this point, I don't agree with moving in that direction, but I did want to let you know and answer your previous question.
I appreciate that. Sorry, yes, and I did ask that of you as well, and I didn't give you an opportunity to answer.
And,
So-
I'm sorry, Councilmember Morales,
Go
but I
ahead, Vice Mayor.
want to try to give you an assist. Councilmember Camus, is it possible to in our motion to at least have staff come back with those two scenarios? Run for office for a 2-year term and then run for reelection versus another option is 1 6-year term? Can we at least have staff come back with those options?
And Vice Mayor, you're referring to having the city attorney come back with language, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So you're no longer supporting your memo of just extending the mayor's and having the mayor be part of the election? Is that what I'm hearing, or?
I know what you're hearing is, I want the city attorney to come back with three options. One is my memo. One is an option of running for the next election cycle for a 2-year term. And the other one is 1 6-year term.
Well, if that's what you intended in your memo, or if that's where you're going, then I'll do that, except that I will tell you that I'm not in favor of having a special election, knowing that it's going to cost even more money. And, so that, anyway, that's my opinion.
And so is there an acceptance of the friendly amendment from Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Camus?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just offer this. Obviously, it does not change the direction. It simply offers more options. I'll repeat what I said, which is I don't support a 2-year term. I think that's a mess. But I would want to know that there was significant unity on this council so we could push together before I'm willing to support that latter option, which is to have the next mayor serve 6 years. That is important to me in terms of my own support.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Camus, your thought process at the moment. And I think considering the language of the Fair Elections Initiative, that idea really hadn't even sprung on me. It was just I think a reality of recognizing we may have a short 2-year term, but it sounds like that and the challenges that brings is not something the mayor really supports. It sounds like it's not something you really support, Councilmember Camus. And I actually agree with the challenges that can bring about. And appreciate Vice Mayor Jones, you suggesting that there could be options brought forward that would include that, which maybe there's not a lot of support for, but that might include allowing our voters to decide in 2022 on a longer 6-year term versus making that decision this November. And I think Councilmember Camus mentioned a little bit around the campaign contribution restrictions, and I wanted to ask a little bit about that. But I think it's an important message, Mayor, just for yourself or even others. I think it was Valentine's Day in 2012 when some unknown 20-something-year-old reached out to your office to try to have a better understanding of what being a council member was like, and you welcomed that opportunity. And of all things, we had lunch at Lee's, and I now have realized how often council members have lunches at Lee's. And you did mention that at that point in regards to I think the reality of the challenges of some of these the role of a council member, certainly, and the challenges of a job, and I think tried to present some bit of pause before I maybe made a decision a couple years later as I was exploring it at that point. And I appreciate that. And certainly we've had our opportunities to challenge and battle one another, just as Vice Mayor Jones points out and Councilmember Camus. And I think that, you know, really giving an opportunity to be able to allow for some consensus, as you point out, moving forward, at times is challenging to get to on Tuesdays. But somehow we may find an ability to do so. And I do appreciate Vice Mayor Jones, again, you suggesting that that could be brought forward so that we can actually consider if there is an opportunity for more consensus. In regards to the campaign finance restrictions, why not just enact those now, as Councilmember Esparza pointed out? And I heard some argument back and forth around wanting this on the ballot, but this is something that we can enact, and I think there's been an expression from all of us, I believe, at the moment in regards to supporting that, at least all of us that have spoken. Why not just make those amendments sooner than later?
Can I respond, Councilmember?
Sure.
Yeah, you know, I think for probably the same reason why they were in the fair campaign.
Fair Elections Initiative.
Fair Elections Initiative, thank you. The idea is that once they're enshrined by the voters, it's a lot harder to change. And the point is that you wouldn't want council decides it's inconvenient, or we don't care that much about this stuff anymore, and change it on any given Tuesday. You want it to be a very public and broad consensus about how it is we change and address campaign finance issues. And so for the same reason, I assume that you and others supported it in that initiative, I supported in this one. Now, obviously, I believe these measures are better and different because I thought those were, I think as Councilman Camus said, unconstitutional because they were clearly picking and choosing who could contribute and who couldn't. I think one that simply says across the board, we're recused ourselves whenever we've got prior contributions within that period of time that's outlined in state law. It seems to be a more uniform approach.
Thank you. I do think that that's, you know, worthy of consideration, and I personally think it's something we should be adopting sooner than later. But I recognize that if the council can enact it on any given Tuesday, then the council can amend it on any given Tuesday following that. So, lastly, in regards to the motions that we have and the vote that we have, was the friendly amendment? I think the maker of the motion, Councilmember Camus, accepted it. I don't think the seconder did.
The seconder was Vice Mayor Jones.
Yes, so
Well, then he did.
I will second my friendly amendment.
Thank you. And I want to ask if we can, once we come to a vote, and I know there's a number of people left to speak, if we can consider bifurcating at the moment the decisions that we have in regards to how to move forward with the strong mayor language versus moving the mayor's race and the campaign contribution restrictions. Because I think there are, now it appears, right, maybe the majority, if not all, the council supporting a good number of the items that we're discussing today in regards to moving the mayor's race, as we didn't have last year. And campaign contribution restrictions, sounds like there's consensus, but it still sounds like there's differing opinions at the moment on how else to move forward. And so I just want to see if we can consider that, but I recognize there's a number of people left to speak as we lead up to the vote.
Okay. Anything further, Councilmember?
No, that's all.
Okay. Just on that last issue, I feel very strongly that this has to move forward in a consolidated fashion, and that's a condition on which I would support it. Councilmember Foley, I'm going to be stepping out for just a moment on a call of nature, but I'll ask Vice Mayor to take over from here. Thank you, Councilmember.
Very good. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. It's complicated based on all of the memos we received, so I just want to focus on the motion on the table, and I actually missed what the last friendly amendment was. So could someone share with me, Vice Mayor or Councilmember Camus, what, with regards to the 2 years versus 6 years terms, what was that portion of the friendly amendment?
So we're directing the city attorney to come back with 3 options. One option is my memo extending the mayor's term for 2 years, by 2 years.
Okay.
Option number 2 is to have an election in 2022 for a 2-year term. And then obviously that person can run for re-election on the new election cycle.
Right.
And then the third option is they would run in 2022 for a 6-year term.
Okay, thank you. So if the last option is selected, then the person who is elected in 2022 and we offer or we approve going to the ballot with a 6-year cycle, then that gives the next mayor a 10-year term effectively, because they'll be the incumbent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear about that. And you know, what's really difficult about this issue is that on both sides of this issue, whether you're for components of it or all of it, or against components of it or all of it, it still directly affects us as elected officials. So it is a little self-serving on all of our sides to have this discussion and have this debate. But ultimately, it goes to a vote of the public, of our voters, in November if we approve it today, and then come back in August 4th or whenever we're scheduled to do so. I have listened to all of the people who spoke yesterday, and I made notes of everyone who spoke. And I have to say that with regards to my District 9 residents, they're split right down the middle. And those who are, there was just half a dozen who identified themselves as District 9, so it's not like a huge cross section, but they do represent voters on both sides, and some were against, others said, just let us vote. So that's kind of where I'm coming from right now, although I'm listening to all of the debates and the motion as it gets made and manipulated with friendly amendments, and how this will end up, I'm not sure. I did have some questions regarding the contributions, the financial contributions component. And that is, I support the desire and need for campaign finance reform. I think that's really important that we adopt that, and I suggest that, or encourage us, we do so in a charter amendment. And that is because it does codify it based on the vote of the public. And that's who we need to hear from on this, that we're on the right track as it relates to campaign reform, and not just city council members who are the ones out getting funds for contributions and how it will affect their races or future council members. So I really believe that we should include this in the charter amendment, although it may not be necessary for that. I think it's important to show that message that we are committed to what the voters have to say. But with regards to that, I have some questions. The Vice Mayor, going to your memo item 1A, where it talks about contributions 12 months prior and then 3 months prior. Is that 12 months prior to getting elected, 12 months prior to a vote? What's that number? What is that date tied to? You had said January 1st, 2021, unless noted. So
right. So it's exactly the same as it's conducted on VTA. So
okay, I'm not familiar. I don't sit on VTA, so I don't know.
I'll explain. So if we receive a contribution and an item comes before VTA within a 12-month period, then we're required to recuse ourselves. After 12 months, we can vote on that item.
I'm sorry?
I said after the 12th month, we can vote on that item. But within
Okay.
that 12-month period, we're required to recuse ourselves.
Okay, so is that any dollar amount of contribution? What level of contribution is that?
I don't know specifically the answer to that question because I just automatically recuse myself. So I don't know, Sam, if you know or Raul, if you know what the actual dollar amount is.
It's $249 is acceptable under the government code that we're referencing, unless we change it to do complete ban.
Oh, okay, so in other words, if someone, right now there's a maximum contribution of $600 and this only affects to races because you can't raise money outside of a campaign. But now for city council race, it's maxed at $600. So you're not saying it's 600, it could be 25. If we adopt this, it could be $25. I'm just trying to understand the logistics of it all.
Yeah, my preference would be any amount, any dollar amount.
Okay.
Not under a certain threshold.
Okay. Do you ever see a time, because contributions are made in our races from to all of our races by the same people?
Yes.
So do you ever see a time where we might not be able to do the work that we need to do because 6 of us have to recuse ourselves? Or all of us need to recuse ourselves for that matter?
I mean, anything is possible.
Okay,
I mean, that's a very challenging hypothetical, Pam. I mean, yeah,
well,
I'll defer to Rick. Well, first of all,
it looks like the mayor wants to.
Yeah, I'm just going to offer one suggestion. It may militate against the idea of everybody having the same election year because it may get real difficult to get a lot of work done. I don't know that situation's come up yet with the VTA where we are bound by those rules, but I can certainly understand the concern. So Ed, do you have any brilliant suggestions on that one? How the state law works in those agencies where everyone's got to recuse themselves?
There is a legal principle that if there are conflicts, if it's an urgency that the board has to take an action, then there's a way to get around the fact that a majority are conflicted out. But we can provide the council with additional information with regard to that hypothetical when we come back on the 28th to make certain that everybody understands it. But there are situations, again, as the mayor said, it's not happened in San Jose, and I'm not sure it's happened in the VTA, but there are circumstances because there are cases where board members, a majority of board members have been conflicted out. And there's a theory that if it's an urgency where the action has to take place, that there's a method for getting the vote taken.
I guess as I'm thinking about this and listening to conversation, it's the likelihood of that happening, the majority of us having to recuse ourselves is very slim unless we move all of the races to the same election cycle. And then it's very real because you're raising funds to run your campaign. And if we're all on the same campaign cycle, we're all getting donations and potentially we could. So I would be opposed to moving us all to the same election cycle. And I know that that's not on the table right now. So now that as we're talking about it, and I appreciate the discussion, I think the likelihood of that coming up would be really rare if it came up based on the staggered way that we have our elections. Other questions about the contribution. So I understand the effective date, but we have a couple of elections coming up, so that won't affect those races. As it relates to commissions, people appointed to commissions, There's a prohibition from individuals serving on commissions. What about someone who has been on a commission for 3 or 4 years who is, and it says that if they're a lobbyist, they cannot serve on a board or commission. Does that affect someone like, I don't know, Catalyze SV or somebody like that? Are they registered lobbyists and they might not be able to serve on the commissions that they serve on? And will that have an impact on our effectiveness on our commissions?
Currently, this is Ed Moran again. Currently, the lobbyist ordinance has a definition of a lobbyist. It does exclude some nonprofits that are 501c3. So if a member of a 501c3 would apply and the lobbyist ordinance continues to state what it does, then that person would be able to sit because they're not defined as a lobbyist under our lobbyist ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on with the finance piece, there is already a provision that requires us to recuse ourselves if during our campaign we had someone who represented us, a paid consultant, if you will, who then brought business before the city as a paid lobbyist. The city council individuals cannot vote for a year from the date of their election. And that affected me personally because my consultant had business before the city, or his clients did. So I needed to recuse myself for a couple of votes in last year until the year was up. So I'm completely in support of that, and any strengthening we can do with the campaign contributions is really important. But what's important about it is that it not unfairly target one particular group, that it not say you can't give if you're in labor or you can't give if you're in business, that it is across the board contribution limitation. That's fair, that's our system, and that's what we should be pushing for, is the equity in that.
Councilmember Foley, can I interrupt for just a moment?
Yes, sir,
You mentioned Catalyze, and I think there's maybe a separate issue with Catalyze, which is the issue around contractors, because I believe they do have a contract for outreach with regard to development projects. And so I expect we probably need to have a similar exclusion for 501c3 organizations or the equivalent. And Ed, is that something that you would need to have in a motion?
Well, as I said, as specific as we can in the direction so that we can come back to you and provide you with the language that would allow you to determine how it would actually apply to these organizations. Right now, that exclusion is only for a 501c3, only applies in a lobbyist situation. It doesn't apply in a contractor. So if you want us to have similar language that we have in the lobbyist in a contractor, we could come back with that.
Well, I'd be supportive of a friendly amendment then, if you're so inclined, Councilmember.
Okay, so a friendly amendment to include an exemption for contractors who have business before us who are 501c3 to serve on commissions. Is that?
Yeah, I think.
I don't know. I think that kind of muddies things, but.
I certainly understand we may want to think a little bit about that, but I'm guessing that's where we're going to end up.
Okay, I'll leave that alone for now. Last year I was one who voted against moving term limits, or not term limits, moving the mayor's race. And the reason I did is because I felt that it would directly impact my race or the odd numbers races, because 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are coupled with the mayor's race right now. If we move the mayor's race, my concern last year is that voter turnout would be reduced in the odd number races. I've actually reconsidered my position on this because I think the two pieces together, the accountable mayor provisions and moving the mayor's race to the presidential race, is the opportunity to allow more individuals to vote. It would be, we cannot move all the races to one cycle, because I think that's problematic. You need a staggering position. The reason it's problematic is, what if we have all council members turn over at one time? Then we don't have any continuity. The only continuity is the mayor, and then that makes the mayor even stronger than the provisions that may be put into place. So we want to make sure that our city council represents our districts, and that we do so in a staggered position, so that we're not all running the same election year, and that we don't have the contribution problem that we would have in the future, in future races. So with the two pieces in mind, I have removed my objection to moving the mayor's race to the presidential race, as it does open up an opportunity for everyone to vote and encourages everyone to vote in the mayor's race. But I am still listening to all of the debate. I know this is a very contentious issue. I've heard from community members on both sides, and it's not. I know some people think it's just business and labor I'm hearing from. That isn't accurate. I am hearing from residents in District 9 on both sides. I'm hearing from residents all over the city on both sides. So and I want you to know that I am listening to what is being said, and I'll make my decision when it's time to vote. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco, I think you were in line when we cut off last night. Did you still want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, to say that I'm disappointed with the way, I'm going to try something and let's see if it works. Good morning, everybody. Well, to say that I'm disappointed is an understatement. I had really hoped that we would have engaged in some robust conversation before moving on to the current motions, and be able to vet this out and be able to collectively have this discussion versus post motions. But I think my council colleagues, at least the Latino caucus, has been very articulate in the perceptions, at least that we have, and the perceptions that many who are starting to send us emails and texting us, and who have felt, again, disenfranchised from this process. And I know, Mayor, that there's a lot of explanations for this, and we can go round and round in circular arguments, and we're not going to come to any agreement. So a lot of the technical conversations have already been had. I do just need to be able to express a couple of things. I want to thank my council colleagues for articulating a lot of the issues and a lot of the technicalities of these memos and what's before us. I also want to really thank Councilmember Perales for giving us a little bit of a civic lesson on process and how this is working out for those of us, for those of the folks that are watching us, that are following us, for those who are watching maybe for the first time or who are a little confused as to what's happening here on the dais. I think it's great to have a recap. I just want to mention it again. There was a motion, then there was a substitute motion because that took place. There's no way that any of us can go ahead and do anything else about it except maybe amend it. And we're all held to the mercy of those who have made the motions to accept our amendment. So we can't do much unless one of the motions dies. And so we vote first on the substitute motion, and then we vote on the underlying motion. And then if those two fail, then we can go ahead and proceed with another motion. So what is at stake is moving forward with council member or vice mayor's memo, which I know has some items that have been quite controversial. One of which is the strong mayorship, and as it was laid out by Councilmember Esparza, there's a lot of history as to why we currently have the current government structure that we do, and so making those changes are going to require a lot of outreach if it actually passes at the November elections. And so I want to express truly where some of our dismay and disappointment, some of our frustration comes from. And so, Mayor, you and I have had very frank conversations, and I think that you and I have what I consider to be a very decent relationship. And politics makes very interesting bedfellows. And at the end of the day, we're professionals. Although my professionalism has been questioned as of last night because Councilmember Camus made a comment yesterday. Some of us took offense to it. And there's a common supporter that Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Camus have in common. And they were very upset that I called out Councilmember Camus. And so I want to publicly apologize to Councilmember Camus. No, it wasn't meant to be offensive. I want to be able to be very clear on something. So I don't mean to challenge anyone's personal experiences. I do take offense when someone purports that their life experiences are harsher, are more painful than the life experiences of our current residents. And so because they've been able to succeed, enjoy the wealth, and able to pull themselves by their own bootstraps, then our residents should be able to do the same. And so my intention was not to offend or to be unprofessional, as also Councilmember Camus's chief of staff has indicated publicly in social platform, but rather to point out that, let's be appreciative and grateful about the things that we have and the successes that we've come to enjoy, and let's begin to pay it forward. And especially in the kind of crises that we are currently engaging in, that we're currently finding ourselves in, a pandemic, who would have thunk it? That we would be living through something as serious, severe, and critical as the kind of painful health crisis as COVID-19, and that it would devastate some of the very communities that we all have been fighting for, in some cases, all of our lives. I have to tell you that my advocacy didn't start while I was sitting here on the dais 5 years ago. My advocacy started in my teens. And in fact, I would venture to say, and I don't share a lot of my own personal history, but my advocacy in terms of immigrant communities started since I was 8 or 9 years old, when I had to advocate for my own mother and father, and I was the only translator. I was the little girl who had to run to the door and peek through that peephole every time someone rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, while my relatives ran to the back of the house, because at that time, La Migra did house raids. And to the day, I experienced that same PTSD, the trauma, every time someone rings the doorbell in my house. It took my teenage daughter to point out that I freeze up whenever the doorbell rings. And I had to dig through those suppressed memories. That's what trauma does. I haven't shared with you my experiences with domestic violence, nor have I shared with you what it's like to have 3 babies at my hip and a rambunctious teenager and be on the verge of homelessness. I've talked about my father who died of Alzheimer's. I refused to put him in a nursing home. I cared for him until his dying breath, while also taking care of my mother who had an aggressive form of skin cancer. But I didn't share with you that her entire nose was amputated and she lived with that for 10 years. By the way, some of you may not remember, I'm an only child. So I bring this up because my advocacy comes from the DNA that runs through my blood. It's not something that just happened because I got elected, nor because we suddenly are facing a crisis and I had a vision or an epiphany. It's something because I've experienced, my family's experienced it, because I've seen my neighbors struggle through it. And I think everybody deserves a second chance. But it also doesn't, I also share it not because I want to compare myself and let you know how great it is to now be able to sleep in comfortable sheets or be able to feed my children and have that sense of security. And now everyone else can do it. I share with you because I know what it is to have insecurity. And so my advocacy comes from there. And so our families are struggling. And these are the conversations, Mayor, that we've had. And we know we can't always please everybody. I recognize that. This is not my first rodeo. And so my job has been over the past 5 years to try and build bridges where the bridge has not been very welcoming or open to you. And to see where I can help extend that olive tree branch to you. Because you're our mayor. You should be the head of this city and you should lead it with dignity. And we should afford opportunities to those who are most challenged. Not gonna lie, it's been incredibly disappointing when we have sat at this dais and we've lost some very critical policies. In my opinion, we all have a difference in perspective. 5-6, 5-6, 5-6. And when we've seen that at the losing end, it's always the Latino caucus. To me, that's a lose-lose, because the optics in a city that is this diverse means everything as well. It is not just how you pack up your stuff at the end of the night and walk away from that chair. It is how you face your community and how you face a city, and whether or not you let the rest of your residents know that they're welcomed or not in a city that's quickly displacing the poorest of the poor. And I have challenged some of you to come to my side of town and see it for yourself if you don't believe it. And so what's on the table is something that I don't think is going to be good for our city. I hope to be proven wrong. Because you're not going to have much opposition, Mayor. We know this. This deal was already negotiated, and it was negotiated without any of us being at the table. You may not have been directly in the room, but your voice was. Individuals who have sworn that you're 2 degrees away from the title of Satan were at the room. And you all made a pact, and you didn't take the Latino caucus into account, who represent half the city, to ask us, do you think this is a good direction for your residents? And now suddenly, the west side of the city thinks that it is just a fantastic idea to change the elections when you guys fought us so hard a year or 2 years ago. And you guys made very compelling arguments, by the way. You almost convinced me. And now suddenly you see the light. How convenient. And I have to tell you, just when I was thinking that the pandemic was at least starting to turn things around and we were starting to see some things, we were starting to get on the same page, at least on some things. And then, you know, the Black Lives Movement comes around to really push us out of our comfort zone, to make us question some really painful realities that we've been grappling with on the city council, to put a mirror in front of us and say, look at yourselves. What have you done to either move the needle or to propagate the same fundamental social ills of society? What have you done? I hear from my council colleague, I'm not going to move the poorest districts into a presidential election because of a technicality. How convenient. How convenient. Let's just leave them out again. If you're that concerned about staggering, then keep 9 and 1 out of it. Because they're wealthy. You don't need to worry about them. Put the poorest districts in there, council member. It's 3, 5, and 7. Those are the poorest districts with the poorest voter turnout. And make sure that we pull them out, because we know it's based on the same exact argument. We know that during a presidential election, there is an uptick in voter engagement. So while you get a strong mayor, potentially a mayor with an extension of 2 years, make sure you don't leave poor people and people of color behind. Make sure that you engage them. Make sure that you get them out, because let me tell you, especially in District 5, Alum Rock is going to change the face of that district. And don't tell me that I'm wrong. Don't come in my district and tell me I'm wrong. One development alone is bringing it in almost 900 units. And they're all at market. So when you have a voter turnout of 8,000 people, you tell me that's not going to change the way people, elect their representative. So I don't really have any questions. All the questions have been asked. I don't want to hear anymore of the answers that are going to get twisted and suddenly, for your convenience sake, suddenly I've just had such a change in heart. I really don't have any questions, Mayor.
Do you have anything further, Councilmember?
Not right now. I might have something a little later.
All right. I'd like to clarify the record about, seem to be a series of allegations about how motions have been made and what results. I think as Councilmember Crosco described it, she said that council members are at the mercy of those who made motions. Now, actually, we're all at the mercy of the majority vote. And regardless of who makes the motion, if a motion doesn't get 6 votes, it dies and different motions get made or not, and we move on. But one way or another, regardless of the order in which people talk or make motions, the motion requires 6 votes. So that is what we're talking about now, is where exactly there are 6 votes. There have been all kinds of suggestions about order in which select folks and so forth. Under Section 502F of the Charter, I have the ability to select folks out of order. I didn't do that in this case. I've been pretty consistent about choosing people in order, which they appear in Zoom. And I've been doing that since we've been using Zoom. So I understand there are grand conspiracy theories, but I want to be clear that regardless in which the order in which anybody talks or makes motion, the only motion that prevails is the one that has a majority vote, and as it should be in democracy.
Mayor.
Councilmember Crosco, I listened to you.
Oh,
I'd like
sorry.
to respond.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Crosco, I know you opined that I didn't in any way engage with you, but I think you know there were many efforts I made to reach out to you over the last week, phone calls and texts, and we had a lengthy conversation on Saturday by phone. And I know you were driving back at the time, and but nonetheless, I think we spent a significant amount of time, and I invited further conversation. I know there is a desire on your part to move the election date of odd districts, and because we're in the same Brown Act, we're able to talk about this. And what I expressed were two views. First of all, that if we're going to have a charter change commission that would be coming up, it may well be the conclusion of that charter change commission that the next mayor does not sit on the council, in which case council members are either going to have to become shrunk or increased in size. There needs to be either 9 or 11 council members, presumably, because you can't have a council with only 10. So that's going to change everything, including redistricting. So that is part of the much more extensive conversation you'd need to have, which we're not going to resolve in a short period of time as we're going to the ballot. The other concern I raised was that this was not part of the fair elections provision before. So it wasn't anything that any of us had talked about or even considered or then even publicly discussed, to my knowledge, at all until I saw the memo. And so I wasn't ready to go jump at something like this, not knowing if there had been any cities previously that had put every person in the council on the same day. I'm told now someone has done that. Apparently, Councilmember Esparza believes that's happened in LA. I don't know. That may be the case. Councilmember Esparza also said that LA is a city and a county. That's not true. LA County is separate from LA City. They have very separate governments. But it may be true that LA did that. I don't know. But I think that's worth us taking a look to figure out how it's worked. I think that's different than what I'm suggesting we do, which is take a very modest step toward a form of government that is the prevailing form of government among major cities in the United States, as opposed to a move where we really haven't studied any of the cities. We don't know how it works. And so that seems to be a good subject for our charter commission. It just hasn't really been in anyone's consciousness until, to my knowledge, it came up on that memo. So that is my view on things. I understand you don't share the view. I get it. And I'm hearing very clearly your frustration. Councilor Crosby, did you want to respond?
No, I just want to, my apologies for the maker of the motion. I wanted to ask for a friendly amendment. That was my only request. And I wanted to ask you if you will please consider adding the 3 districts, if nothing else. If District 9 doesn't want it, District 1 doesn't want it, I don't know what to tell you. I'd like to add all the odd districts into the presidential election.
Councilor McCamus, were you able to hear the question?
Yes, I heard the question. More. First, I don't think that this idea has been vetted out, and I do want to. While I appreciate the apology, I think you took offense to something that I didn't even say. If you go back to the record and talk about how I built my success, I talked about the work that I've done in the community on the Human Relations Commission and trying to build bridges in the community. I keep getting misquoted, and it's a little frustrating, but I understand everybody's got they're passionate about something. I have been working, and I did experience being a refugee, coming here to the United States, to San Jose, living in low-income housing, being on food stamps, both my parents working, having to learn a new language, experiencing racism. And I know that it's tough to understand because I look so white, but I'm an Arab American and I do experience racism. I still experienced it. I experience it to today. People who hate Muslims constantly talk to me about their hate for Muslims, and I'm not Muslim, but I stand up for the Muslim community and for their rights. In fact, I'm trying to broker a meeting with the police department and the POA and with the Muslim community as we speak. I only talk about these issues because I want to highlight the fact that we're all in here to do good things for our community. You included, Councilmember Carrasco. I never have ever belittled anything that you have done for the community, and I never will. I appreciate your work, and I wish the feeling was mutual, that you could appreciate the work that I've done and the experiences that I've lived through, because I don't think that they are unequal to yours. And I know I've been misrepresented. But I may have said something out of passion that I did experience racism, and I have. And like I said, I still experience some misunderstanding and what I feel are racist comments till today about the Arab community. And as far as the amendment, it is not something that I'm willing to accept at the time, because I don't think that it can help, at least at this time, because it could make this messy thing even messier.
Thank you, Councilmember Camus. But the question is, so, I was very naive when I first walked into this seat. I thought, interesting, that so many Latinos like the east side of San Jose. I don't know if it was what came first, the chicken or the egg. Is it because there's so many taco stands, or is it because we created the taco stands? I don't know. Is it because, we just gravitated over there? Just like when my mother came to San Jose, she brought 14,000 family members, believe it or not, into San Jose. What was it? And then I realized, no, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't by chance. It wasn't coincidental. It's not coincidental that in Pokaway, I've got predators preying on my kiddos there and recruiting them into gangs. It's not coincidental that at Round Table, we've got the same issues. It's not coincidental that at Huffman Viamonte, we've got some of the issues that you've been dealing with, right? It's not coincidental that La Wash, which is, by the way, an area also where I grew up, or Horseshoe, shout out to my boy, who's always speaks up, his truth as well. It was by design. And we've talked about this. We were pushed into an area that didn't have sidewalks, didn't have proper drainage, didn't have the kind of resources that, say, for instance, some of the beautiful neighborhoods in Willow Glen, or in the West Side, I should say, the West Side. And so by design, districts with uneven numbers were left out of what has been proven to be a cycle that pulls out and engages greater voter turnout. In other words, the presidential election. We know this. Numbers speak clearer than anything else. Councilmember Davis can tell you she's a numbers person, and so is Councilmember Perales. They know their numbers better than the rest of us. I don't have to prove it. They can probably pull it out quicker than I can. And so if we know this, and if the reason why we're going to go ahead and change the election to a presidential election is to make sure that we engage our voters, then logic follows. Let's make sure that the poorest districts, the most disengaged communities, people of color are included in that conversation? Or is it because it wasn't part of the negotiations that we're not going to include it? Now, you bring up a good point. It hasn't been vetted. Absolutely. But so has some of these issues that we've been talking about. They haven't been vetted. And the vetting will take place in November when we vote for it, correct? When the voter vets it. So let's have them vet it out also and decide whether they want poor communities of color to engage during the presidential cycle. I like that argument. And to your credit, I've never diminished, by the way. I want to put this to rest. I've never diminished the work that you've done, Councilmember Camus, ever. You and I have a wonderful relationship outside of the dais. I don't agree with some of your votes, and I don't agree with some of your political views. That's different. And that's what professionals do. We disagree, we agree to disagree. And when we are off the mic, you and I have a very decent, respectful relationship. And that's what some of our supporters sometimes don't understand. And so one of your supporters was very nasty to me, including your chief. And so I've never diminished your work. I appreciate the work that you do. We work very hard for our residents. The only comment that I made was that instead of us comparing our life experiences to those of others who are struggling, let's make sure that they have the same opportunities that we all had to move ahead, and let's pay it forward. That's the only thing I've ever said. That's by no means diminishing what you've gone through. I appreciate what you've gone through. And I appreciate the work that you've put in to make sure that our city is an inclusive city. Don't always agree on things, but that's okay. That's par for the course. Thank you. Well, I hope that you can still consider my amendment, and I hope that in light of the issues that we've been discussing, and because you are such an inclusive council member and you've been working so hard for our community, I hope that you will consider rolling the odd districts, especially 3, 5, and 7, into the presidential election, sir, so that our residents, our voters will be fully engaged and make sure that they come out to vote during the presidential election, just as we're doing with the mayor's race. Would you please consider it?
Councilmember Campbell said, I think a simple yes or no would be fine. I think this has been discussed quite a bit.
I have considered it and I'm not going forward with it at this time. Thank you.
I'm very disappointed in you, Camus.
Okay, Councilmember Arenas, you raised your hand and then put it down and put it back up. Ordinarily, you would have been in front of Councilmember Davis. Did you want to speak at this time?
Yes, I'm so sorry. My computer, I've connected with the mouse and it's going all crazy. I apologize. It kept trying to undo it, but yes, I appreciate that, Mayor. So I appreciate Councilmember Carrasco. I think, you know, part of the passion I think that you hear from her and you've heard from me is doing right by our community. Now, I have a very different community than she does, but we do share the border of, I'm so sorry. We do share the border of district, her District 5 around Tully and King. And so that's where a lot of my efforts go into, you know, to level the playing field. And then I have, in my district, I have 3 country clubs and at the highest medium household income. And so, you know, a lot of those folks know how to maneuver the system and know how to ask for services. And that's how our system is built, is upon request, if you will. And so they know how to do that. I don't worry about them so much. I support them as well, because that's what I'm appointed to do, to support all of my community. And I have a really strong middle class that's really struggling right now, because those are the folks who can't really go to work and be the essential service workers exactly, but they can't work from home. So I have a bit of a combination in my district, and I recognize that. But the area that compels me to do the most in terms of work is the area that has been overlooked and under-resourced, and I have to make sure that I level off the playing field for them. And so that's why a lot of this work is really important. So one of the and so I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember Carrasco. I don't know why we don't want to level the playing field for our communities in a legislative way. And so for me, this question is not just for Councilmember Kalmus, but it's also for you, Vice Mayor. Do you want to support leveling the playing field for all of our city?
Is there a question for the Vice Mayor? Okay.
I was sorry, I was answering your question, but I was on mute. Sorry about that. Yes, I want to have a level playing field.
So how do you intend that we do that? I think Councilmember Carrasco brings up a really good, I'm not necessarily, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not necessarily supportive of extending a 2-year term for anyone that hasn't asked our constituents, and they don't have the right to appoint themselves. I actually think that everybody who's going to get an extension shouldn't do that. But here we are in this conversation, and the first time that we're actually really negotiating. And so the question for you, Vice Mayor, is could you help support leveling the playing field for all of those districts that are not in a presidential year? Because I think part of what prompted you to support the fair elections is encouraging folks to vote and having maximum participation.
So to answer your question, is that's something that I could support. A little more complicated because while we were having the discussion and I was listening to Councilmember Carrasco, I had an idea that popped in my head is how could we flip the districts and have the odd number districts during the presidential year and the even number districts in the midterm elections.
That's another option.
So that was an idea that just popped in my head that would address Councilmember Carrasco's issue. I don't know how we can work through something like that in this process, but I would be extremely supportive of an effort to do something like that to address the concerns and make it a level playing field.
I appreciate that. That's really quick thinking on your feet in terms of solutions. And I've always seen you as that collaborator because I do admire that. I want to also call myself a collaborator. I've always had that spirit in me. Although some of the issues that have come before us have made me really strike a strong stance in issues, and so it seems like there's not really any room for conversation, and so I don't want to be unreasonable, but I know that we're all, we all strongly believe in something, and so I appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate you making that suggestion, and this is the process that the mayor has chosen for us to have these conversations. And so I think this is the time to actually have them. That we won't have another time. We won't have a commission. We won't have community engagement. And so I would like to make that friendly amendment as stated by Vice Mayor. So Councilmember Camus, would you adopt a friendly amendment so that we can take a look at how and ask staff to figure out how can we integrate all those odd districts into the presidential year as stated by our Vice Mayor?
Councilor Reyes, are you asking for that friendly amendment for all that work to be done between now and July 28th?
Right, yes, because this is the process that we've chosen to develop this. And so, unless you want to defer the whole thing and then we take our time and really delve into this as we should as the legislators, right?
No, I suggested we defer that because it's, to my knowledge, hasn't been done in any city in the country. And I just looked, and apparently Los Angeles just had their primary elections in 2020 in March for districts 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12, and 14. And they're going to have their general elections in November. So I don't.
Yeah, but we're not LA. They're off by millions and millions of people out there. And so I think this is a more manageable scenario. We also haven't had a proposal come in the very last council meeting before summer session, before break. And so this is all new. And I think we got to just roll with the punches here and figure out what is amenable to not only the majority of you who will be voting yes on this ultimately, but to our constituents and to the people that you continue to say that you stand up for. And so when there is an area of movement, then I would think, Mayor, as a leader, that you would encourage that kind of collaboration instead of creating some obstacles like we don't have enough time. Well, I would argue that you're absolutely right. We don't have enough time. So let's put this all to rest and discuss it for a whole year so we can really vet this and be thoughtful in what we put in front of the voters. But that's not the case. So the case is that we're doing this on the fly today. And I'm asking Councilmember Camus for an amendment to reflect what Vice Mayor has accepted as agreeable.
Councilmember Rennes already responded.
So I'm sorry, Mayor, but I am asking Councilmember Camus for that friendly amendment.
You engaged with me, and so I'm responding to what.
No, I am actually, my question was for Councilmember Camus, and I just finished saying Councilmember Camus.
That's fine. I'm telling you, the reason why LA was mentioned was because Councilmember Esparza volunteered that LA had in fact changed their districts to all be aligned. That hasn't been the case. And so what my point was, is that to my knowledge, this hasn't been done in any city in the country. So we
Yeah,
don't have
that's
any.
not my, but that's not my argument. My argument is not that it hasn't been done. My argument is that we need to level the playing field. And so that's the objective. If we're thinking about what the objective is here, that's the result that I'd like to see. And so, so far, there isn't anything on the table to do that. And you know, Councilmember Esparza, and I think she very eloquently laid out her arguments, is completely different person than I am. And so, you know, she might have brought that point up, but that's not what we're discussing here. What we're discussing here is making something work for everyone. This is what's at the table. And so, Vice Mayor, you've said that you would be open to exploring how and having staff figure out how can we have the odd number districts come into a presidential year and possibly having them in earlier in the year and then in the general, and so splitting them up. And so, you know, I think there's a very viable solution there. And so I'd like to ask you, Councilmember Camus, to look at this on the merit of not whether this can happen or not, because there's a lot of things on the table that we think should have happened in 5 years worth time, in 2 years worth time. But here we are on the very last day of our council meetings talking about something that's going to completely change our city and how we all conduct business and the role of each of the council members here. So will you accept that friendly amendment?
First, I do like the idea. I don't think it fits well into this because I think it makes things much more complicated. For one, do I get 2 more years? I'm termed out in a few months, and you know, what does that mean? I think it's an extremely good idea that we should pursue. You know, and the next city council should look at this. I think it's a good idea. I just don't think it belongs on this motion here.
Well, Councilmember Camus, I don't know that we, you know, great leaders say, let's wait until somebody else solves the problem. I think you've been a leader, you've in your own right. I don't agree with many of your policy, but you've gone against the current many times, and you've made very bold moves here. And so I'm asking you to be bold for the council that you're part of right now, to accept this, and at the very least consider this so that staff can bring back that option. I think that we're asking staff to do lots of work. I don't know that this is any more than what we're already asking for. So would you please accept this amendment to have staff review this alternative? And in it, I don't know, maybe there is a 2-year extension. I think in my Councilmember Carrasco and Esparza's memo, they have an alternative in which I think gives an extension of 2 years for all those council members. Now, I'm not saying that I'm absolutely for it, but that could be an option, right? And I think if it serves the council, why wouldn't we? So Councilmember Camus, could you please consider this as part of your amendment to include looking at this for our July 28th meeting?
So I think that this current thing is even more bold than I had already expected to move. And I feel, I have to tell you that I feel that I've already moved way further than I've wanted to move to begin with. And this is even further that.
How so, Councilmember Camus, so I can understand that a little bit more?
Yeah, well, I wasn't in favor of moving the mayoral, I can't even say that word, mayoral election to the presidential cycle to begin with, and I've coalesced around that. not because I like it, but because I've moved to what I feel is the center, and moved to where I feel that you all wanted to move. I think you guys wanted, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you guys wanted that by supporting that ballot initiative. So I feel like I have moved, and I feel like I don't want to compromise even more. Not that this would be a compromise. This is a good idea, and I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying that this is not the right time to move forward with it, because it actually opens a lot more questions than it solves. Least of all, it would seem self-serving to myself if I were to put forward this and ask for the public to give me 2 more years when somebody's already been elected to replace me. So I have serious misgivings, and this is why I don't dismiss that this is a good idea, and I think it should be thought of. And by the way, I think the councils should understand, and the public should understand, that this is the first time in election history that the entire county will receive their ballots 30 days in advance of the actual election. Everybody who's registered to vote will have the opportunity to vote. And I think that while I've never believed, that I never believed that you should be forced to do your civic duty, this is going to be in people's faces, that their ballot is actually going to be in their hand for 30 days. And it's up to them to actually participate in the election. And you can't force people to participate, in my opinion. So I think that in the future, and I think there will be better turnouts for everybody's districts if we as councils, or if we as leaders, encourage our constituents and our friends and family to actually participate, because there is no requirement for them to even go to a ballot box or put a postage stamp on anything. This is going to be the easiest election ever to have voted. And I think, like I said, this is one step. This is one step, I think, that I'm willing to make, and I'm not willing to mix it up even more at this point.
Yeah, it reminds me of a phrase, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. And so just on what you've said, Councilmember Camus, it doesn't make sense that we would consider this for the mayor, yet we wouldn't consider this for council members. And if you think it's self-serving for you, then I think it also that also applies to the mayor, that it's very self-serving to him. And so these aren't easy tasks, to take on. To change this completely for the city of San Jose, we're asking our folks to do quite a bit. And it also reminds me of something I think the mayor said early on when we were talking about COVID-19. And he quoted something that a former Obama chief of staff said, which is, never let a crisis go to waste. And that couldn't ring truer right now in terms of a political movement. Because you have just finished saying that we all agree to it. And I think what you mean is those who might be considered labor friendly, right? Because this is a deal between labor and chamber. But I want to ask, Mayor, did you build consensus with the Brown Act? Because in your Brown Act, you have Councilmember Carrasco, Councilmember Esparza, and who else is it on your Brown Act?
Vice Mayor Jones.
Vice Mayor Jones and yourself. So did you build consensus, or did you check in with Councilmember Carrasco, or maybe Councilmember Carrasco, were you asked what you thought of this and how to build this proposal? Because I want to know, obviously I can't speak to you because we're not in the same Brown Act. So did you, what was your role in building this proposal, Councilmember Carrasco? Or Councilmember Esparza, either one of you. What was your role? in
Sure,
building
I'll answer that. I was not asked. I did not speak to the mayor. I wasn't asked, and I also did not reach out to him. By then, part of it I was ill, and then I had seen all the flurry of memos go out certainly without my input. I did manage to have a conversation with Councilmember Carrasco. I see her come up, so I'll let her answer that. I was able during the time I was out ill to have a conversation with Councilmember Carrasco and Jimenez. At that point in time, I don't believe they had had discussions with the mayor. I did reach out to Councilmember Jones to have a conversation about my feelings on the strong mayor component. And that's it. I mean, I certainly, we were never consulted, and in the backroom deals, I certainly was not consulted to get, I mean, it was presented as a done deal. Thank you.
Got it.
And if I could just respond to that, and you're right, Mayor. We had several long conversations. We always have engaging conversations. Again, it's one of the things that I've always appreciated about the relationship that we have. That we're able to engage, and we're able to. I thought, have the kind of relationship that allows me to express what my concerns are, what the needs of the community happen to be, and feel that you're always incredibly receptive. In this case, the engagement was just a friendly conversation, because it didn't matter what my concerns were, and it didn't matter that I was on board or not on board. Usually a Brown Act is an attempt to come up with some sort of a middle ground, or to see how we give and take. The idea of rolling in the districts, the odd districts, was not even a consideration. Again, now it's become very, very clear, because it wasn't part of the negotiation packet that was already put into place by all the other actors, that, obviously conversations that we were not part of. We were not, in that room. We were not part of that dialogue. So, any kind of memo that we were going to put out was going to just thrown aside. We're not going to be considered in any of the friendly amendments, as we're seeing clearly here, that no matter what arguments we make, they can be sound arguments, but they can be compelling arguments. I think they're compelling arguments if we're talking about voter engagement, which that's what a fair election is. If we're talking about representing poor people, people of color, which is what we're all been talking about, which is leveling the playing field, which is what we've been talking about when we talk about COVID-19. We talked about signing that equity pledge, again, empty promises, and yet we're still, it's like moving, Mount Fuji. We're never going to do it. It's just never going to happen. It's never going to happen. So those conversations were it was a futile exercise. It was a futile exercise. The votes were there, and my vote doesn't matter. My vote and the folks that I'm representing on the east side of San Jose does not matter. It didn't matter to that conversation, and it didn't matter to all the individuals. And it's really unfortunate, because I consider them my allies on so many other issues that we've been fighting for. Didn't matter. Didn't matter.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that on either side, we were not consulted. We were told it was a done deal after the deal was made. I believe that's a definition of a backroom deal.
Yes, I agree with you, Councilmember Esparza, because if this was not a backroom deal, we wouldn't have to be thinking on the fly about how to resolve this, and we would have studies, we would have a commission, we would have some analysis, and we sort of did. We have a quick analysis from our city manager, yet none of those points in terms of his point of diminishing an independent professional voice, or that the structure is not functional. I think the mayor shot back really quick at our city manager on that. And so it just tells me this is what the relationship is going to look like come January 1st if voters are fooled into voting for this. And they also started out with our community deserves to be included. This is coming from all of the professional administrators in this city, yet all of you, Councilmember Foley, Councilmember Davis, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Camus, and Mayor, you are all saying that you don't value the professional opinion of our administration, and you don't take it into account. So you will not work any of those recommendations, beginning with honoring our community. And I'll tell you the difference why, because they are public servants in a government. And I believe that all of you might think that this is a business and a corporation, and that, you know, this is like a hostile takeover. And you're used to working in a business environment, maybe with the exception of Councilmember Davis. But this is not a corporation. You are public servants, and you are elected not to decide everything for our constituents, but to include them in your decisions. And so I agree that this is all backroom deal. I don't know, Mayor, if you want to add anything in terms of why you wouldn't include any of the feedback that you got from the two members in your Brown Act that actually represent the most underrepresented and that would be most impacted by this decision.
Sure. I texted Councilmember Carrasco several times before we were able to finally connect, I believe on Saturday. And by that point, there was a memorandum that she had authored, and I explained for pretty much the same reasons I articulated today, that if there's going to be a dramatic change in the number, for example, in the number of council seats and a reorganization and ultimately redistricting, then all that discussion about who goes on what election year is going to be completely thrown back into uncertainty through that commission process. So that was concern number one. Concern number two is I wasn't aware that this had ever been done in any city where we put all the elections for all the seats in the same year. And I had some concerns about just how chaotic that becomes, where every single member of the council is running exactly at the same time, and how disruptive that could be, particularly in times when, you know, it just so happens we're in the middle of an election season, but there are really important matters we have to pull everybody in on. It's hard enough to get the attention of those who are involved in their own elections, and it could be even more challenging if it's everyone at once. And so that's why I indicated I wasn't eager to go down this path. But certainly, if we're having a commission anyway, then this is one of those things. Let's put it in the commission, figure out how we can come up with a better allocation that ensures that people are, you know, we get better turnout. I'm happy to do that. I just don't think this is something we're going to figure out in the next 4 weeks.
Well, you don't strike me as the type of leader that will limit himself just because it hasn't been done. And I don't know that this is chaotic, except that there's uncertainty for sure. And I think the uncertainty comes from the lack of analysis on the matter and the lack of vetting these matters. But yet, well, here we are. I think a call to Councilmember Carrasco this Saturday, 3 days before we actually have a discussion, I think is disingenuous in terms of reaching out. But you could have changed your proposal between Saturday and yesterday, giving you enough time to incorporate what she wanted or what Councilmember Esparza wanted. But you decided not to do that. Because one, you said it hasn't been done, and it's hard to hold the attention of stakeholders, and because it's chaotic. But what I really am hearing you say, because you've said this hasn't been done, but this kind of move also hasn't been done, but yet here we are, right? And you're initiating something that hasn't been done before in terms of process, at least in this city. Because in this city, as Councilmember Esparza laid out, there's always been a revision charter commission. But you are breaking the mold and not following what other public administrators and other leaders that have laid out the success of San Jose to do. You've decided to do something completely different. And so I don't know that I can believe that your reasoning is absolutely true, because it could be true. If it was true, then you wouldn't be doing what you're doing right now. And we would be having a discussion about charter revision commission.
So it'd be important to clarify some facts, Councilmember Reyes. In fact, it wasn't just a phone call I made on Saturday. There was a call on Friday, June 19th. There was a subsequent text and reach out the Thursday, Friday, and then finally the phone call on Saturday. So there were several attempts, and we're both busy people, and I understand that. Councilmember Crosco is moving fast, I'm moving fast, and this is challenging stuff.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I know that this came to rules just last Wednesday, right? But you've said that this issue has been discussed for a really long time. And so you've had a Brown Act with Councilmember Carrasco and Councilmember Esparza for about a year now. And so I think the meaningful conversations need to be planned, and a sign of a good leader means you're listening. And then despite whether it serves you or doesn't, you build in some recommendations from the people who are around you, who know the city or their district best of all.
Councilmember Reyes, the Brown Act you referred to is on the Fair Elections Initiative. That's what we're Brown Act on.
When I asked Rick, I recognize that, Mayor. I'm glad you brought that up, because when my chief of staff asked Rick, I thought there were two different Brown Acts. Strong Mayor is one, and then Fair Elections is the other. But yet he said, roll it all up into one. It is one Brown Act and nothing more. Is that right, Rick?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the items have been merged, so it's one Brown Act.
Right.
So that's why we had no opportunity to discuss prior to it being relevant, because the Fair Elections Initiative failed to make the ballot only very recently because of the count of the signatures falling short. So it wasn't a relevant consideration to have a year ago. It came up now because the circumstances were quite recent, in which it was obvious that the measure was not going to make the ballot.
Right. So you decided to combine these two, and I think legislatively at a higher level, that's what they refer to as is that log rolling, right? And this is what I was talking about yesterday, where, what I did, what I do to my kids so that they could have their broccoli and they can have their zucchini and have something good, but without knowing. But it's not their choice, because I'm their mother. And so I get to tell them what it is that is good for them. That's my role as a mom. I get to tell my kids what's good for them. And what's good for them is vegetables, right? So I cut them up really good, and I combine them in the food that I make. And so I see the same thing that you're doing, except legislatively, this is called log rolling, where you mix in, this vote here and that vote here. And this is what all of my other colleagues are referring to in terms of backroom deals. And so I just want to make it just very clear that, and to Councilmember Combs, because this is what you brought up, that, we all agreed to it. And I think you were overgeneralizing and thinking that I'm going to be 100% behind the folks who you think are my allies. Here I am standing strong because my allies are not always my friends, and my friends aren't always my allies. And I've learned that really, really hard the first year of service here. And I continue to learn that at a very different level. And so for you to, your reasonings to not accept friendly amendments, Councilmember Camus, I want them to be noted as baseless. And that you are not going to accept any amendments because this is what you set up, and this is the argument that I had last night about both of you and Lundiep raising your hands so you could set this up. And what I think Councilmember Perales has already made a point about, that right now we're stuck. You're saying that you want to have conversations. Well, Mayor, you want to have conversations within the time frame that you want in terms of what you want to speak about, but everything else gets excluded. And so you've heard loud and clear, our residents last night have said that they don't even agree with this. They don't agree with this. Some folks have said, I don't agree with the process. Like, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind whether I want a strong mayor or not. Now, I agree on some, there's some merit in your pursuit for a strong mayor in terms of accountability. And I'm 100%, I could have maybe been behind it, but the public administration in me says this is not part of a process. And because it hasn't been vetted and because our community hasn't been engaged, I can't accept this for on just those that criteria alone. And so I just want to make it really clear, Councilmember Camus, that regardless of what you are saying are your reasons for not accepting an amendment, they are baseless because we have just kind of untangled all of that. And so I'm going to move on to actually some of the questions that I really wanted to ask our city manager, because I think
why don't you ask those questions as soon as we return from the lunch hour? It's now 12.
Okay.
This for 3 hours. So why don't we take a break and return at 1, and we can start up with your questions.
Okay, so I have to take my daughter to the dentist, believe it or not, during lunch hour. So could somebody else please go before me, and so then
Sure. We could go to Councilmember Davis and then come back to you whenever you're
wonderful.
available.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll break until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Let's reconvene the meeting for afternoon meeting for July 1st. Tony, are you available?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you
Inez?
please call roll?
Perales,
Here.
Dieppe, Roscoe. Here. Thank you. Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you. I know Councilmember Arenas said she may not be available in the early part of this hour. Again, I'll just give a quick shout out. Councilmember Arenas, if you are able to hear us, please let us know. If not, we'll go to Councilmember Davis and then come back to Councilmember Arenas when she's available. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Before I get into my remarks, I want to make sure I completely understand the three options that have been sent back to staff in the motion to the city attorney's office. So I understand obviously I understand the extension of the current term, but option 2 was to have a 2-year term in 2022. The memos that were going around were the memo for this was from Councilmember Arenas, this idea, and it said that it didn't count to any terms. So I'm wondering if that means that person would be allowed to only one more term after that, if it was somebody new, for example, or if it would be the person who got elected in 2022, if they were new, they had a 2-year term and then 2 4-year terms. And this might be getting into the weeds, but I just want to make sure our intent is clear to the city attorney's office. And Vice Mayor Jones, since it was your amendment, I'm going to ask you.
Yes, so it'd be 2 and then 2 4-year terms.
Okay, so it would be a total of a possible total of 10.
Possible total of 10.
Okay, and then having a 6-year term in 2022, again, they would be allowed one 4-year term after that.
That's correct.
And so it would be a total of 10 either way.
That's correct.
So whether it's option 1, option 2, or option 3, it's a total of 10 years possible for whoever that person is.
Somebody, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Yep.
So I have been listening and over the last very many hours now and written down a bunch of, I had a bunch of notes that have already been discussed, but I think it's worth going through them anyway. So firstly, I do want to say that while we're, when we're considering a potential change in our city government, from a council manager system to a mayor council format, there are a lot of competing thoughts, and there are a lot of valid competing thoughts. Many of them were shared with me by I think it's about 1,000 people who've contacted me over the last week or contacted my office. And like Councilmember Foley, it was split down the middle, 50-50, don't put this on the ballot or put it on the ballot versus put it on the ballot. I've had a lot of competing thoughts of my own, and not just in the last week or in the last day that we've been talking about this, but over the years, because this topic is a commonly discussed topic in civic life in San Jose. In fact, even as a neighborhood association leader, it would come up just in conversation with other people in my neighborhood who had been around the city and involved in local government, local politics for many years. So the idea of changing the council manager form of government and moving to a mayor council form of government, but on that spectrum, I think somebody mentioned it was a spectrum. It is. I think it was Vice Mayor Jones. It is a continuum, and this would shift a little bit more to the continuum. Anyway, when thinking about these things, I keep coming back to two kind of guiding stars for me. They're quotes that have stuck with me since high school, and I'm sure they are, you're all familiar with them. And the first one is, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I actually had to look up who said it, because, or wrote it, as it turns out, because it's used so often that I didn't know who to attribute it to. And his name was Lord Acton, and he actually, that was written in 1887. And it's so ingrained in us. I thought it was actually before our founding fathers. I thought they had used that tenet in guiding them. But it's after the fact, obviously. And the other one is longer, and it's from the Federalist Papers, in fact, number 51, which Madison wrote. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. And that's always the thing that sticks with us. And of course, back in those days, it was men, it wasn't men and women. So I'm just gonna say the quote the way it was written. Again, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself. A dependence on the people is no doubt the primary control on the government, but experience has taught mankind the necessity of auxiliary precautions. And it is that full quote that I keep coming back to, and in fact, I have it in my notes, and I've been looking at it since yesterday when we've started our discussion. And so for me, what I'm always thinking about in everything we're talking about is that any form of government that we come up with must have sufficient checks and balances built in. That's why I want to thank Councilmember Camus for his memo that put additional checks in place. I think it's really important for us to consider that what we put in place now is going to outlast the 11 of us, as we know, by decades. And it's really hard for us to take ourselves out of it. And I want to thank Councilmember Depp for his arguments and for his discussion and keeping it at a high level and keeping it from being personal and thinking about the form of government as he likes to do. He loves that 30,000 foot view, and I really appreciate that. But the checks actually address one of the issues that came up in public comment last night. And I know it was a long time ago, and I'm glad I wrote a note about it, because now that I'm looking at this, I didn't remember this morning that I wanted to address this issue. And it was somebody saying, well, if whoever the mayor is can just put any city manager in place and it'll just be a yes man or a yes woman. And they'll do the same thing with the directors so that they get whatever they want. But Councilmember Camus's memo addresses that, firstly. And secondly, any good leader wants their staff members to challenge their thinking and to make them better. And all of us have staff members, and I think all of us have chiefs of staff. I know I chose a chief of staff who isn't aligned with me politically on every single issue. It's maybe half, it's maybe a little bit more than that. And we have good debates, and it makes me a better council member, and it serves our residents better. So anyone who wants a yes man or a yes woman in the city manager position or any of the director positions is a sign of poor leadership. And that's something that Councilmember Camus's memo guards against, which I think is very healthy. And so I have some other thoughts, and I've tried to put them in order, and I don't think they necessarily kind of segue into each other, but I think they're important to discuss. What we have on the table is a compromise, and it is something that moving the mayoral elections to 2024 and increasing the mayor's term for 2 years wasn't something, when I first heard it, when Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Carrasco brought it up, I think it was a year ago or so, wasn't something at first glance that I thought was a good idea. Because I worried about the interim elections and moving the mayoral election to the presidential year and then having the odd numbered years kind of be the odd one out. There's a gubernatorial election that year. But I've listened to kind of what's been going on, and I understand that there's higher turnout in presidential election years, particularly in our traditionally underserved populations. And I think also we have a really great county that has tried to make it very easy to vote and very convenient to vote, so that there isn't any reason not to have really good turnout. We haven't given that a fair shot. We've only had one primary where we've had these mail-in ballots. We're going to have one presidential election year where we have the mail-in ballots, and we'll see in 2022 what that does. My hope is that it increases turnout a lot for everyone, because having 50% or less turnout is a travesty to our representative democracy. That being said, again, we've talked about turnout a lot. Anything we put forward does need to increase rather than decrease transparency in our city government. For our busy residents who may or may not vote every 2 to 4 years, and who frankly aren't that interested at other times. And I think we all know the 60 attendees watching right now are not representative of our average resident. So while I'm not yet personally convinced that a mayor-council form of government is best for our city, and I will put that out there, I'm not convinced. I think we need to be having this conversation with our residents. And as it stands now, our council manager form of government is not clear to people. In a pandemic, they didn't know where to turn. When in a time of civil unrest, they didn't know where to turn or who was accountable to them. This is the perfect time to be having these discussions, because now there's attention. So I'm glad that we're having this discussion now, and I don't think it's last minute. We often put things on the ballot literally the last day or 2 days before they're due. This is well before that we're having this discussion and having back and forth and still talking about potential new ideas. And so I'm glad we're having another discussion in 4 weeks before we finalize the measure, to give us more time to think through what we passed today, hopefully today. If this goes into tomorrow, you guys, I'm out. And it gives us time to reach out to our residents, as I know we will all do this month. That is usually our break, because this is really important. And we will all want our residents to weigh in on this. And then hopefully we can refine our ideas further before they go to the voters. And regardless of what comes on whatever it was, July 18th, 10 days before our July 28th meeting, I think we all know that we can give Rick further direction on July 28th, and he will come back to us on August 4th. with our refinements, and we can even refine again because we will have like 2 more days. Sorry, Rick, but I know you'll do it because you've done it before. So we do have time to refine, and what we decide today doesn't have to be exactly what goes on the ballot. And in fact, we've already made a motion to ask for 3 options for us to consider. So I do want to address one thing that's been discussed a little bit here already today. Having all the council seats on the ballot at the same time, I think that would really hinder rather than help the strength of the council relative to the mayor, regardless of what form of government we have, whether we change or not. Because having the potential for an entirely new council with 0 institutional knowledge seems to me to be a recipe for disaster. And you want to talk about not being accountable? Rick's been at the city for 30 years. Many of our directors have been at the city for many, many years, decades. Our deputy city managers. They have more institutional knowledge than us, which gives them a lot of power, even though they are not elected. And we don't talk about that, but I think it's important to mention that when we're talking about our form of government. And they do give professional opinions, and it is very valued. So I'm just going to use one example that I've had many times in the course of my 3.5 years in office, is working with the Department of Transportation staff and them coming to me and they go by rules. So residents will come to me and say, we're having all these crashes. We're having all these crashes on our street or a busy street right by our house. And what can be done? And I go to the Department of Transportation and they say, this actually happened. And they say, well, we don't see all these crashes. We're not getting that data. So I go back to the residents and I say, what are all these crashes you're talking about? The DOT doesn't get them. They're saying it's X and you're saying it's Y. So I work with the residents and I provide that bridge. And then the residents set up a camera and they show the DOT that all of the crashes that are happening don't get reported, and they're pretty bad. And they're 1 a month more than the 2 a year that we're getting reported. And then we work back and forth. So the institutional knowledge and the specialized knowledge of the Department of Transportation engineers is very valued and valid. And what our residents are experiencing is also valued and valid. And our role as council members is to provide that bridge. And luckily, we have a DOT that is willing to work with us in that area. And I don't see that changing regardless of who the director is. Although I will say, when Jim Orpal moved up, he and I had a great working relationship, moved up to become deputy city manager. I was worried. Who's that next director going to be? I don't know, John Risto. I don't know how we're going to work together. Is it going to be the same kind of relationship? And how will that impact how we work together? So I'm grateful that that is still, the department still works the same, but we can't guarantee that. And we have 0 say over that. I mean, we rubber stamp who the director is, but has anyone ever really, in the time that I've been on council, the director comes, they come to us with the director and present it to us as a fait accompli, and we rubber stamp it and say, yeah. We had no say in the hiring process. We don't know who the other candidates were. That's a lot different than having an elected person there in the hiring process, asking the questions and knowing who the other candidates are. Very different. So I want to get back to the putting all the council seats on the ballot at the same time. hindering the strength of the council relative to the mayor. I got a little off track, but I just, it's that kind of institutional knowledge, being able to rely on Vice Mayor Jones, on Councilmember Camus, on other council members who were there before me, who have been there and can kind of show me the ropes and tell me how it goes. And I would put Councilmember Perales in that bucket too. Since we share a border, we've worked on a lot of things together and it's been very helpful. So I'm agnostic about whether the odd numbered years or the odd numbered districts or the even numbered districts happen in the presidential or gubernatorial years. And maybe it's time to switch. But again, I think it's probably not a change we want to make at the same time that we change our form of government. That seems like something to me that Blue Ribbon Commission that Vice Mayor Jones put in his memo, it's a really good idea for them to look at that and to consider that. And I don't have a problem with it. And maybe we have to reopen that discussion every time we have a census. But it's really helpful that we have the census right now, and we'll be having redistricting, and it's a good time to be having these discussions. I'd also like to know, as part of that, when that commission meets, what the voter turnout is for each of the districts in the presidential versus the gubernatorial years. Because the Carrasco and Esparza memo had what the turnout was for the even numbered districts in the presidential year and what the turnout was for the odd numbered districts in the gubernatorial year. But we don't know the flip. And I'd like to know what those are and what the percentages are of the registered voters that vote, because then we're talking about apples to apples comparisons. So when it comes to having campaign finance reforms, let's be really clear. We have not been really clear about why we put them in the charter, why they should be in the charter. It means that campaign finances and campaign finance reforms can't be used by one side or the other, whichever side is dominant at the time, to hinder their opposition in the next election. That's really what it means, to try to hamstring your opponents at an opportune moment is what you could do if it's in an ordinance. And that's, for me, that's going back again to that Federalist Papers quote, right? We need to put these checks on ourselves. And the first check is the people. And regarding changing the form of government at the same time as electing a new mayor, I think that's also not a recipe for success. I think I took enough courses and been through enough reorganizations in the nonprofit world to understand that change management it's a whole thing. It's very difficult. And asking a newly elected mayor to learn how to be mayor at the same time as to lead an organization through a change in structure, I think it's just setting that person, whoever it is, up for failure. And that's not fair to that person, whoever it is. I wouldn't wish that on you, Councilmember Perales, since we know that you want to run for mayor, since you talked about it today. I wouldn't wish that on you. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And I for sure would not wish that on any of our employees at the city of San Jose, nor on our residents, because it serves no one well. So we got to take ourselves out of it, and we got to think about that. Does it really make sense to have a new person guiding that through change, guiding through that change? I don't think so. And I'm okay with the 6-year term. I don't think that's not extraordinary. It's what our US senators have and have had forever. I think it's in the Constitution. So I'm not opposed to the idea of giving the voters a say, but on a 2-year term, but it would have to be open to our current mayor as well. Because I would want the voters to weigh in on whether they wanted a new person to lead that organization through change. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't. I would rather have an experienced mayor who already knows our city guiding us through that change than someone new. I also want to talk a little bit. I only have 2 more points, you guys. I know I've been talking for a long time, but I've been waiting a long time too. Councilmember Depp's option 2. So on his second page of his memo, he has an alternate set of steps. Clarifications, really, as far as I can see, to get into the details about how Vice Mayor Jones's proposal could work in a practical way. And I wanted to ask you, first, Rick, if these things are appropriate for a charter measure, if they would go in the charter, or if they would be something that would be more as an ordinance and something we would talk about later.
In looking at that, I mean, I think the first 3 items, you're looking at the alternative, right?
Yes, I'm looking at the alternative. So let me read them off because
Yeah, I have them in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, you still want to read them for the audience. It's up to you.
I'll read them for the audience because I know not everybody has. I have 2 other screens up besides the one that my camera's on, and I just want to make sure everybody can see or can understand. The first one is keep the mayor as a member of the council, but only as a tie-breaking vote. Number 2, not require the mayor to attend city council meetings. And number 3, designate the vice mayor as the person who chairs the council meetings. So with those 3, Rick, you said would be taken.
I think Roman numeral 1 through 3 would be, I'd assume, in the charter. That's how I'd approach it.
Okay. So I would ask then, Vice Mayor, have you given thought to those items? They're just a little bit, it's like they take what you put in place and they kind of make it a little more practical on what it would mean for the day-to-day. You're on mute.
Thank you. No, I haven't taken those into consideration, council member.
So I'm wondering, Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Camus, as the makers of the motion, the second of the motion, what you think about adding those as clarifications?
And Councilor Davis, could I just ask you to repeat the clarifications you liked added? I think I just failed to follow, and I'm like,
Oh, that's okay. No problem. Like I said, I've had a lot of time to think about this while I've been sitting and listening and trying to incorporate everyone's comments. So number 1 is to keep the mayor as a member of the council, but only as a tie-breaking vote, and not require the mayor to attend council meetings. And 3 would designate the mayor as the person who chairs council meetings. Obviously, in the absence, it doesn't say this, but I think it means in the absence of the mayor being in attendance.
the vice mayor would preside.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and so what you're contemplating is more of a strong mayor. You would potentially take the mayor out of the council, is that right?
Well, it would provide slightly more separation, but I think, as you know, Mayor, the vast majority of our votes are 11-0. I'm sure somebody has the stats on that, and believe it or not, I don't. Even though I like statistics, I do not keep track. But it would make the mayor a tie-breaking vote and would not require the mayor to be at council meetings.
Right.
Presumably, at least the way that I read this, was the mayor having basically being having a job description change and having more say and more to do in the day-to-day running of the city.
Right.
It just may be a better time management issue.
Right, and Councilmember Davis, what you're describing actually is moving, my continuum. What you're describing is actually moving the mayor's authority further along that continuum towards strong mayor. And I don't believe that we're there yet in the process. This is a baby step that we're taking. But so I wouldn't be receptive to making that type of structural change to our proposal at this time. But that's a perfect topic to bring up in a charter commission or a blue ribbon commission.
Understood. I'm not as clear that moves the mayor further along and gives the mayor more power, honestly. Like you're talking about, Vice Mayor, because I think what it does is it clarifies that the mayor will have more to do in another realm and take something off the plate, as opposed to piling more on and keeping it the same.
Right, but
So that was the way that I read that.
mm-hmm. One problem with that, Councilmember Davis, is you're right. In your proposal, it doesn't necessarily give the mayor any additional authority. But if you're going to structure it the way you described, then you're actually creating a scenario where the mayor would need additional authority, like a veto or some other authority to be able to offset not actively engaging and participating in council meetings, not always participating in votes. So literally your proposal is actually diminishing some of the mayor's capabilities or abilities, but not giving him a commensurate level of authority to offset that. At least the way I interpret this.
Yeah, I thought it was a good, again, not going farther, but a better check. And it would actually require some of the members of the council who feel like they've been on too many losing 6-5 votes. And by the way, I've been on council long enough to have been on losing 6-5 votes multiple times myself, and many in the first 2 years in office. I know how that feels and how frustrating it can be. It would require the 10 remaining members of council to find more compromise.
Councilor Davis, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is it possible, it seems to me under the current charter, the mayor's actually the only one on the council who is not fined or penalized for not showing up in council. The implication is that the mayor already has the ability not to. I'm just wondering whether what you're suggesting could be implemented without any change to the charter, and maybe that's a question for Rick. And by the way, my wife would probably cheer loudly if you were to prevail. So let me just qualify that.
Oh, it's a great point. I actually did not remember that. I will admit to not have reread the charter in the last week. So I did not know that.
It's dense.
I've read it, just not in the last week. So hopefully Rick can weigh in.
Yeah, no, it's the mayor's right on that point. It is something that the mayor is not fined, and that's, I think, the built-in assumption is that the mayor is more likely not to be able to attend than other council members. So, arguably, that could be done just by practice. I would want to throw something else out too. If it's a tiebreaker vote, the mayor's not in attendance, that's probably generally okay for 90% of the stuff the council does. But when you get into a land use item that may be quasi judicial, and you're having to your due process will require that the mayor at least become familiar with the record before he or she can cast a vote.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So those are logistics. That's really getting into the weeds. But just a note.
No, and that's helpful because at the beginning I asked if it needed to be in the charter. It sounds like there's already enough room in the charter. And thank you, Mayor, for having committed the parts of the charter that are germane to you to memory. That's fine. Then we don't need. It sounds like we don't need an amendment to that to make those clarifications. I'm glad to hear that. I'd also like to talk about items 4 and 5 from Councilmember Diep's memo as well. Number 4 is to clarify that the charter would be amended to adopt the full language of Government Code 84308, which was referenced in Vice Mayor Jones's memo, which only requires recusal from a vote for contributions valued at over $250 or more. So that's also kind of a clarification.
Yeah, I think that's true. And again, you have the choice. The council has the choice of putting that in the charter or in the municipal code.
Right, but the earlier discussion, I believe it was this morning, and I'm going to be honest, I'm on less than 6 hours of sleep. I don't remember what happened last night versus what happened this morning. But I think Vice Mayor was talking about any amount, and I just want to be clear that if a again, just to bring it down to the, I have some of my residents who give $25, right? And if they have a tree permit and they're having trouble getting a tree permit through, and that's not even something that comes to council, but we had talked about non-legislative actions as well. A non-legislative action that I have occasionally is to intervene on the behalf of my residents with staff. Hey, what's going on with this tree permit? Why isn't it moving? They've given me $25. We had talked about any amount, not being able to do anything to contact staff. I don't want to get into that situation. Then none of my residents can give me $1. So I just want to be clear, Vice Mayor, you had said earlier, you had said any amount, but what it looks like, it only requires a recusal. The government code itself only requires a recusal for $250 or more.
Right, so I said it, any amount, and I just want to clarify, it would only be registered lobbyists, city contractors, and the additional language was also any executive action. So just to clarify that. And you're right, I didn't specify amount. In my mind, the amount was 0, but I'm open to having a dialogue about having a threshold amount, whether it's $250 or $50, we can have that discussion.
So I think Councilmember Diep has probably thought about this a little bit more than I have about in terms of amounts, and we can discuss that. But I when it comes to that, regardless of what we decide, his item 5 really speaks to me, and I think we can probably all 11 of us agree on this, although Rick will likely disagree. Require the city attorney's office to keep track of campaign finance disclosures from the mayor and council members and affirmatively notify them when they must recuse themselves from votes.
And again, that can be either a charter amendment or a municipal code amendment. The one concern that comes to mind right away is being able to track in real time campaign contributions. As you know, you have certain filing dates, and they're often looking backwards. And so if let's say there's a January filing and there's a vote in March, we don't know what's happened in February or March until the next filing. And so if we go with the assumption that it's that we track it according to the latest campaign disclosures, fine. If you put an affirmative duty on council members to reveal any campaign contributions post their last filing, it makes the job easier. We can do it in real time.
Sure. And at least I don't know how everybody else's treasurer does it, but as funds come in, they get logged in the reporting system as they're coming in. That way my treasurer doesn't have to do them in a batch. And since I have the same treasurer that Councilmember Foley had, I know that that's how it was done for hers as well. So I'm actually fine with that. Could we add that as an amendment?
You have to ask the maker of the motion.
Councilmember Camus?
Sounds reasonable. I think,
Although I may not do a batch, but I probably sometimes wait a few days unless I'm required to, if the check is over a certain amount that you have to report it. But my treasurer, which is different than both of yours, did like to have them in batches once a week rather than immediately, unless the state law requires that we report once a week. So I honestly haven't really thought about it, but I'm okay with the motion. Yeah.
Okay. And this is something that in the if you want to add in the motion, and Vice Mayor, I can wait for you to weigh in, but I can say that it makes sense to me because this is a new item as well. If we want to direct staff to explore this as a possibility, as opposed to, direct them to put it into the ballot language.
That would be my preference, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Is that okay with you, Councilmember Camus?
Yes.
Okay, so either Councilmember Davis or Councilor Camus, could you just restate the amendment so we're clear? To explore.
Sure. So it's a little bit of an edit on the item 5 from Councilmember Diep's alternative on his page 2. So instead of require the city attorney's office, it's explore the possibility of requiring the city attorney's office to keep track of campaign finance disclosures from the mayor and council members and affirmatively notify them when they must recuse themselves from votes. And the commensurate requiring of sitting council members and, a sitting mayor to keep their contributions current in the system.
Okay.
And honestly, I didn't think about, I know who gave to me, in the last couple of weeks, but honestly, even when we get to the primary, I got to go back to my spreadsheets. I don't remember without looking.
Okay, just to clarify, that amendment was accepted, is that right? Councilor Camus?
Yes.
Okay, so far, Councilor Camus, I have 3 amendments. Friendly amendments have been accepted. One from Councilmember Esparza regarding executive action. One from Councilmember Perales / Vice Mayor Jones regarding options on the mayoral term. And then this third one from Councilmember Davis. Those are the 3 amendments, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. So in closing, as Councilmember Esparza stated, this coming election is likely to have a huge turnout, and that is great. And I think that's what makes this the perfect time to put a measure like this before our voters. They're more likely to vote, and they're likely to be more engaged than they have ever been in recent years. And I think even since 2016, which was huge. There doesn't seem to be a better time to me for us to be having this discussion as a community. And thank you for indulging me.
Councilmember Davis, one thing I want to go, this is going backwards, but on the issue of the mayor as a tie-breaking vote, I'm looking at the charter now. There's a specific, the mayor shall preside at meetings of the council and shall have a vote as a member of the council. The mayor shall have no veto powers. So it doesn't say he has to be there, but it's, it does contemplate that the mayor presides over the meetings. and has a vote like everybody else, whether it's a tiebreaker or not. So it probably would need to, better practice would be to change the charter to reflect that.
Okay, so Councilmember Davis, I think you're looking for language that would make that optional. Is that right?
Yes, but as with moving the district elections and potentially swapping the district elections, the odd numbered and even numbered districts, I'm happy to put that question to our commission, or whatever we're calling it, the blue ribbon convening.
Okay. All right. Anything further, Councilmember?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Arenas coming back. Are you with us right now?
Yes,
Right,
yes,
right,
I am. Thank you. I've been with you guys the whole time, just in transit, dentist office. So I really want to know, I want to be really clear about the motion. And I think, this goes back to the point that I was making earlier about, this is what I think Councilmember Camus has referred to as sausage making. And I don't necessarily, I'm really not proud to use that term when we're talking about our governance structure. I see the cleanest form of strong mayor is actually Councilmember Diep's proposal. That is the cleanest form of a strong mayor. If all of you were really interested in being true to that form, instead of picking and choosing the low-hanging fruit, as some of you have referred to it before, we wouldn't really be having a discussion. Councilmember Davis wouldn't have to suggest we're all piecing this together without really having, without really vetting the conversation, just based on our own opinions of the matter and whether another city has done this or not. And so if we look at other cities, and I think somebody had brought up the city of LA, the city of LA has exactly what Councilmember Diep has as his proposal. And so I'm just really concerned, and I just want to point out to all of my council members that, if you were really, if your principle was really to hold true to strong mayor because you absolutely believe that this is the way that we should govern, then you should take it all together instead of picking and choosing the best pieces that fit you. Either you believe in this governance structure or you don't, because that's, I don't even know what we're doing here. This is not a strong mayor. This is not the proposal here. This is a hybrid of a hybrid of a hybrid. And so I'm left with thinking that this is prompted by upcoming elections. This is prompted by maybe the different makeup of our council. I know that Councilmember Davis admitted that for the first 2 years, she saw a lot of 6-5s. And so I think, it acknowledges the political makeup of this council. And there's an absolute political makeup in this council. And for those who have wholeheartedly, and it's funny to hear some of the comments before me. I think, I've heard somebody said, I wasn't sure who it was, about, we hire staff so that they're not yes people, right? And that we value that. Oh no, I think, Mayor, your screen blacked out. And that we value people who object, and that it adds value and consideration into the decisions that we're making. But I haven't seen anything really added actually since last year that that really has changed anybody's perspective. I think the only thing that I've heard so far is Councilmember Davis, and I think your addition to Councilmember Dipp's alternative. I'm listening. I think that if that is the true intent of the people who are on council who will vote yes to this, who will be Councilmember Foley, Councilmember Camus, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Davis, show us that you can vote differently, and that the voices from your own residents that you've admitted that are blended add value, and that you've considered it. But what I'm going to guess is that you're going to do is, and just like Councilmember Camus, because he's on his way out, this is his last year, and so there's nothing for him to lose. There's no another council election for him to lose. That he will say no to all of the amendments that have yet to be part of the conversation, because there's quite a number of my council colleagues who will continue to have a conversation. And if it takes another day, you know what? It takes another day, because we're changing the whole governance. And this really should have taken a whole year. And it's a time worth spent. So I don't feel like we're wasting our time at all. I feel like we are having the debate that we should have had through a year's worth of conversations. And it is all condensed to 2 days. And you're shortchanging our residents, you're shortchanging yourselves. And I have only to guess that it's the upcoming elections. I don't know what else there is to it. The hurry to meet the deadline is that at the end of this year, the council may look differently. And so if you don't do it now, then you've missed your opportunity to bring forward a strong mayor initiative. And so I am no longer going to play coy with what the dynamics of our council are. All of you know that I have 2 children. When I first started, and my daughter was 2 years old, and she was like a baby. My son was 8, and so I think she was less than 2. Anyways, I've seen them grow, and I have committed myself to serving my public, in public service, excuse me. Because I know that's really important. And I know that everybody else has their own sacrifices in their own lives that you've all made. Those of you who are parents have sacrificed the time that you don't spend with your children, that you don't spend with your partner or your significant other, because you believe in what we do. And so to see this sausage making of a governance structure is a huge disappointment to me, and I think to the service that you're committed within your own districts and within your own lives and for your own families. So I'm really left with. I like to use process, because process is very, it doesn't favor anybody. And we're not using that. We're not using process to guide us. We're using your own anecdotal opinions and observations of other cities and what you believe is right. But I'm gonna call it, and there was 2 districts that are up for re-election. It's District 4 and 6, And those have been very solid votes for our mayor. And I'm concerned that this vote is not entirely made by a genuine commitment of a strong mayor and your belief in that, because if it was, then we would have an actual strong mayor proposal in front of us. But what we have is sausage making. And as far as, having people who can contest our opinions and question what we're doing, I think that is part of what we do every day, and we grow from it. But I haven't seen any of my colleagues really grow in their perspectives. They say they do, but they haven't, because your votes tell me otherwise. And you hear thousands of people telling you something else, but you think, nope, they must be wrong, and I ultimately must be right because you're the tipping point here. So I have a couple of questions for Dave. Dave, are you still there?
Yes, I am still here.
I know you are. I'm just, it is hard to know when we should walk away. We can walk away to grab a yogurt or grab a glass of water or anything like that. So I was just trying to figure out whether you were around and give you time to come back to the mic. So one of the issues that we've been, that I'm really worried about is the morale of city staff. How do you expect, and I know you can't speak for everybody, but you must know the temperature of, as a public administrator, I won't even say to reflect the opinions of the upper management right now, but in your experience, and not reflecting anybody's, your office or anybody else's, what would you say this type of proposal, as it moves forward, whether it's approved by our residents or not, what do you say, how does this play out with staff morale?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that exactly. I mean, it's, I think we've obviously been through a lot as an organization, and the organization's a bit tired. I don't necessarily think, though, that should be, really what drives decision making. It shouldn't be. At the end of the day, what should drive decision making is, what is the right thing to do. And as I said earlier, our job as the administration and staff is to bring forward information to the council for their consideration as you all make your decisions. And I guess myself have gotten pretty good at, you make your recommendations, you let the process play out, and then you implement those decisions. And I think an organization has shown that's what we do. There's obviously a lot of passionate people in our organization that care a lot about what they're doing. But at the end of the day, we're here to follow the direction of the council. Right. But it's hard for me to say overall what staff's morale would be like. I think it's just difficult to say. I mean, I've done a lot of listening sessions lately, but it's not really about this transition. It's been about other things going on in our organization around the budget. And it's been other things going on around kind of, as just in society and just in hearing about the frustrations from our staff and wanting to know where we're going, I think. But sorry, I feel like I'm kind of rambling here, but I have not had.
It probably is an unfair question on my behalf, but I want us to acknowledge that the people who move our priorities and who have been working for us for the last, how many ever years you've served on council, these are people that, you know, this reflects on them, whether you say that it does or doesn't, because if it didn't, and if you thought that differently, then this proposal wouldn't be on the table at this point. And so my next question to you is there something that we could have done in between? Because I feel like we're going from 0 to 60, right? And somebody's come up with the solutions and nobody else has said, brainstormed and said, hey, how about if we connect our priorities that we establish every year with performance-based evaluations that you will conduct with administration, and so that there is direct accountability to us and to the council, since I know that we can't direct upper management at this point, the directors. Is that something that's already part of the process? Is this something that anyone's ever come to you and asked you, hey, could we be more effective in terms of accountability and outcomes?
Well, I think, the way our current form of government is structured is obviously I'm accountable to all of you. And the department heads are accountable to me. Now, things have evolved over my career and how that actually works. I don't necessarily want to compare myself to others, but I allow a fair amount of access directly to the department heads by all of you and the mayor. So that, I think that's just as a good way of working. But ultimately, the department heads are accountable to me. And I don't have any reservations about how I do that. I have actually really strong convictions about how I do that. I give the department heads space to be two things: the professionals that they are and to lead their departments. But I'm also pretty clear with them on what I need from them. And so, I have a lot of confidence in that structure. But ultimately, the accountability, and I think we do have to admit that the accountability is a little mysterious to some of the public. It is. Many of the public don't know, exactly what my role is, even though I'm out a lot. I mean, nothing like you guys, but I'm out a lot. So, that's, but I've always held myself accountable to all of you. And that's the environment we're currently working in.
Right. No, I appreciate that. I was just wondering if there was any attempt from the mayor or the other council members that have proposed such an extreme proposal on the table, that there was any attempt to work through some of the issues that they've brought up and that they've said have prompted them to bring this as a solution. And so it tells me that no, they did not.
Let me, maybe I missed that question. And, for me, this subject of making this transition has been around for over a year. And it really came forward more formally when the Downtown Association and the SVO came to me and said, "Hey, we're considering advancing this." My input at that time was actually what I said in the memo. I said, "Hey, if you're going to do this, there needs to be a process." I think that's well documented. And to be honest, so I think the mayor and I have had off and on conversations about this over the year. And so obviously it's only been really recently that there's been a lot of form put to it, to kind of be able to react to the specifics. But yeah, I would say it's been well over a year that conversation's been happening.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I think that what trying to draw a conclusion in terms of if the type of collaboration that happened with Councilmember Carrasco as well as Councilmember Esparza and the type of input that they were asked, or in terms of shaping what's in front of us now is the same in the same process and maybe at the same quality as of interaction with you. And so for me, it tells me a lot. And so I wish there was more of that conversation going on so that so we could have maybe gotten to a solution that we could have worked out instead of something that the voters need to now work out or approve, because it's a yes or it's not a multiple, options. We're going to give them two options, a yes or a no, and it's based on what we say is the answer to the problem that we've identified as a problem. So I'll move from that and ask you how does changing the structure in this proposal fit inside the work plan of our city staff at this point? So how are they going to manage?
Well, and I mentioned this yesterday, and earlier, I guess today, we've got a lot on our plates. There's no doubt about it. And so I do think we're going to need to re-engage you all on kind of where are our priorities, because, I think about the priority setting process we went through not that long ago. We're barely even working on those priorities because we are in the middle of a pandemic. We are embarking on, I think, a pretty significant, police reform process. So there's a lot going on. And so, we're going to need to talk all that through in terms of how do we prioritize this work? And, I have confidence that we'll be able to figure that out. But we definitely need to have that conversation.
Yeah. So part of doing this work to get it ready for the 28th, to get it ready for August, to put it on the ballot in November means that something's going to get sacrificed. That's the bottom line, right? So
as far as
something's going to,
I'm assuming most.
Let me rephrase that. Not sacrificed, but something's going to get pushed to the side in order for this work to move through the process as quickly as my colleagues and the mayor are asking for this to be produced.
Well, so, I see a lot of the work that's being asked for right now is actually with Rick. I would assume it would be mostly with the attorney's office. In terms of this near-term work, unless I'm seeing it wrong, I think it's probably mostly in Rick's shop.
Mostly what?
Mostly in Rick's shop.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what resources are going to get pulled away, and I just want you to answer. It doesn't have to be just yes or no. Will the resources get pulled away from addressing the pandemic or working on ending the systemic racism on equity?
So between now and the August decision, Councilmember, I would say not really. Because there's not really a lot of administrative work that will go into this. It'll be in the attorney's office.
Okay, so how about the work within the pandemic that I know that needs to get up and running, like childcare, because we funded childcare. Now, childcare we have less than, I think, maybe 45 days, maybe 40 days before school starts again. Will we be ready with childcare in 40 days?
And that's a very different question, Councilmember. So it's hard to answer. I just want to be fair and honest, though. In terms of the work that it's going to take to position this for your final decision making at the end of July and the beginning of August, there's not much of the administration's investment that'll be involved here. So I don't see us slowing down on the many important things that we've been talking to you all about.
Well, last night we heard, Dave, and I don't want to put you in the hot seat here, but I heard loud and clear last night, at least from OED, that they couldn't enact a lot of the recommendations that somebody else had already put together through Councilmember Peralez's efforts for the downtown area, which is one of, our prized areas for development, because they were already thinly stretched. And so they're already thinly stretched for that area, which is most important, our economic recovery. I'm going to guess they're also stretched in childcare. They're also stretched in our homeless prevention. They're also stretched in building equity into our systems. They're also stretched in what you just finished mentioning in the police reform. So I don't know if we are going to hire I don't know how many people to do the work in between. I don't know if staff is just going to have to work all day, whole night to get this done. But I know that something is going to have to get prioritized. Yes or no?
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
in that priority, this is going to be at the top of the list because of the timeline that has been demanded by my colleagues and the mayor, because that is an imposed timeline. We could defer this whole thing right now. Like Councilmember Camus, could we just please defer this whole item until the beginning of next year? Would you consider that amendment?
Quite frankly, no, Councilmember Arenas, and I
get it. I was just trying to prove a point. They're not going to defer this item until next year because it's an imposed timeline only by the mayor and the colleagues who are going to vote for this, which is Councilmember Foley, Councilmember Davis, Vice Mayor Jones, and Councilmember Dieppe. So it's an imposed timeline that will then impact the work plan for the most vulnerable of our residents during a pandemic. And I go back to the words of the mayor, who said, "You never let a crisis go to waste." Showing absolutely you're not letting anything go to waste, but you know what is going to be the byproduct of all of this is that we're not going to get childcare up in time to find some relief for our families. We're not going to be able to get direct cash assistance for homeless prevention because our staff is going to be going crazy trying to get this on the books. Definitely, we're not going to get any consultant on board to build in equity to fight structural racism. By no means, no stretch of the imagination will that have any movement before the end of the year. And if the mayor gets an additional 2 years, I project that all of these priorities, which are the priorities of the folks who are going to vote no on this, who I assume are going to vote no on this, will go to the bottom of the list. And so it's, for me, really hard to figure out what is the motive in pushing this through so quickly. And I go back to there's nothing that should push us so quickly into moving this proposal in front of the voters when they're dealing with, do I have enough to eat? Where am I going to sleep next month if I get kicked out? Can I find another job? Who's going to take care of my kids while I'm at work and they're not at school? You're asking our residents to take a look at your proposal and ignore the pandemic, ignore this huge depression that we are going through, because your self-serving proposal needs to happen first. So you've heard thousands of phone calls and seen thousands of letters, and yet that still doesn't allow you to formulate a different proposal, to change with the times, to be adaptable. So that tells me the kind of leader that you will be is non-negotiable. But non-negotiable on your own terms of a strong mayor format. not one that is a true mayor, a true strong mayor as Councilmember Dipp's proposal is. So, because this is so self-serving, and I know Councilmember Camus has already admitted this, that it's self-serving if he adopts measures that would impact him. And I think with the same logic that he used, it's self-serving to you, Mayor, to vote on something that's self-serving to you. And so I'm asking you, will you recuse yourself from this vote, since you will directly serve as an extension for 2 years?
Councilmember Arenas, I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Sure. Well, I would appreciate your attention. I know that you continue to black out the
Councilmember
screen
Arenas,
every time I speak for the last couple of meetings, and that's okay. I don't need your attention, but I do need your attention right now for this question. So I'm asking you, would you recuse yourself because this proposal implicates it's one is self-serving, but also you're voting on extending your own term.
Councilmember Arenas, first, I turn off the video quite often when I need to stand up because I need to for my back. And so I do that while I'm standing up and walking around the room. I'm still
It
able
just happens to be when I'm speaking, Mayor.
You've been talking for a very long time.
No, not just today, in the last couple of sessions.
Yes. And with regard to recusal, no, I intend to vote.
Right. I mean, it's a huge conflict of interest.
Please allow me to finish. I've been waiting for you to finish. Please allow me to finish. I've also indicated that I'm open to considering if there is a willingness of folks to come together on how we could do so, in which we have a proposal that would not include extending my term. But that is conditioned on the willingness of folks to actually come together. And because I don't want this to be about me, I want this to be about the future of our city.
So it fits within your own, so it's not much of a choice when you're taking a look at, hey, either decide this way, or it's an either or. It's not much of a collaborative decision. It's either take all of this, all of this log rolling, all of this sausage making, and say yes to that. If you agree, I will, abide by that six-year term that Councilman Perales suggested, or the 2-year term that I suggested, or at least I think that wasn't favorable to you, but so it still brings me back to what I'm asking you to do, and to show that this is not out of self-interest, and this is not self-serving, and I'm asking you to recuse yourself from that portion of the vote. Maybe what we could do is bifurcate it. So if you bifurcate it, you could recuse yourself from that portion of the vote.
And Rick, is there a legal basis for me to recuse myself?
No, Mayor, we've looked at that, and it's under the state law, there's no financial conflict of interest. And so the answer is no.
And if there's no basis for me to recuse myself, am I required to vote if I'm present?
Under the charter, you're required to vote if there's no basic legal conflict of interest.
Thank you. So Councilmember Arenas, I think you understand the law instructs that I vote.
Yeah, no, you're using a legal criteria, but I'm asking to use your ethics.
Well,
I'm asking you to be a value-based decision and not one based on Rick's legal opinion or what's set up in the charter.
I've responded. My ethics tell me I have to follow the law. I swore to uphold the law. That's what I'm going to do, and I don't put my ethics above the law. My ethics are very clear, and I ensure that my ethics are consistent with being law-abiding, particularly since I'm in a leadership position in the city.
Yes, definitely.
Offer this an opportunity to remove me from this discussion, essentially, and my term.
Absolutely.
And that is one option for this council to consider. If you don't want to, you're free to disregard it. Either way, this council needs to have a majority vote to move forward. And that's the
Sure.
process.
Sure, and I'm asking you to, based on your values and your ethic, to make a decision to recuse yourself and not be bound by any legal matters, but basically what your values tell you is right, and what is right in this scenario is to not vote on something that is self-serving.
You've asked me to violate the law. My answer is no, I'm not going to violate the law.
Rick, would that violate the law?
As I indicated, there's no conflict of interest, and under the charter, if you don't have a conflict of interest, you're required to vote on items. That applies to mayor and council alike.
So is that a violation of the law? We abstain all the time for many different reasons. Personal reasons, either we owe stock like Councilmember Camus does, or Councilmember Foley abstains. I abstain on OE3. We all abstain for many different reasons. I'm asking you to abstain from this vote that is deciding whether you extend your own personal 2-year term, where you have lots to gain from your position as a mayor in this city.
Council members, just let me clarify. In each of the cases you pointed to, it's true, but that's where there's a determination that under state law there's a conflict of interest, and under the law, if there is a conflict of interest, you have to abstain. So that and the opposite is true as well. If there is no conflict of interest under the charter, you're required to vote.
So you're saying it would be illegal for him not to vote? Is that what
you're saying? If he's present and voting, yes.
How can we make it? So let me ask you this: how can we make it work with the rules that you already know, so that the mayor wouldn't have to vote on something that is pertains to him?
I'm not going to get into the issue of how does the mayor not vote. I mean, the issue is we look at the legal issue of under the Political Reform Act.
I'm asking you to find me an option, Rick. I'm asking you to find me a path that would be legal and that could function in this meeting. But I think what you're doing is you're refusing to find a path. You've been very creative in the past, but I can see that you're not going to find a path. And so what I'm guessing you're going to say, Mayor, is no, you won't recuse yourself from this vote.
Councilman Arenas, I said that several times and tried to explain to you that it is illegal. You're looking for a creative way to avoid the charter and its dictates. And I think Rick is telling you there is not. It's illegal for us to do what you want us to do.
Well, you know,
we could follow your opinions, or we could follow the charter that was approved by the voters. My choice is to follow the charter approved by the voters.
Well, you can pick and choose on how creative you are, because you've been very creative in proposing this 1 week before we go to summer break on the very last day of council. And so I would say that you're absolutely creative. And so I would think that you would also want to be creative with me in finding a path forward with this. But I'm going to let that go, because obviously it doesn't serve you. And I just want to, you know, I never expected you to accept that. I would have respected your consideration of it, but it was never a consideration. And so once again, I think this is what you've said before, and what you've quoted before from the former chief of staff from Obama, and to never let a good crisis go to waste, even if it means letting our residents down and not give them the attention that they need when they are struggling and suffering so much through this pandemic.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you so much. I actually had to step away from the computer and I was sitting down listening to everything and have been since yesterday. Obviously, this is a, I think it's safe to say that we could all agree it's a contentious issue. There's several things. I have several questions for Dave, but first I want to talk a little bit about how we got here. I know there's been some comments during the course of some of these comments related to backroom deals and smoke-filled rooms and the other so I want to add a little context because I know not all of us are in the same Brown Act. So I think it's possible that some folks just were unaware as to how some of this came to be, and so I think it's worth giving a little bit of context. And so, but before I do that, let me just also say that I very much appreciate all the comments, certainly from the community as well as from my colleagues. I was joking with Councilmember Jones or Vice Mayor Jones just the other day that sometimes there's during the course of these meetings, there's a lot that goes unsaid. I suspect that today we've broken that mold and a lot's being said that often is not brought to the surface. I do think that there is some value to that, but I also recognize that it certainly does create some challenges in the dynamic that we've had here on the council. I think it's safe to say that the path we're going down, this is, for lack of a better word, I mean, political maneuvering, right? I mean, there's some policy here to a certain extent, right? We're making a policy decision, deciding to put this before the voters, but there's things at play in the background that I think I'm not going to mention, but certainly have been highlighted. And I think that's important context for the community to understand and to appreciate. So, just like has been commented by many of the colleagues already on this meeting yesterday and today, my evolution of the thinking on this topic has evolved as well. I was in that Brown Act with the mayor, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Esparza, and Carrasco, and I was the one that was engaged in a conversation as it relates to, as some would say, brokering a deal to get some would say bipartisan or some sort of compromise that can bring sort of different facets together that different allies and folks in the community sort of cared about. And I was part of that process. I did agree to that, as was indicated by the memo that I submitted that was, I think, virtually identical to the memo that Vice Mayor Jones submitted. The reason I agreed to join in that memo and submit that was because when I was presented with a possible compromise, on the surface, I thought it, although it seemed a little not well balanced for me, meaning that the mayor would get additional 2 years and additional powers. The aspect of that, as I've stated on many occasions, the most important part for me was moving and aligning the mayoral election with future presidential cycles, which I continue to believe, it continues to be important to me, but I continue to believe that that is where we can potentially have representation in the city as in the mayor's seat as a political leader of the city, with these powers or not, from folks from diverse backgrounds, more women, younger folks that can be, I think, truly representative of the people of this beautiful, diverse city. And I think many of us agreed with that statement even a year ago, and it seems now that some feelings have evolved about that, and maybe not for those exact same reasons, but I realize that some folks are agreeable to that, and that's why I agreed to put forward that memo. And so one of the things I didn't realize when I put forward that memo was the depth of challenges that were had or issues that were had with said proposal by many people inside and outside of City Hall, whether it be city employees, whether it be folks in the management within City Hall, whether it be neighbors, whether it be people from across the city who we've consistently heard from on this topic. I mean, when we were discussing the issues around police reform, I made a comment during the meeting that I felt that I expressed to the folks on the call from the public that they had broke our email. And just simply because the number of emails and letters that we received. And I think that this issue that we're grappling with today really is very similar in nature. And that shows to me an awakening of the community like never before. It really has shown me that certainly not everyone is in agreement with this. But after, again, submitting that memo, I did begin to engage in deeper conversations with many different people. And maybe a logical question may be, well, why didn't I have those conversations before I decided to sign on to the memo? The reasons for that is that it happened very, very quickly. And it was presented to me that this deal would potentially fall apart if we didn't get on board. And so, as mentioned earlier, for my reasoning to do that, because moving the mayoral election was important to me, I decided to do that. But after that, I began to engage in deeper conversations with many people different people from the community. And they included upwards of 30 plus individuals, past mayors, past council members from different cities with strong mayor forms of government. I've certainly talked to our city manager about it, and I've talked to representatives that represent the thousands of employees here at City Hall. And to me, in my mind, they have articulated very rational, logical concerns. And that, coupled with the community pushback and some of the statements that have come forward, have really gotten me to, or pushed me to reevaluate my position. And that's the reason I submitted that separate memo. With everything we do here at City Hall, I don't go into any of these items with such certitude that I think I know the answers and my conclusions are concrete. I go into a lot of these things, they're very squishy. You can go either way. And so this is one of those items in which I continue to learn and I continue to listen. And that's really brought me to where I am today. And so with that being said, I do continue to support much of what's in the memo from Councilmember Jones, which mirrored the memo that I submitted. But I think, if we look at it, there's several components of it. Campaign finance, which we've been sort of talking about along the edges about, which I think it's going to be relatively easy to get some agreement on that, I think. Aligning of elections, it seems like some people have evolved their thinking on that, which is very important to me. And that's in relation to aligning the mayoral election for the presidential election. That's very important. I'm supportive of that. And I'm also supportive of maybe the controversial component of this for some. I don't think all. I don't think by any means this is the deal breaker for folks, but it's the 2 additional years for the mayor. Certainly, it's no secret, the mayor and I don't have the best relationship, but I can tell you that I'm okay with giving him 2 additional years. I'm okay with that. And I think that's part of the balance of this compromise that was had that I was most okay with. But the deal breakers, I saw it as I began to have these deeper conversations, was really the powers. And I think that's really where we have a break in some of the thinking, right? And I've come to realize that, I think even part of the discussion we've had so far is sort of emblematic and I know Councilmember Arenas doesn't like the term, the emblematic of the sausage making that's taken place for something that is so, so important that quite frankly, we will likely have to live with for many, 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 many years. And so that's troubling to me. And so that's why that latest memo I put out, again, agreed with the campaign finance, realigning the election, giving the mayor 2 years. But in relation to the powers, I thought it was best, as Councilmember Peral is quite appropriately pointed out during the Rules Committee meeting, the memo he created and wrote, that it go to a charter review committee. And I thought that was a decent compromise, right? And I still do think that's the best compromise to be had, where Mayor, if we truly are interested in getting all folks to be on the same page, I think that's assuming you get your 2 years, and we have that continuity has been expressed. That's very important, which I agree with. I suspect you'd get the majority of the folks on council today in agreement with this. But I haven't been on council close to 4 years. So you sort of realize very early on during the meetings where some of this is going to go. And I think it's very clear to me, as well as many of my council colleagues, and likely as well to many of the folks on the call today. Just to go back to some of the rational fears that I've sort of taken away from some of the conversations I've had, these vary from, having a mayor who's, who wields power in such a way to punish others, whether it be community members, whether it be other council members, the possibility of impacting collective bargaining, the morale of the workforce, the inability of council members to properly advocate for the community, and just the general diminishment of their powers. I can tell you that is of some concern to me, but the diminishment of the council member powers, but I think there's ways to get around that to a certain extent. But those are very real concerns that have been expressed to me by numerous individuals. I've also had conversations with political scientists that have studied this issue for many, many years. And again, this is part of those deeper conversations that I didn't have a chance to have prior to agreeing to move forward that original memo. And they've expressed to me in no uncertain terms that their perspective, their objective perspective, is to move forward with a charter review committee to really analyze some of these things, right? And as I mentioned in the replacement memo that I sent out, I mean, even within Councilmember Diep's memo, or even Councilmember Camus's memo, it's quite evident if you read through it that all of us are consistently sort of thinking up different scenarios that may come to play out given these new powers. And none of this has really been thought about as deeply as it should be, I think. And certainly the community feels a little left out, and that's very important to me. So with that, I have a sense as to where the vote's going to fall, but I think I'm going to ask a few questions now that I think will highlight some of the concerns I have, and potentially try to highlight for some of my colleagues who maybe are on the fence, because I think these questions may highlight some of the challenges that may occur, assuming this mayor or future mayors get these powers, right? And not to suggest the mayor shouldn't get additional powers, but I think we need to really think through it. And by the way, before I ask these questions, let me also just say that, about a year ago when these conversations came to the surface, when the SVO and other organizations going around sort of presenting their information, some of their polling to some of us, which I appreciated. I was consistently asked by them, as well as folks in the media, sort of what my thoughts were about a strong mayor. My view has always been, and continues to be, that I am not against a strong mayor. I more want to know what the menus of powers are that we're giving a mayor. And now with everything, all the discussions we're having today, I think we need to examine those, right, more deeply than just during a council meeting suggesting this is the best way. And so my thinking on it has evolved. And so that's why I hope that we really think through some of what's been said today. Because this is, there's been a lot of 6-5 votes, but I really do think that this is probably going to be one of the most divisive and significant 6-5 votes that is likely to occur in the 4 years that I've been here. It has the potential to change the trajectory of our city, both in positive ways with the movement of the mayoral election, but also in ways that I suspect we can't really imagine just yet. And that's concerning for me, and I think that should be concerning for everyone engaged in these conversations. So let me just ask Dave, I hope you're still on, Dave. I want to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Dave?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. I just wanted
Yeah.
to, okay, good. So let me just ask you a few questions, because, and I'm not sure if you've thought about this, but, you know, during the conversation you and I had, I think what my takeaway from that brief conversation we had about this was just simply, and I apologize ahead of time for even sharing a little bit of this, but I think it's important to highlight this. And because what I came away with after having a conversation with you is that those type of conversations and that type of relationship with you that we have, that all council members have, even the mayor, in which we discuss things and we sort of have you calling balls and strikes, right? This is what we can do. This is what we can't do. These are constraints. We can do that. We cannot do that. And so what I pulled away from our conversation was simply, and importantly, that those type of conversations, if this passes, are fundamentally going to be different. And that applies to all council members, I suspect. And so what I'm curious about, I'm wondering if you may just share a few thoughts on how those interactions with council members may change a little bit or a lot if and when these powers come to pass.
Yeah, thank you, council member. So, you know, I think at what's being proposed here is that the manager would work under the direction of the mayor. So I think we're pretty clear on that. You know, there's really, I think the two pieces of it. One is the mayor would have the ability to hire and fire, and two, the mayor would have operational direction of the department heads and the manager, and so you know, that I think that obviously is a fundamental shift in the relationships that we all have. And you know, that was part of what my question was on the Brown Act thing. And you know, I was asking, and in the memo I did use the word could, because I was trying to figure it out. And I had talked to Rick, but that really wasn't a conclusive answer that I got. You know, is if the mayor and the manager are working together on policy work, how does that conversation play out between the manager and the remainder of the council? And so that's the question I was trying to raise. You know, I think it obviously is a shift, though. Right now, the manager is independent from that the policy discussions that go on between you all, and we bring forward that recommendation and ultimately you adopt it. So, you know, I think there is a fundamental shift that would occur. I think Rick has answered some of that question in terms of some exceptions that would allow the manager to still continue to engage with the council. But I have to assume it would be in a different manner than we currently do.
And that starts going into the space where I think Councilmember Camus appropriately sort of cited these examples, right? Or you know, not withholding material sort of information from council members and things like that, right?
Right.
Yeah. So is it safe to say, I mean, there's still some thinking to be done around that as to how exactly that would look?
I think there is still thinking to do on it. You know, I think you know, it's not crystal clear to me, but you know, I think we would need to kind of think through that a little more and bring some clarity to that, so everyone kind of understands what we're doing here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, the other question for me that came to mind, Dave, as you submitted that memo dated June 29th on this item, the supplemental, and the subject of that, just for the folks that are listening, is potential ballot measure to amend the city charter form of local government. So essentially it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was in effect a supplemental memo to share your take on what's being proposed, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It's maybe not my take, but wanting to make sure the council had information available to you all when you make these decisions.
Okay. And I'm sure that you would, you know, as I sort of view your memo, is the supplemental memo, sharing sort of thoughts, that it's objective, It's not, you know, I didn't sense anything in here that showed me that your interest, you know, you're concerned about your job and you're trying to preserve your job or anything like that, right? It seems to me you're calling balls and strikes, just putting out information, being very objective about it. Is that correct?
Absolutely. You know, I don't, this has nothing to do, at least the approach I think we're taking, or I'm taking, it has nothing to do with Dave Sykes.
I
Dave,
appreciate that.
Dave Sykes will be fine, no matter what happens here.
I believe that. I think you're going to be okay. And so, you know, the reason I asked that is because I'm trying to think of a scenario, and again, right, because we haven't quite vetted this and really thought through every sort of implication that's going to come forward, assuming this passes. But I'm trying to think about, let's just say you put it out 3 years, whatever it may be, right? This mayor or another mayor, whatever, right? Someone's in office, have these powers. We're trying to move forward another ballot measure or something controversial. Assuming you reported directly to the mayor, or if you can think of it this way, if you could think about a different city manager and they were reporting directly to a mayor, do you think they would be more inclined or less inclined to submit this type of supplemental memorandum calling balls and strikes if you were reporting directly to a mayor? And I can tell you what I think. I think if the mayor in that type of situation, assuming he had oversight of the city manager, told the city manager, don't do this, he wouldn't do it, I assume.
Well, you know, I don't know. You know, I think it would take quite a bit of fortitude and conviction. But, you know, I work with a lot of professionals that that really, you know, I think are true to themselves. So, you know, I don't necessarily see where this has to translate to kind of a yes woman, yes man, city manager scenario. I do think it would, you know, it certainly would be more challenging to provide that independent voice, I think.
Okay, thank you. I suspect that as well. The other question I had for you, Dave, and I apologize for putting you on the spot, but the other thing that comes to mind for me is, you know, there's something that a lot of folks on this call may or may not be aware of, but every year we go through a priority setting process in which the city council, through votes, it's this process that's evolved. You know, when I initially got on council, I was advised that it was the place where things went to die. I know we've sort of joked about that since I've made that comment, but that was a sentiment back in the day, right? I don't necessarily feel like that anymore, but what I'm curious about is because that process, I think it's probably going to continue to evolve, but it still exists, the priority setting process. And I know that in the powers that were enumerated in the memo that I submitted originally, and I know that's become Vice Mayor Jones, we stated in there that the council would continue to have policy making authority. I think it was the language. And so what I'm curious about, Dave, is assuming this passes in November, assuming this or another mayor gets those powers, assuming we still have priority setting, you know, let's just say my item comes up. I want to tackle, you know, a traffic light in my area or traffic lights across the city. You know, you want to do something to all of them, right? That policy rises to the top. But then we have a mayor with these additional powers. Would that mayor, in your understanding of what's being proposed, have the authority to say, no, that's not what we're going to do? Even though you rank, you know, you were top ranked with that issue and we all voted? I mean, because I'm trying to, again, I think this speaks to some of the scenarios that I don't think we've quite thought through. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts as to how priority setting would play out, assuming the mayor had these powers.
Yeah, I don't think the mayor would be able to circumvent council direction that was voted on and determined. I think the mayor, and Rick maybe can weigh in. I think the mayor under this scenario would be under the same obligation that the manager currently is, which is to implement the council direction.
Rick, if you have any
Yeah,
thoughts.
I can confirm that, council member. And probably the easiest analogy is think of Congress. If Congress passes a law, or Congress, passes some, resolution or something, I mean, that you got to follow it, you got to implement it, and that includes the executive. So I don't think anyone can circumvent anything lawfully adopted by the city council.
Okay. Well, thank you for that answer. I think the other important thing to acknowledge, I think this mayor or any other mayor, I suspect wouldn't explicitly say, hey, there's a council member from District 2, don't do that work. I don't want to give him, I don't want him to make progress on this issue, or I don't want her to move this issue forward because maybe we're not aligned politically. I suspect it doesn't happen like that, but I worry, again, because we haven't really thought through this, that there may be ways to circumvent that process and relay in no uncertain terms that maybe something shouldn't move forward as quickly as it should, or things of that nature. And so that concerns me, right? And I think that speaks to some of my colleagues' concerns that a mayor with this ability, with an axe to grind, so to speak, may in fact take some liberty at slowing things down or not moving certain things, even though, that per what Rick described would be obligated to do so. And so I think we're all smart enough to recognize that there's different ways to do that, I assume, right? I think it's only left to our imagination as to what the possibilities are. And so that's concerning for me as well. The other thing I think I want to mention, and what I'm about to share, I guess I'd really love the perspective of whether it be Vice Mayor Jones or even you, Mayor, or Johnny, just because this is my thinking around some of these potential compromise, right? And this is something that I floated out there when I initially signed that first memo, because I was a little uneasy, and so I was still trying to go out and explore different ideas, right? Because it seems like that's what we're doing there in the course of this meeting. It's just spitballing, throwing things at the wall, seeing what sticks, what takes, what amendments there are. And so let me make an attempt at this as well. Is that my understanding, and again, please someone correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that one of the reasons that the chamber and other folks are interested in enhancing the powers of the mayor is, and for any mayor, not just you, Mayor, but for any mayor, is simply that they feel that a lot of projects related to developments, housing, and other such things get stuck in certain departments, whether it be planning or whatever other department. And it just, in order to break that logjam, in order to facilitate and approve things in an expedited manner, a stronger mayor with these authorities would help ease that pipeline and help projects sail through. Is that sort of the core of that interest of the expansion of powers? And I know there's different scenarios we can talk about, right? Fire the police chief and all these other things, given what's happening.
Vice
Yeah,
Mayor,
I'm not going to say that's the only reason, but that definitely is one of the reasons why they want to see a mayor with more authority to move at the speed of business and get some of these projects, out the door quicker. City bureaucracy move a little faster. So that definitely is a concern that they have.
Yeah. And I have to tell you, I appreciate that concern, right? I totally do. And so let me just present to you what I thought, was a possibility, right? And so I would suspect that if, for all those that are going to be on the prevailing side this afternoon, if you would just think about if that is in fact maybe the larger component of why these powers are they have this aspiration to give the mayor additional powers, which again, I understand. What if we gave this mayor or any other mayor additional powers, but not over the city manager, but over certain departments to help expedite some of that, as opposed to just broader authority? And I'm curious to what thoughts are on that.
Councilor Jimenez, can I jump in? And
Please.
offer? I think the concern would be is that department heads would have two bosses. And then the city manager could give one direction and a mayor could give a different one, and then they'd be stuck. I'd emphasize under any proposal, including council, as you know, since it's in your memo too, and Vice Mayor's memo, that, that nothing in the reforms would alter Charter Section 400, which says the council has a primacy over policy. But with regard to direction on operations, I'm not sure we'd want two different folks. I don't know that we'd want department heads being stuck in that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's, maybe it's a little simplistic to say this, but it seems to me the easy decision is the mayor, whoever that may be, whether it's you or someone else, would have those particular departments under your purview. Right? Let's give you, I mean, right, just talking out loud here, but let's give you authority over the planning department, right, to help expedite some of this stuff. Let's give you authority over the police department, right, to act nimbly when some of the stuff happens, and if the chief really is dropping the ball, like many feel that he is, right, that you can decide whether you want to give him the axe or not, right? So I don't know. I think it's worth exploring, and I think again,
Council member, if
Yes.
if I could, I think, I think it underestimates the interdependency between all the work that goes on between departments and within the city. And so, I would see a scenario where there would be a lot of conflicting direction given if certain department heads reported to mayor and other department heads reported to the city manager. I think the consolidation of those reporting assignments are pretty important to a well-functioning government.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So let me I'll just wrap up my comments. I suspect there's other people that want to say more, but this is a very challenging issue. This certainly feels like it's I just to echo what's been shared by many of the constituents that have called in, and all this stuff on social media, just everything that's happening, that this feels like it's really just being rammed through, and that we're not giving it due consideration, given the magnitude of the changes. Again, I think that out of all the things that are being proposed, I think the way I can read some of the sentiments of some of the council members who I'm going to brown out with and such, and they can certainly speak for themselves. But I suspect if there was some adjustments or tweaks to be made to the powers, not just the supermajority mention or the 2/3 majority mention in Camus's memo, but if it went further, I suspect that there may be some interest there. But yeah, the other thing to take away, and I'll just end with this, is that when this passes, because I suspect it is, I also know that the labor allies in the community, in the city, in the region, in the area aren't all on board with this issue, and so I suspect that it's really gonna face formidable challenges at the ballot box, and so we'll see how it goes. But very challenging conversations, and I'm glad some of what often goes unsaid is being said. So I appreciate my colleagues' comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions, a clarification, and some comments. So I wanted to go back to what Councilmember Davis was bringing up. And I don't know if this is probably a question for Rick. How would a tie break work if the mayor doesn't attend the meetings? How does that work? Right? We go through deliberations.
You're on mute. I should point out it's not part of the current motion, but Rick, you're still on mute.
Okay.
I almost shut down the screen there. And again, I'm thinking out loud because we don't have this situation come up, but how I'd envision it is, the mayor would somehow get notice that he's needed for a potential vote, and or you'd anticipate in advance that a matter is close and the mayor would be available. I mean, I hate pointing to Congress of the United States, but the vice president often is there to break a tie in the Senate, if need be. The one concern area where I think the mayor would have to at least get familiar with the record and listen to testimony, whether watching a video or being present, is in the quasi judicial land use context. And I think there your due process requires that you hear the testimony and make a decision. So I think there's ways to do that, but it's usually just either you anticipate something's going to be close, so be available, or call him or her as needed, and if they're not available, you probably defer the matter until the mayor is available.
And okay, that's helpful. Yeah, it sounds like, if anything, if we do move to something like that, it has the potential to really slow things down. Okay, I have another question for for Vice Mayor Jones. Vice Mayor, on item number 4, the Blue Ribbon Commission on Better Government. Is this part of what would be on the agenda for the 28th? Is that what we would be discussing?
Yes, it would be included.
Okay, and so so given that, I mean, it sounds like we are all sort of tacitly agreeing to have a special council meeting on the 28th to address this, and then we have a council meeting on the 4th, and the deadline for the ballot is August 7th. I had a question about the Blue Ribbon Commission on Better Government item in your memo. So when I pulled up the report from Measure J, that charter review committee put forward by Mayor McHenry consisted of nominations of 2 names per council member, because I can see the breakdown on this sheet. I won't hold it up because I think it has addresses. But it's 2 commissioners per council member. And then the mayor appoints the chairman, vice chairman, and appointed a 3rd member for a total of at that time, it was quite a large group. And so, so what are your thoughts about the makeup of this commission and the timing of this commission?
So as far as the makeup is concerned, I see it as can go a couple of different ways. One is to appoint 1 commissioner from each council district, and then the mayor appoints a person, so you have 11. You could go 22 if you have 2 appointees. You want to have representation, but you also don't want it to be so big that it's not effective or it's unwieldy. So I'm flexible in terms of either one of those options. As far as
I mean, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, as far as timing is concerned, I really don't have a set start date, but obviously we want to try to get it started as quickly as possible.
And so, Rick, on the makeup item, I mean, I'll say in 1986, it was over 20 people. So hopefully here in 2020, we wouldn't diminish input, although we kind of already are today. But hopefully we could have space to really have the adequate makeup of the commission. But my question for Rick would be how a charter review commission would work so that their input could affect or shape specifics of the form of government being presented, and what are the parameters of what they could shape at this point?
Well, it's up to the council to determine what the parameters are. As I read the memo, it says such changes the commission shall consider shall include, among others, provisions consistent with the strong mayor, strong council structures found in other major U.S. cities, in which executive responsibility of the city resides with the mayor and the council has the legislative authority. So obviously the focus is on the mayor's role and the council's role in the government. But as I read, shall include, among others, is unless the council wants to narrow the parameters and not have it get into every aspect of the charter, you know, you know, you have to decide amongst yourself how far would you want it to go or what areas you want it to go. You know, either the whole charter, you know, parts of the charter. And so, I mean, that's, you know, the best answer I can give at this point.
And so would then more details, because according to item 4 on the memo, the report on the effectiveness would be by March 2022, right? So this is not a whole lot of time. So we would need to move we're not, even by establishing a charter review or a blue ribbon commission, even with that, we're not providing a lot of time to study this issue. So do we have to have some sort of, excuse me, some sort of parameters by July 28th so that we as a council can provide feedback on that item? Because we would vote on the specific language on August 4th.
You could do it one of two ways. Either if it's part of the ballot measure that council shall establish a blue ribbon commission, you can either put in what the parameters are, or you can say as determined by council, and then the council can go well beyond, obviously, July 28th. You'd have a lot more time to work that through. So again, you know, that's about the. It really is to be determined by council, I guess. Council.
Actually, the memo says the following package of reforms as the proposed ballot measure. So this blue ribbon commission would be part of the ballot measure, right, according to the memo, according to the motion on the floor.
So the question is it shall establish a blue ribbon commission to explore charter revisions as determined by council, or in the following areas. And so I think, you know, if it's the latter, yes, at least by August 4th, you'd have to have that defined. July 28th would be preferable, so we can bring it back a final ballot measure on August 4th.
So I'm bringing that up because we don't have a lot of time, right?
Yeah, and then on the, if it's the former, if it's basically as determined by council, if that goes on the ballot, then the council has some time to decide the scope of the Charter Commission's jurisdiction.
Well, not a lot of time if the report is due by March 2022. I would, you know, look, this whole process is a bit of a sham in my opinion, but if we're going to propose a blue ribbon commission, we should be upfront with the public about what that is, who is going to make up that commission, and what exactly it is that they're going to do. And for this council to resolve those issues, it should be part of the discussion on July 28th. So how do we get to that by July 28th?
Well, I think we would, as part of our draft, we would include establishment of a charter commission. If the council wants to give us direction today as to the scope of it, fine. Otherwise, we'll work from this, and then you can add to it on the 28th for when you discuss what the again, what the scope of the jurisdiction will be.
Councilmember Esparza, can I make a suggestion here?
Okay.
We appreciate the need to want to move forward with this. I'm perfectly fine with the structure you described from 1986 or the alternative structure Vice Mayor Jones described, I don't see why the council couldn't simply start that work, obviously in parallel, starting in the fall or whenever we're able to get folks back together, given the constraints of COVID. So I'm not sure I understand the concern about timing. Is there something?
Well, the timing is, one, this is included in the ballot measure. Two, the report back to the community is included in the language that is in the motion before us. And three, like I said, this whole process is already nebulous. So if we as a council are going to give input on the work of the commission, then we need to do so within a relatively short time frame. And furthermore, I don't think we need to wait. I mean,
I agree.
You know, we're already have, you know, probably the most important thing in front of us about the structure and authority of our city government. We're doing it via Zoom with very little public input. There's no reason why we couldn't have the commission meet via Zoom as well.
I think we agree, and frankly, I don't see why we'd even need to wait for a ballot measure. So, I mean, I certainly be supportive of an amendment that would say, look, let's start the work of Blue Ribbon Commission and take it out of the measure and just start the work.
So are you proposing taking the Blue Ribbon Commission out of the ballot measure?
If that's acceptable to the maker of the motion, sure. I mean, what you're saying is there's no point in us waiting till November for council to start appointing folks to get to work. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not proposing that. Frankly, I think it's, I mean, I just, you know, I mean, I think many of us take our promises to the voters pretty seriously. And so if we're going to include this in charter language that we're going to put before the voters, then we need to have a mechanism to follow through on that commitment to the voters.
Yeah, I assume this actually, just because it's in a ballot measure, wouldn't necessarily go in the charter. Rick, you want to?
No, it would. It would be an aside. It doesn't have to go on the ballot measure.
Yeah.
So the council has the option to put it on the ballot measure as a part of the ballot measure or not. They can move forward and establish a Blue Ribbon Task Force or commission and move forward even before this November election.
Right.
Okay, so that's up to the maker of the motion. I mean, like I said, I'm just trying to figure out, we have a motion on the floor, we have a memo and very little information. I'm just trying to figure out what is the process because it's not clear to me. So that's where I'm at.
Councilor Esparza, maybe it would be better for you to offer a friendly amendment that describes what you'd like to see happen with this Blue Ribbon Commission.
Well, I'm not the one who wrote the memo. So I think that would actually be better to come from the vice mayor who wrote the memo. This is his idea and his vision. So I would prefer it came from him.
Definitely, Councilmember Esparza, and I will have more details and clarity by the 28th, if that's acceptable to you.
So you will work with the city attorney to develop what that looks like that will come to us on July 28th.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. And so I also wanted to have a clarification. Oops. So I misspoke earlier, and I wanted to point out what LA did in the 2015 Measure 1 ballot measure. It included quite a few things, but one of those items was transition to new election dates in order to align the new start of office. The measure provides the city officials elected in 2015 and 2017 would run for a 5.5-year term. And this transition would be a one-time adjustment. And then after that one-time adjustment, all city offices would resume 4-year terms effective in 2020 and 2022. So the reason I brought that up is that this measure is the basis for which we're pulling, that's actually the language that we are using to realign a mayoral term. And so I think Councilmember Carrasco brought up some really important points that originally elections, sorry, elections, particularly in minority, and remember when we set this up, redlining was still an issue here in San Jose. And when these elections were set up, the poorest council districts in the city were actually intentionally, put on odd number years, because what we know from what we heard from the San Jose State academic research is that it is presidential election years that drives voter participation, not mayoral election years that drive voter participation. And so if that is the basis upon which we are, if that is our basis for moving mayoral election years, then why don't we do it for the odds, or 3, 5, and 7, or why don't we look at city council races and looking at addressing some of the historical wrongs at the same time? And I guess, so one, I wanted to correct the issue with LA, because LA did align the city council races. They also aligned school district races. Fortunately, the city doesn't run the school districts here in San Jose, but but it aligned those races, and that's an option that is actually available to us. If we took the time to sit down and create a charter review commission and study this work, study what other cities have done, gain input from the community, from stakeholders in the city, and from academic research that is out there, we could actually devise something better. But what we are doing today, hopefully it's today and not tomorrow, because I think we're all done. What we're doing is to choose to only select one race. We're all choosing to just do one item because it's convenient for us. And I don't think that makes our government better. I don't think it makes our government stronger. And remember, we are changing both the structure and the authority of our city's government. That's what we're doing. And so we are choosing with this vote to not take the time to do and devise something that is best for our city, that we can all stand by. And I want to make that painfully clear. I also wanted to point out that we're doing this, we're rushing this during a global pandemic. And this has come up before in that we are relying on Zoom. We're here relying on the internet and our devices to hold a public meeting that not everybody can attend, particularly as we have spent a lot of time discussing at City Council, especially in the COVID pandemic, where people cannot go to school, right? Or go to their doctor just for regular ailments. We know that not everyone has access to devices or the internet. So we're choosing again to do this process and do this vote, really knowing that we are deliberately leaving a lot of people out of this process. And so we're not hearing from them. And I think that's really important. And even for today, we don't have translation. Sorry. So there are a lot of people that we are not hearing from, because basically what we're saying is that we don't care. That's what we're saying. Because in the rush to get this before the deadline for the ballot, and so that whatever happens before whatever changes happen in the next election, we have a rush to do that. And that rush overrides the needs of what's best for our city, or the needs or input of our community. And so we haven't heard from everyone, but we have heard from some people and some groups. We have heard from the League of Women Voters, who have asked us not to rush this, who have asked us to put together a commission before we vote. We have heard from former Eastside council member and county supervisor Blanca Alvarado, who has again raised the issues that I just brought up, that we are disenfranchising people, that we are not including this, we are not having this be a public process with input. We have heard from Chuck Davidson, a man who's been recognized by this very council for his contributions to our city. And in fact, he has a building named after him across the street at San Jose State. And he, as the last, I believe, living member of the first Charter Review Commission, has come out and publicly said that this is a bad idea, that doing it this way is a bad idea. And we have also heard from city workers who have come together and spoken and sent us letters. And the people that do the work that we rely on, that our community relies on, have come out and said that this is rushed and the way we're choosing to do this is a bad idea. And so, I wanted to just, without beating a dead horse, I just wanted to again reiterate, because it was brought up again today, that the pandemic and the protests are somehow a justification for what we're doing today. Both what we're doing and how we're choosing to do it. I think it's reprehensible to use the pandemic as an excuse for this. In fact, just last night, many of the people that are arguing that this is the best way to move forward voted against the 5 of us speaking out and asking questions on this topic when we represent half the city and the population in the county that is most impacted by COVID. And as we saw in the discussion, there are some very real issues around testing and people who are dying in our city in the East Side who are being left out. And we're not really given an indication that this is important to this council, that our own city residents are sick and dying. And I hope that moving forward that we can show more passion for people than for permits. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you very much, and appreciate all the dialogue and the comments from my colleagues as we are now running into the afternoon of day 2. I think without a doubt is emblematic of how important this decision is, and really more importantly, how rushed we're trying to kind of force this through, as was stated many times. And I appreciate, Councilmember Arenas, for your earlier quote saying that if it takes another day, it takes another day, that it should have taken us a year. And I agree with that. And that should be the time that we should still allow it to take. Unfortunately, it does not look like that will be the case. And specifically, Mayor, I wanted to push to see your personal limits, and I hear what you said several times. You don't want to accept any amendments, including in regards to the extension of your term, unless you are seeing that the council will all come together on supporting this all or nothing initiative, regardless of whether or not.
Sam stepped away for a minute.
That's fine. The community can hear it, and if he wants to, I'm happy to restate it to him. Regardless of whether or not some of these amendments will invite equity, greater participation, greater community engagement, or simply be more fair, our mayor's made it very clear that regardless of that, he will not support any amendments without conditioning the council to be in full support of an all or nothing initiative. I do agree with Councilmember Davis that today's vote indeed shouldn't be about the short term, and it certainly should not be about ourselves. And although, Mayor, I would accept a challenge, and maybe I'll tell him this myself since he's not here. I would accept a challenge of running against.
I just stepped out to the restroom.
Oh, no worries. Well, good. Here, this is a good moment. Although, Mayor, I would accept the challenge of running against you or anybody else in 2022. I recognize you prefer sticking to the all or nothing as a default, and I have personally more integrity than to support a compromise that I don't agree with simply because it might include an open election in 2022. And I'm fine if you wish to have one single vote on July 28th, accepting a package of all the language on the initiative. I can accept that, but for today, I am going to be respectfully asking the maker of the motion, Councilmember Camus, to allow me and some of my colleagues to register our positions on each of these important items independently. And so, Councilmember Camus, I'm asking if you'll accept a friendly amendment to, when we get to a vote here, to split the vote so that all of us can register on each individual item. And I see it as 4 individual items personally. One would be moving the mayor's race to the presidential cycle. 2 would be extending our mayor's term by 2 years. 3 would be accepting the campaign contribution restriction language. And then 4 would be the strong mayor provisions. Is that something that you could accept, at least for today? Again, I'm not asking that this be the case anymore, that we separate it on July 28th, at least for today.
Councilmember Perales, while I think that might be a logical move, I am aware that we are in at least the 11th hour of discussing this one topic. And if we divide it by 4, I'm afraid that we will be discussing this one topic at a time. And, several council members have said that they don't want to beat a dead horse, but the horse has been dead for 10 hours and we're still beating it. And I wanted to make, I'm not interested in separating it unless Councilmember Jones has otherwise, not because I don't want to separate it, but because I feel that if we separate it, we're going to be having 4 separate discussions instead of one that I think we've already talked out.
And Councilmember Camus, I'm not talking about anything new. We have absolutely debated these items for quite some time. All I'm saying is that when we get to the vote, which it looks like we may be getting to after just maybe a couple more speakers, what I'm saying is that when we get there, rather than forcing us all to either accept everything or not, that we just take 4 separate votes and we don't debate on it any further. That's all I'm asking. And I recognize that there's an interest to have one ballot initiative, and I'm fine with that. I can vote no on that when that comes on the 28th. But I would like to be able to register my support for something like moving the mayor's race to the presidential cycle or supporting the campaign contribution restrictions today. And so we can do that if we just break this up into the 4 different items that they are. So that's all I'm asking. And if you want input from the vice mayor, I'm happy to invite that as well.
I personally am not inclined because there are some parts of this that I don't like, and I don't want to show, that there are parts of this that I don't like. I wouldn't necessarily have ever voted for moving the mayoral election. And while I think that this is something that you would vote for, I think it just invites confusion. So I'm not willing to make that amendment at this time. And so that's where I'm at. I think it is.
That's fine. Thank you. I think that answers it for me, Councilmember Kimmett. That's fine. If you don't accept it,
was a compromise, a package compromise, and that's the way I look at it.
I accept that you won't do that. I do have a question before we do come back on the 28th. I think that we've done tried to do a job of deciding and spelling out what the potential mayoral powers will be. I don't know if we've done equally a good job at describing what maybe the exact role or shifts of the council members will be moving forward, and if there's any significant changes. So at least I want to ask that we make that clear by the 28th as well. It sounds like Vice Mayor Jones, you're going to be doing a little bit of work in regards to the Charter Revision Commission as well. And so I would like to personally be able to see a little more clarity in regards to the role for council members moving forward.
Got it.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Diep?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So much to address, but let's start with the substance of the motion. I appreciate Councilmember Davis for referencing my alternative recommendations in my memo, and I see where the votes are headed on this. I wanted to reiterate, whether it's in the motion or not, I understand that under the charter, the mayor has the flexibility to attend or not attend. It still goes back to my belief that we do need a strong executive in San Jose. And this discussion and others, we've spent a day almost on this matter, and this is not typical. But I would almost prefer if it were, because if you go back and you watch the tape, you go back and you watch the tape from my first year on council. I often speak early. I press the button to speak early, and I try to frame the issue for something. I try to frame the issue that we're debating in the way that I feel needs attention. And then I frame it, and then I say, I invite, I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. And then Don Rocha takes it off in another direction. And then, Raul Perales goes off on what he wants to say, and other colleagues go and say what they want to say. And it took me a year to basically figure out that we're not convincing anybody on the dais. There is a bit of theater to it. And it's disappointing for the idealist in me, because I came ready to be persuaded, and I came ready to persuade. And the reality is, if you press the button more than twice to speak, you get the stink eye, because people want to move on to the next item. So the level of deliberation on this body is superficial. And of course, that's because of the Brown Act. The Brown Act allows us to speak outside of the public at 5 at a time to come to some sort of resolution, to some sort of consensus, but we can't get a majority. And so we can only debate in public, and yet when we are in public, people get hungry, they get sleepy, they get angry, and they want to move on. And that is the logjam I see for this body. And it's okay when we're part-time council members and we come, at the end of the day, that makes sense. But we are full-time paid council members. We are professionals, no less professional than the administrative staff that we have dealing with us every single day. We are different than the other cities in this area. We are full-time council members. We are also professionals, or at least we have to build up to it and use our time to do that. And so the level of debate that we have here is not, at least in my opinion, satisfactory. And that's why we need a strong executive to pick up the pieces and move the machine of government towards something. Council gives direction, we set priorities, but the strong executive can come and say, okay, this is happening right now, let's get on this right now, and prioritize using executive discretion, not going above the authority of the council, not usurping power from the council. We legislate, but they execute. And I truly believe that. I still believe that. And so I'm pleased to hear that even without some sort of amendment, the mayor, whoever that mayor is now and in the future, can exercise that discretion without the expectation that he or she has to be sitting here with us for potentially days. And I think that as it goes to tie-breaking votes, that's simple. I mean, if there's a 5-5 split, you let the mayor review the record, you come back and you have him or her vote the day after. There's no demand that the result of a vote has to be instantaneous. You defer those to the next morning or the next day, and the vote comes out later. I don't think that's difficult. As it pertains to the financial campaign issues, I have my own recommendations, but I won't get into that. I won't open that can of worms. But I will ask for clarification. When Councilmember Davis was speaking to my idea about having the city attorney have an affirmative duty to remind council members about when they need to recuse. Of course, they only have access to what's in the public record. And like Rick said, if I took a campaign contribution yesterday and I haven't filed the report yet, I would be obligated to recuse myself, and we couldn't expect city staff to do that for us. I think that's pretty cut and clear, and I would prefer clear direction, not an exploration of some sort of finding of that, and just to have staff say you have an affirmative duty to access the public records and keep track of the votes, the parties potentially getting contracts, and that duty only extends to what's in the public record. Anything beyond that, the duty is of course on the council member in question. I would prefer that clarity than just a simple explore, because I don't know where that goes. Would Councilmember Camus be willing to entertain that?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for.
So basically, I'm trying to ask for a more simple thing than what Councilmember Davis said. I simply want the city attorney to affirmatively have a duty to keep track of the public finance records that are publicly out there. Every 6 months, there's a campaign filing report out, and whatever the latest one is, the city attorney shall have the duty up until that point to remind the council member to recuse yourself if there's a party that you've accepted money from. And anything after that, I'm sorry?
How is that different than what Councilmember Davis already amended the motion with?
Because she was asking for an explorer. And so I don't feel that there's an affirmative action there. And she was talking more about trying to figure out what happens after the campaign finance report. And I'm saying council members should be fully responsible for that. There's no way for the city attorney to know, who's given me money in the last month or so.
I'm going to hop in, Councilmember Depp, as the seconder of the motion. I'm not going to support that.
Okay, and then I would like to ask for clarification on what you explained to Councilmember Davis, because I find it confusing, circular logic, because when she was asking the question, you said that under your interpretation or your proposal, only lobbyists and such would only money taken from lobbyists and such would trigger recusal. Was that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. Or gifts. Or gifts.
Yes. Okay. So, and then at the same time, we have a proposal that says we're banning all gifts from lobbyists and such. And so, if I'm understanding correctly, there would never be a need to recuse.
I'm not following your logic.
So there are two campaign finance reform things that we're talking about. One is banning gifts from all lobbyists, right?
Contractors.
Okay. And gifts in my mind is campaign contributions.
Right.
Okay. And then we speak
actually, it doesn't have to be campaign kind of contributions. It could be anything.
Okay, but gifts, but included in gifts is campaign contributions. And
it's not as currently defined. So yeah, I think that we can make that clarification, but not as currently defined.
But as I interpret what you proposed, you're saying that we can't take anything from a lobbyist, and then we have to recuse ourselves only when we take something from a lobbyist. So I find that confusing. You get my drift?
Oh yeah, I get your drift. I think that applies more to contractor who is doing business with the city. Give me a second here.
And as we're talking, I mean, just Rick.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll get you your answer.
I find it perhaps problematic from an interpretive standpoint because, and I forget the exact number, but Government Code Section 8 for whatever it is, expressly exempts cities. It's intended for state agencies and not for bodies where that the members are directly voted
right.
from.
It expressly exempts elected officials, but the council can adopt, if it wants to, a tighter provision and make it apply here.
Right. So whatever we want to do, we can do. I'm not concerned about the actual action of recusal. I guess what I'm concerned about is the incorporation of a state statute that expressly exempts the things we're trying to do. So going into the legislative history, talking about this law that says city councils don't have to do it, I almost wish that it was proposed, the action was proposed without incorporating the reference to the state code.
Yeah, well, the memo adopts the state code, but the language in the ordinance of the charter will spell it out. And
Okay.
so it won't be an incorporation by reference.
All right.
So getting back to your question, Councilmember Depp, you are correct that you should not have a situation where you would have to recuse yourself from taking a contribution or a gift from a lobbyist or a contractor doing business with the city, because you would have never taken that money to begin with.
And there go the second prong is unnecessary, right? Because if we're banning it outright and the second prong is only aimed at contributions from lobbyists.
So the second item B is targeted towards lobbyists and city contractors and any direct beneficiary. So item A is anybody that's doing has made a contribution to your campaign or giving you a gift that has business coming before the city.
Okay, I understood that to be the case, but when you were explaining to Councilmember Davis, you restricted it to just lobbyists. So I wanted to seek that clarification.
And Mayor, point of clarification, the motion on the floor includes the language that Councilmember Camus asked, which was to look at the language on item 1B, correct? Nor any direct beneficiary of a city contract. So there's more refined language for that is coming back to us on July 28th in order to address his questions and concerns about who that applies to. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, but certainly Rick may correct me.
Yeah, that's the understanding. The question that Councilmember Camus raised was, what's a direct beneficiary? And so, that needs clarity. We'll come back with a clarification.
And so this language will come back to us on July 28th.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I guess finally, I just have some final thoughts on this. I feel that the contention that we're debating now boils down to this issue of the 2-year gap and whether this is, quote unquote, as some people have framed it, a power grab. And I just want to add to the record and remind people watching how we got here. This is, in my mind at least, a compromise because, it was stated earlier, a year ago, a lot of you were opposed to moving the mayor's election, and how convenient that now that you've changed your mind. Well, I want to simply say, I want to point to my memo and say, I haven't, had a change of heart on this. I still don't see the rationale behind it, because again, I will reiterate, in Santa Clara County, residents, voters have 30 days early vote. They are registered automatically through the DMV. They get mail home balloting 30 days before the vote. They have prepaid postage, and they can drop off their ballot up until election day. And so long as it makes it back within 5 days after election day, postmarked by election day, their ballot will count. And I don't know how much easier you can make voting. So the discrepancy, I don't deny that people turn out more and people vote more during presidential years. But the notion that we are somehow lowering the barrier to entry by doing this, I disagree with that logically. Of course, if I came into office and the mayor's race were on presidential years, I would never move to try to get it off that. People should vote whenever they vote. I'm not concerned with that. But I know it's important to many of my colleagues. I think yesterday when we were talking about Black Lives Matter, I think it was Councilmember Esparza referenced that something about, by doing this, we're going to alleviate voter suppression. And I would challenge that notion, because I understand that there may be low turnout for different reasons. And my interest is really making people feel closer to their government and feeling engaged and feeling that their vote is important and getting as high a turnout as possible. And of course, to the victor goes the spoils, and that, mayor or that council member, they get to make the policy. We've been, a lot has been talked about in terms of shams and charades. That seems to be an ongoing theme here. I mean, I can't let it not go addressed to say that, last night we heard 3.8, and then we went to 8.1, and then the mayor called it, and then I pressed a button to raise my hand to speak. There was an accusation that it was pre-cooked, or like I did it before, and you know, I think the public can't see it, but before all of city staff, all the council members, I don't know if we record the personal panel, but you can see Mayor Sam Liccardo call the item and then I press it. And even this morning, Councilmember Reyes, when she was called on to speak for the first time, apologized in her opening remarks because she was using a mouse and there was something slow on her computer. You know, that seems odd to me, that the technique of parliamentary argumentation and persuasion boils down to mischaracterizations and assertions, unfounded assertions. I would push back against that, and I think that's unfair. And just to point out, if she was the first to speak, she would have probably been substituted by somebody else. So parliamentary procedure allows for motions to be made. I was called out as being, you know, being a lackey of some sort, but also later she called me out, or she held me up as a example, saying that, you know, if all of you had the courage or you know, had a truth of conviction, you would really go for a strong mayor, which I did, and I'm pushing for the strong mayor, and at once, you know, being held up as the example that my colleagues should follow, and also as somebody that is part of some sort of scheme, and I don't appreciate that. There is this notion being pushed that our you know, certain communities are not in the process or not having access, and we certainly should lower the barrier to entry whenever we can, and we should continue to look for ways to do it. But to the extent that the odd number districts are suffering or are left out, as I see it, the odd number districts, even in the low turnout election years, are being represented by people of color. They're being represented by Latinos and people of color, and so I'm not exactly sure what we're pushing for. Like, if we're talking about structural change and reforming the council, I think we have a decent council as it stands. And you know, I won't go into, you know, aspersions of my own, but structural changes, moving things around, extending. The only reason we're talking about extending a term or 2 extra years for Mayor Liccardo is because there is this push to move the mayor's race to satisfy a certain part of this council, to allow more people to vote. And in order to do that, there creates this question of, you know, what happens with this 2-year shift? Do we have a new person, or we retain with the more experienced person? I personally believe we retain the experienced person. And now we open up this discussion about, well, we should all get it, or all the odd number council members should get it. I think that does not address the issue of what happens when you have an entirely new council. Instead of doing the work of the people, we're all taking a few months and figuring out, you know, which way is up. And I don't think that is great. But then this notion of, well, the people have turned out should get 2 extra years, and shifting you know, we need to shift the balance and make a better stronghold for these odd number communities. Well, there's District 7 for the past 16 years, has 14 years, has been seen as, like, you know, the Vietnamese council seat. And you know, what are we trying to do there? I'm Vietnamese. I represent Berryessa, but that's not the Vietnamese district. You know, District 7 has traditionally seen that. So are we pushing to dilute the Vietnamese vote? What are we doing here? Because as I see it, we have 5 Latino council members, and you know, the Latino Hispanic population by our city auditor is about 1/3 of the community. So I understand the critique, and I understand the need for equity, and I understand the need to keep on being better. But these critiques, as I'm listening to them, they don't ring with me, at least in the way they are phrased right now. And you know, I just had to get that off my chest. So with that, I'll yield.
Thank you, Councilor Diep. I just want to remind everybody, we've been at this now since 8:30 last night. Everybody's spoken once, many have spoken twice, and we just really want to encourage us to consider that we've got many other items we have to consider and get resolved today that are in front of us, 8 or 9 items. So now that this debate is well along into, I don't even know how many hours, I think we're in double digits. I just want to see if we can encourage everybody to see if we can wrap this up. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. As was stated by you, Mayor, early in this conversation and reiterated by Councilmember Perales, you're not supportive of the friendly amendment that I made unless we got a broad consensus. And obviously, listening to the conversation and the discussion, it's very evident that that's not going to be achieved. So I would like to withdraw my friendly amendment to add the 2 additional options of a 2-year term and a 6-year term.
Councilor Camus, you accept that withdrawal?
Yes.
And I would just emphasize, again, this is the moment. If people believe this 2-year issue is the problem, I think this is the time for folks to say we're willing to try to find compromise. And I agree with Vice Mayor, that hasn't happened. I'm quite willing to ensure this won't be made about me or my term, but rather about the future of the city. And that's what I prefer that we be focused on. But unfortunately, that's not what's emerged. Councilmember Carrasco.
Hi, thank you. So I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, could you, excuse me, could you please clarify then what's on the table in terms of those 2 years? What's at play?
It's the what's in my memo. It's extending the mayor for 2 years.
So extending the mayor, and this has nothing to do with the possibility of Councilmember Perales or someone else challenging or throwing their hat into the race.
No, doesn't have anything to do with that.
Again, if we were to bifurcate some of this, we may have a little bit more consensus on some of these issues. And I'm not sure why Johnny Camus is unwilling to do so. And that's what I wanted to talk about. If you're willing to bifurcate it, Councilmember Camus, you might see more consensus on some of the issues, because I think even among some of the other council members, some council members are willing to give and take on different issues. And I think that's what we're seeing, that the way that it's posed now and the way that it's bundled, it's in its entirety that we're all having difficulties with. And I'm not sure why, Councilmember Camus, you're unwilling to budge when we have been very flexible and incredibly generous to your needs throughout the years. And every time that you have had an issue with a vote, every time that you've had an issue and you've asked the council, I don't think there's been one time that we've said, absolutely not. We're not going to give Councilmember Camus a no on his request. We've actually said, okay, what do we need to do to accommodate you, Councilmember Camus? So explain to me once again why you're unwilling to do that, because that's what I'm asking again. If you're willing to bifurcate this this motion.
Councilmember, I know this has been asked and answered now by Councilmember Camus. We're really treading over old ground.
I understand, Mayor.
Is there a different
I'm asking as a courtesy, and this is, allow me to just say the following. I really enjoyed listening to Councilmember Dieppe. And one of the things that I really want to point out is that he's very accurate in that we finally have representation for Latino districts in a way that we've never seen before. But the irony of it is that in spite of that, we tend to be on the losing end of policies that are good for minority communities. And it's split down the middle of the West Side and the East Side, the wealthy and the underprivileged. And so it doesn't matter how many Latino voices you have on the council. If you don't have that 6th vote that's empathetic and can understand, then we still don't have enough votes to pass incredibly important policies such as the one that we're facing now. And so I'm appealing to Councilmember Camus's understanding of the plight that poor people, underprivileged people, people of color, immigrant people, refugees go through, because he's gone through the same issues as he has expressed many, many times before. And I agree with almost just about everything that Councilmember Dieppe said. We are in a very critical position. We have council members that would love to be able to represent their districts. But if we continue to have our voices suppressed because there's one vote that we can't seem to get over the goal line, and it always amazes me, why are we not addressing the elephant in the room, which is that always the 6-5 are aligned in the exact same manner. This should be an embarrassment to all of us that are sitting here who supposedly stand with Black Lives Matter, who take the pledge of equity, who constantly talk about how we understand our white fragility, well, put it in check and take a good look in the mirror. And so I'm going to ask again, Councilmember Camus, are you willing to bifurcate this motion and allow us, the Latino council members, to represent our district?
I think you are representing your district quite well. I am not willing to bifurcate it, not because of anything that has been said, but this has been a package that I have compromised on. This wasn't the original package. I made memos and clear movements. If you allow me to finish my comment.
I've heard, and all I'm going to say is, you all are gluttons for authority and power, and shame on each and every single one of you.
Councilmember Camus, assume that the answer is sufficient at this point, unless you feel the urgent need to finish. I'd like to call for the vote. Okay, let's
I'm
call for
fine.
the vote. Tony?
Fine.
This is on the motion to call the question.
No, there's no motion to call the question. This is on the motion. Tony?
I'm sorry, Mayor, just one more time. Can we hear what the motion is? I understand that the vice mayor removed the 3 options of the election cycle. Is that correct?
The motion is the memoranda of Vice Mayor Jones and Councilmember Camus with the friendly amendment from Councilmember Esparza regarding executive action and its limitation under the campaign finance rules, and Councilmember Davis's friendly amendment regarding exploring the possibility of requiring a city attorney to track expenditures.
And Councilmember Camus's clarification on the item 1B.
Yes, thank you for that, Councilmember Esparza. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tony.
Jimenez,
No.
Perales,
No.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Absolutely not.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
A proud no.
Arenas,
A defiant no. Thanks.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, turning now to the agenda. Item 4.1 is report on bids and award of contract for construction, fire station number 37. There's no presentation.
Move to approve.
So a motion from Councilmember Jimenez,
Second.
and there's a second from the Vice Mayor. Again, now on public comment, this is on the report on bids and award of contract for fire station number 37. Tessa, welcome.
Tessa, right? Okay, good. Tessa Woodman C. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. I want to say this is a very important issue, the fire department. Very, very important because it deals with climate change. And we are in a climate crisis. And what you have all been dealing with this whole time since 8:30 last night is a waste of time, And we are not focusing on the real issues in our community and dealing with my husband, who's a biologist, and says the only things we should be talking about is biology, physics, and engineering, because we are in a climate crisis and we are in a pandemic. And then, fire stations, let's bring it back to why I'm talking about it, so don't cut me off, is we're talking about fire stations. Yes, we need fire stations because we are going to have fires and we are going to be burning up. And this is going to be the hottest year on record. And the thing is, everything you've been doing has been wrong, is about politics and economics when people are dying. And how dare you? How dare you?
Thank you, Tessa. Blair?
Hi, everyone. This item, I think, may have Measure T funding involved.
That's right.
And Thank you. And you had mentioned that, you know, the previous item could be the way you connected things can be related to how Measure T items were connected. A major connection through Measure T issues, I think what brought it all together was the idea of public oversight. And that really just, it hinged everything. It made everything make sense. And you invited public oversight for the tax issues involved with Measure T, but you're not addressing the technology issues, the oversight that's needed for that. And I'm hurt by that. And I hope you can still, I'm always talking about it. I hope you can apply good practices to your previous item. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, welcome.
I've been here since last night. I spent the 12 hours with this council. As you all are well aware, I spent that many hours. Blair and I used to turn off the lights every single time. So all of you know that I'm a full participant in this city. And I really resent what Davis had said, that the 60 people here don't really represent the average citizen. And you know what? I agree with her in one sense, that you know what? I care more. I care more. My ancestors suffered in this city, and I'm not going to tolerate it. It's going to stop with me. In terms of the fire department, now talking about equity. Now, fire departments need to be evenly distributed around the city. And this equity lens, that's why it's so critically important, is that every single policy decision that is made must be made through that ethical lens. I mean, the equity lens, because it's the only ethical thing to do. I just want to send a shout out to Carrasco and Arenas and Esparza. JUL. Gracias.
Thank you. Brenda?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I want to start off with thanking Councilwoman Arenas, Esparza, Carrasco for speaking up. I call them the three fierce women because they don't stop. And as hard as it is to be a woman
Brenda,
in the
we're
political,
on fire
yes,
station.
I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to
Okay,
that.
you could focus on that.
I'm gonna get to that. You know, they're champions and they're the voice of many of us. I also want to speak on this item, and I want to say that make sure that when we do vote on anything, as Paul said, there's equity with this, and that they're spread out, because there's a lot of places around San Jose that do require fire stations, and some of them have been closed. But I also just want to thank the woman that didn't back down, and I'm proud to be in District 5 with Magdalena Carrasco. You go, girl.
Thank you. Veronica?
Again, I want to just echo that fierce woman leadership. Again, Latinas in the building. San Ricardo, get out. Now, talking back to the contracts with the fire station, indeed, we need those fire stations, but we can't get them because you won't let go of this power grab that you have. It's just awful. And then just to consider yourself a professor at San Jose University, awful again. Fire stations everywhere, we need them. There's going to be fires, and the main fire is happening right there in your office. Please call the firefighters. We need a lot of water for all those things that you burned down this city on. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Scott? Scott, your device is muted.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm just click the unmute. Doing a little more multitasking. I'm going to get on the topic of the fire department, but you women on that commission, I'm sorry, on the council, are just dynamite today. And I really appreciate you getting in there and fighting for the community and women of color. And this is amazing. So thank you. You made my day. So, but back onto the fire department issue. I've been watching a lot of videos on YouTube with other fire departments in other cities. And their interaction with the community is very positive. They're out there trying to help the homeless. They're doing food drives. It's just there's that bond. I don't see that with the San Jose Police Department. Now, I know we're building the new fire department right here, but are we going to kind of roll it out for the community? Are we going to interact with them? Are we going to be friendly with them? Because the fire department lately, with me filming their stops, their interactions with the mentally ill and homeless, they're damn near swinging on me out there, and it's lawful activity to film in public. So you might want to get your firefighters in line. Thank you.
Thank you. And the person with the phone number ending 5140?
Yeah, I can't believe it's taken all these days to get down to the bottom of these problems. And quite frankly, Carrasco's personal problems that we have to listen to for hours and hours waste time. I mean, hey, welcome to the immigrant experience, Carrasco.
So we're on fire station number 37.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, fire station 37, Carrasco needs to, cut her time down.
Sir, we're on fire station 37.
Yeah, open it up so the buildings don't burn down. I mean, buildings burn down across the street from us here in San Jose. Open up the fire station, please.
Thank you. Modi G?
Yeah, big supporter of fire stations. Lord knows that we need them, and I know we're definitely going to be needing them in a figurative sense, because these ladies have definitely fired us up, and thankful for all their service. And I think this 4th of July, we are going to be out there in fuego, and they will be leading us, because you have definitely shown us the way and how we need to speak up even more against corruption. And we will be out there, and we will all be on fire this weekend. And we will be out there, and there's no way you will be dousing these fires, because we all need to be out there speaking. And we are thankful for these ladies, and you have lit a torch and you have lit a flame that you cannot douse.
Thank you. Back to the council on the motion. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Diep, Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Going back to Diep.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 5.1 are actions related to the Manila International Airport Airfield Electrical System Rehabilitation Phase 2. There is no presentation on this
Move
item.
approval.
Second.
Okay, someone seems to be sharing a screen of a Word document. It's probably accidental, I'm guessing. Okay. On this specific item, which is 5.1, Manila San Jose International Airport Airfield Electrical System Rehabilitation, Tessa? Tessa?
Basically, yeah, you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear me? Good. Okay, so basically, when I heard Deb Davis complaining about that she might, have to take another day to discuss things, she wouldn't do that. And getting back to the airlines, I know, because everything is about business as usual. And that has been the problem. Everything is about business. When we have a pandemic going on, we have a climate crisis going on, and when your whole meeting about business and how we're going to get business to be downtown, this has to stop. We're having a pandemic. We can't be going back to business as usual. We have to start creating resilient communities where we can survive, and back to food, clothing, and shelter. And that's what I'm dealing with in my neighborhood. This is what's happening. And the only reason I know about this meeting is because of Jake Tonko, because I didn't know you were going to run it again today. You didn't tell us about that yesterday at midnight when it shut off. And you didn't tell us that we're going to have a meeting tomorrow. Only Jake Tonko, who's running for District 6.
Thank you, Tessa. Thank you. Scott?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Keep on fighting. Keep on speaking up. This is very important, and it's shocking off. Fill out speaker cards for everything. What I'm noticing right here is for item 5.1 that it's about a electrical system rehabilitation. My concern right here is hopefully we're not using the same Muppets that wired the trailers behind Happy Hollow. So maybe somebody can be paying attention right now. I know nobody ever gets fired in the city of San Jose, but maybe we can use a different electrical company so we're not going to spend 1.6 million and just dump it down the toilet. Okay, maybe we can pay attention this time, and just maybe, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, we can start firing city employees that are incompetent, and we can get the whole public riled up, and we can recall you, Sam Liccardo, because you're a failure to our community. You need to kick rocks, bud. We're done with your leadership.
Thank you, Scott. Veronica, welcome.
Yeah, great. Thank you. This electrical system rehabilitation that needs to be, again, done, right? Just like the system in our government, but the way that you're trying to rehabilitate that is by taking more power. So unfortunate. I do, yeah, let's go ahead and get Mineta all settled up for when, for more COVIDs that are going to happen there, and nobody really cares. And also, I don't think nobody cares what's happening at the East Side San Jose. We can't even get any testing because there's 2-hour holdups. Okay, 2 hours to get a test. Just unbelievable. Anyways, again, going back to Mineta, great. I also do want to thank the fierce woman that is Esparza Arena Carrasco.
Okay,
Whoa,
we're speaking
you are
about
killing it.
5.1. Veronica, thank you. Brenda, welcome.
Hi, I just want to speak and reiterate what the man said, that make sure when you guys do biddings, make sure you hire trained people that will not mess this up and cost us more money. And I wanted to say to the council member who said she will be out if this continued, you sound like Baruch Assault from Willy Wonka. Like, you don't get your way all the time, and you can't throw tantrums like that. You're a leader. Be a leader. To the fierce woman, woo! Keep on going.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, about the airport. I think we have missed several boats when it comes to the airport. For one, we never took the light rail out to the airport. It's such an inconvenience getting there. And also another thing is that I think it's Terminal B, there should have been a people mover that was put in there. That's a very long walk, and for some people that have to go from Terminal A to Terminal C, and to catch a connecting flight, it's very, very difficult. And you're lucky if you can catch a golf cart. And I also am really disappointed in the last vote. I just want to voice my opinion on that. I don't think we should be rushing through this, and we need more public participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the council. Tony, on item 5.1.
I'm clicking share screen and it's not sharing. So let me just call without displaying. Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
yep,
Aye.
Crosco, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Aye.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Going back to Crosco. Okay, marking as absent.
Okay, thank you. Items 8.1, 8.2 are the public hearings for the approval of the Downtown and Japantown Business Improvement District's annual budget reports and the levy of assessments for the fiscal year 2021. Before I open public hearings, has the city clerk received any written protest from the affected businesses in either one of the BIDs?
Hold on, you moved really fast. I don't have my script up.
Okay.
I've clicked it open. Hold on.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, there it is. No written protests have been received from the BIDs.
Okay, from either one of them.
Right.
Thank you. At this time, then we'll open the public hearing specifically on these two business improvement districts. Tessa?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, again, business as usual. This is what has to stop. You know, that's what we spend so much time and money and now into Japantown to rebuild these non-essential, non-essential businesses. We shouldn't be spending any time or energy on the non-essentials. We've got to get back to the basics: food, clothing, and shelter. And there are people homeless living on our streets on the Alameda. Deb Davis doesn't care. She's not thinking about that there are people homeless. And all of you, you're 6 people. You spent the 6 members of our council spending all this time focusing on mayoral politics and economic growth.
So we're on items 8.1 and 8.2.
Okay, I know. And that's what bothers me. We keep thinking about business when we're dying and the people are dying on our streets and we're not taking care of them and people are suffering. And how dare you?
Thank you, Blair.
Hi, I just wanted to offer that the business districts that this issue is about, I hope they are involved with what is possible with the future of Google and how the East Side needs to be an important part of that whole process. And for us to be all aware of that and just to remind ourselves of that fact is important. I'm understanding that, you know, the Filipino community will have an important stake in the future of a Google future in downtown. What about the Vietnamese community? I do not hear enough about the Vietnamese community as a part of the Google future. How can they become more involved, and why are they so left out? It's hurtful when that happens. Please mention to them the ideas of technology accountability. You know, it's really great, important, enjoyable work that I think if you just mention it, it will just bring, you know, an enjoyment for people to understand it and hear about it. And good luck with the trees at the Post Street in downtown and what trees need to be planted there. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, welcome.
Yeah, Robert Aguirre. I'm really against business improvement districts throughout the city. With the ones that we have limited access for certain people. They are able to keep the general public out if they choose, and they kind of do their own thing. And I think it's an affront to our rights to be able to access sidewalks and other common areas that should be still available to the public. And I think by expanding business improvement districts throughout the city without reconsidering this whole idea of who has access is a real problem, especially for people that are unhoused, that are always being subjected to discrimination by these business improvement district areas. So I think more people need to look into it before voting on something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda? Brenda? Okay, Paul? Welcome, Paul.
Paul? Yeah, this is Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. It's walking into the business districts and having to navigate the sidewalks is really uncomfortable.
Okay, Paul, I think you've got
comfortable. You know, I mean, I'm walking down the sidewalk, so it just come and shoot out. You know, and I can't. I understand.
Okay, Paul, I think we've lost your signal. I'm sorry. Veronica, welcome.
Yeah, This is Veronica again. Thank you to the 3 Latina fierce women, not everyone else. But yeah, on this downtown business improvement district, what's going to happen to the Allen Rock business? Because all I know is that they're closing down. Have you gone? I don't know if any of you, I know Magdalena for sure, Arena and Esparza have gone down Allen Rock, right? And our businesses are shutting down. Our streets are looking empty. And why? Thank you to you, Sam Licardo, right? Why are we not getting Allen Rock businesses involved as well in this improvement? Why are we not getting them involved in anything, right? Because why? Because they're Latinos and they're minorities, and some of them are Asians as well, right? They're that minority that y'all can't seem to handle because y'all don't see race, y'all don't see color. So what? Erase us from history, right? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending in 2154, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Taylor. I live in Willow Glen and also on the Horseshoe. A quick note, the council members, Carrasco, Arenas, Esparza, very impressive today. Councilmember Peralez, usually don't agree with you, but again, you were on point today, sir. One thing about downtown business is I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. Sunnyvale and Los Altos are already effectively shutting down blocks, letting in lots of different businesses to put tables in the street. So let's not think too hard. Let's just copy what the cities that are doing things better than us are doing. And to everyone on the phone, if you want to get rid of these majority votes, we have the chance by voting a new council member for D6 and D4 this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. And Scott.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. With a lot of the businesses downtown, you guys know I spend a lot of time down there. I try to advocate for the mentally ill and homeless in our Santa Clara County Psych Ward that's downtown. The businesses that are down there right now are just folding up. I mean, they're going away fast, and you guys see all the for lease signs. And I mean, I know this is a direct reflection of the pandemic and everything that's been going down, but there's no real authentic, quality restaurants. There's no old school stuff downtown anymore. There's no history. There's no culture. You guys just ran it all out of there. And I saw a film about 2 months ago, and I didn't understand gentrification, and I didn't really get what was going on. And now I fully understand what's going on, and I know that I'll never be able to afford a home or raise my daughter here in San Jose. So I think we all need to rise up, like how the Black Lives Movement, issue went up, and we need to start taking our city back and get this Google crap out of here. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda?
Okay, sorry, kick me out. Yeah, with everything that's going on, I believe that a lot of businesses need a lot of support, and I think that downtown needs, some good murals, some art, some cultura. I think that it's been pushed out for many years slowly, and it's kind of sad to walk through downtown because there's really no environment. We can work on that in supporting small businesses that have been there for years that are sadly closing. Like he mentioned, that we could put tables, there could be canopies. There's so many good things we can do in downtown because it shouldn't be dying out. I understand with COVID-19 and what we're experiencing, it's going to be difficult to save a lot of businesses, but we do need to put a lot more color in our downtown. It just looks so generic. And I just want to give a shout out to my council member, Magdalena Carrasco again, Silvia Arenas, and Maya Esparza because son chingonas.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. We're going to close the public hearing. And I believe we take a vote first as to whether or not the assessments will pass. Do we need a separate vote for these, Rick, for these two BIDs?
Yes, Mayor. It's okay to hear them together, but they should be voted on separately.
Okay, let's vote first on downtown. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, on the motion, Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
yep,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza, Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
One more chance for Carrasco and Esparza. Absent.
All right. So since the business owners in the downtown BID supported the proposed levy assessment, I guess I need to take the ordinances or the resolution separate too. Is that right, Rick?
The each one has one resolution that does both. So you did that was 8.1. Now you take up 8.2.
Okay. So we assume that last vote also include the adoption of the resolution approving the budget reports of the BID.
Yeah, it includes both A and B in
Okay.
the items.
All right. And levying the assessments of the BIDs in this next fiscal year. All right. Now we'll consider the business improvement district for Japantown. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion and second. Tony, let's vote.
Mayor, can I
Yeah.
interject for a second?
Yes.
I see Tomiko rest, and I know I don't know if she was wanting to chime in. I think she has waited quite some time.
Yeah, I haven't seen her. Did she pop up in the wrong room? Maybe.
No, she's by how much?
Oh, okay. Tomiko, I'm sorry. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Hi, Tomiko.
Thanks for hearing us and for considering our bid. That's all I got to say. And I've been here since yesterday, so I appreciate all the work that you all are doing.
I appreciate how succinct you are with and your endurance. Very sorry.
Hey, it's part of the process, right?
Well, I guess if you're going to be shut in anyway, and with COVID. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. On the motion, then, Tony.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Prowlis,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza, Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, that passes. And Tomiko, by the way, thank you for all that you and your family are doing, and many other small business owners in the Japantown neighborhood to help keep the wheels on for our community. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We're on to item 8.3, and that's the acquisition of property North 13th Street and East Santa Clara Street. There is a presentation. I see Matt is here. I think Nancy is as well. Matt, are you presenting or Nancy? Matt, you're on mute.
Mayor, we were asked, Nancy Klein, Economic Development, good to see you. We were asked to let you know that we were here for questions and that we would forego doing our presentation.
Thank you. It's merciful. All right, we are.
Approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. On this item, for members of the public, again, this acquisition of property at North 13th Street and East Santa Clara Street. Tessa. Tessa, welcome. Welcome. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Well, again, I'm, just in general, in regards to acquisition of properties or anything that the city is doing, I do have trouble with putting money, I call it corporate welfare, that we shouldn't be bailing out businesses, especially if they're not essential. If they're not essential and they can't make it on their own, we don't need corporate welfare, or our government is not there to make businesses work. It's supposed to be there to help the people, and that has to be our focus. Anyway, getting back to this acquisition of properties, though, because there are some properties that I too am interested in the city acquiring, which is the ones that are over on Autumn Street between Julian and Julian and St. John. And we want those historic homes that are supposedly owned by the sharks to not be demolished and to be moved as a receivership to 615 Stockton Avenue. And that's what we wanted. So I was just bringing that up so we can really work on that. Hopefully you can help us with that.
Thank you. Paul, welcome.
Good afternoon, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I actually wanted to hear the presentation. I did see this is the part of process that Arenas, Carrasco, and Esparza were referencing. I want to know. I have all the time in the world. I can stay here for 12 hours today. I will be here 12 hours tomorrow because I'm tired of hearing this complaining because my ancestors stood out in the sun on the east side of San Jose, and that is what built the infrastructure. This is an agrarian economy that built the city of San Jose. So I don't want to hear your complaining. I mean, it's disgusting for me as a proud son of a campesino. That is disgusting to me to hear you guys complain about how tired you are. I'm interested in a lecture. I want a lecture. I loved hearing Perales. Perales was on point, on time, just like Esparza and Carrasco. So I'm just telling you, I want to hear that presentation. I hope those people are still here too. I'm out.
Thank you. Veronica?
Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica. I'm from District 5, and I second that motion to Mr. Soto. I want to hear that presentation. I am here. I've been here, right? I don't get paid. I don't. You get paid, but this is my land. This is my land of my ancestors as well. And I need to know what is being done. I need to let my children know and my community know what's being done. So no mercy, because you, San Ricardo, have shown no mercy whatsoever for us, okay? Not for, I should say not for us, but not for the Latino, for the Black, Indigenous, people of color communities. You have shown no mercy. So I'm also just like Paul here, and I want to hear that presentation. And I'm here, and I'm staying here, and I want to hear it. I want to know what's going on. And I also want to shout out Perales. I know, I missed you, boy, but you were on point this morning as well. You were on point. Thank you for asking those questions that we needed to hear. That conversation took forever, but it was great. So thank you.
Thank you. Brenda, welcome.
Hi, I as well. I'm going to piggyback on what Paul said. I'm here I actually was waiting on this, and I want to hear the presentation. I don't think this is merciful because you're all getting paid. You were all elected, and things happen. Sometimes, times go 2-3 days. That's part of the process. And this is part of the process. I actually want to know what's going to happen because this right here is 0.34 acres of land located in the northeast corner of North 13th Street. This is property that belongs to the community, right? So I think that we have the right to hear this presentation. We've been here since yesterday, and we don't leave. We've been eating here. We've been sitting here, and I think it's only right to do fair process. This is democracy, and I want to see this presentation. I don't think that you guys would mind, right?
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 2154, welcome.
My name is Jeremy Taylor. I live in Willow Glen, and
Why are you still at home?
Hello?
It's only about 15.
Okay, I think we lost you.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're still here. We can hear you.
Okay. So I support the acquisition of North 13th and East Santa Clara. In general, I recommend the council start buying as much as you can. It's not like we don't know what's going to happen in the future in San Jose. We're talking about some homes even going 2x. So whether it be a home, a business, I would like to see the city of San Jose buy up as much property as we can now. We know things are going up and it's a good investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie?
Hi, yes. I would just like to say I echo Paul Soto's comment. I was here all day yesterday. I was the 10 p.m. workout caller, and I've been here all day today. This is not my job. I am not paid to be here. I have been doing my job all day yesterday and today, and listening to the various jokes and complaints about this running long, especially from Republican Dev Davis, who once again disappears, and she is representing me and my district. This is ridiculous. If you guys have a presentation, You should present it so the people and the public can be involved and can hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Moto G.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to get on that Paul Soto train too. I was one of the people that, I mean, I've been here since 9 o'clock in the morning yesterday. I was there all night. I'm here again. And I was one of the people who went to all the community presentations where we sat there and played with the Legos and figured out how Santa Clara was going to work and all of that. So hearing this only adds to that. And I want to hear it. And also, we should have these presentations before public comment so that we know what we're talking about. But so often you have us speak first, then you have the presentation later, and then we're all sitting here going, hey, I would have liked to have been a little more informed so I could speak about that. And then you always also have, after we speak, then you go, hey, what about this? And then you change everything. So all of our public comment was irrelevant because you, had an idea or something like that after we spoke. So if you could actually give us all the information before public comment, that would be great, so that we actually speak on what's going to happen rather than making things happen after we speak and rendering us irrelevant. That would be awesome.
Thank you. Maria?
Good afternoon. I echo also the concerns of the other commentators. I'm looking at the PowerPoint right now, and it's just, one, I think as council members, it is imperative that you clarify what the intentions in future will be for these pieces of property, given that, we can get into the ethics and morality of these issues, but there needs to be transparency from the people who we are electing to represent us, because otherwise there's no point in this. Otherwise there's just no point. This is all a facade. This is all just a waste of time. If you don't want to represent the people of the city, then don't choose these positions. It's that simple. Choose another career, because there's plenty of other individuals who will fight ardently to represent these communities. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The person with the phone number 0676. Hi, welcome.
You got me now?
Yes, we
Got me
do.
now?
Welcome.
Okay. Can we say anything about 3.1?
No, we're on 8.3, which is acquisition of property at 13th and East Santa
We
Clara.
just wondered if we could have permission to briefly talk about that, since you wouldn't ever take our calls yesterday, even though we were on there the whole time.
We had several hours of testimony. We're talking about 13th and East Santa Clara.
Well, could we call back later and talk about it then? Would that be possible?
I'm on public open forum. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, I can't hear you, unfortunately. Can you say that more clearly?
Yeah, if you come back on open forum, we'll hear you then.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I couldn't hear you. Do you mind?
If you turn on open forum, we can hear you then. Thank you very much. Scott?
All right. Thank you, everyone. I would also like to see the presentation. I would like a lot of stuff not to be kind of buried and just hid from the public. We have a lot of people that are chiming in today, and I'm very proud of my community right now. And I see people rising up, and I see people, telling their government what they want. And this report right now, you've heard about 6 or 7 speakers say that they wanted to hear it. Give the public what they want. And when the public rises up, like we're going to do, and when we recall you, Sam Liccardo, I think we need to put Paul Soto in there. And I think maybe I need to be his campaign manager. And I think we need to start bringing back the San Jose that I grew up in, not this corporate toilet that you're turning this place into. Thank you.
Thank you. Returning to council. Nancy, could I ask if you could offer a brief summary of the presentation so the public can see what we're considering?
Thank you very much. We'd like to screen share. Kevin, if you'll put up the slides, and Matt, if you'll allow me, I'll just move through a couple of slides and ask the chief, Matt, if that's okay with you, to just emphasize.
Hey, go for it, Nancy.
Okay, so thank you. Here on the site on the left, or the northwest site, the 575 to 579 East Santa Clara site is the site we're asking council to authorize us to purchase. This would be for Fire Station 8. And it is part of Measure T. So we're very pleased to be making good progress on Measure T goals. That's our commitment to you and the public. The opportunity is to purchase from the Housing Authority a property that is 0.37 acres and that we would be able to buy for $2.35 million. The appraised value was over $3 million. So staff was able to negotiate below the appraised value. On the site, there are some hazardous materials at a cost of roughly $150,000 to $200,000 is what we anticipate we will spend as a city on dealing with hazardous materials. I was wanting to turn it over to the chief because the site is very well located to serve the public, and the chief will be able to share with you some highlights about why this site makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm more than happy to share.
Welcome.
So, last year on June 18th, City Council accepted Agenda Item 8.1, the San Jose Fire Department's Fire Station Placement Prioritization Plan. One of our main drivers why developing the prioritization plan was travel times. We used our response data to understand where the department was not meeting the set travel time goal of 4 minutes or less. The citywide heat map indicates travel times of greater than 4 minutes, and as you can see, the deeper the red, the more times the emergency response vehicle is not able to meet that goal. The 3 red arrows show the highest concentration of travel time of greater than 4 minutes. This area is along where Station 1 and Station 8 currently border Station 1 and Station 3 currently border Station 8. For this reason, the second priority of this plan is to relocate Station 8 as close as possible to its current location. Station 8 right here is shown as a red dot labeled number 2 on this map. The 13th Street location not only meets this goal, the 13th Street location improves Station 8's travel time into this corridor, again indicated by the 3 red arrows. Can you do next slide, please? This is Station 1's area. Station 1 borders Station 8 5 blocks just to the west of this proposed 13th Street location. The proposed 13th Street location is shown with the arrow, and the current Station 8 is shown by the red dot labeled 8. Station 1 is San Jose Fire Department's second busiest station. Not only is Station 1's border with Station 8 a trouble spot for travel times, this corridor also generates Station 1's greatest call volume. The 13th Street location allows Engine 8 to respond faster into this high call volume area. Go to the next slide, please. This is Station 8's current response area. To better understand the demand for Engine 8, we studied the emergency call volume to the west and to the east of the 13th Street location. Just as we looked at Station 1, our second busiest fire station, they only partially cover Station 8's border. Station 3 covers the rest. Station 1, 3, and 8 are among the busiest fire stations in the city, and the vast majority of the emergency responses are generated along their borders. Because of this troubled travel time and the high call volume in this corridor, all these stations rely on each other to ensure emergency services are at their needed location as fast as possible. Moving Station 8 to the 13th Street location improves the situation and allows our emergency services on scene faster to better serve our citizens. Next slide, please. In this slide, we took a more expanded view of our call volume and added in a possible site for the next Measure T fire station 32, located at Orlando Court and Felipe Avenue. The light blue area indicates Station 32's reach within 4 minutes or less. In the previous slides, we could see how the 13th Street location better serves our citizens in the busy downtown corridor. And this slide shows how the new Fire Station 32 fills into the area to the east of the 13th Street location. This overall improves the fire department's travel time in this area. Thank you, Nancy.
I just wanted to add a few other things about the positive attributes of this site. It's a vacant site. So one of the things we don't have to deal with is relocating any businesses. So no business would have to be disrupted, which is highly desirable. Matt, I'm going to come back to you at the very end, but Kevin, in the meantime, can you please put the aerial back up? So what we're talking about is securing the site on the left And we're very aware that VTA for BART is got to put shaft and exit structures probably in this location. So want the council to know that we have reached out proactively, and Dave Sykes has spoken directly with their CEO, Nuria Fernandez, about cooperating to possibly co-locate on the 575 to 579 East Santa Clara site. In addition to that, what staff has been able to do with the partnership of the Housing Authority is to reach an option agreement for 601 East Santa Clara as a backup for either party. If we can't both locate on the west side of the street, then either of us could go to the east side of the street. And we're in conversations with the VTA. If we were to move forward to purchase the 601 East Santa Clara Street site, we would come back to council, but we have pre-negotiated a cost which is the same amount per square foot. And since it's a little smaller, it's 2.1, roughly 2.2 million. We've determined already through due diligence that the hazmat likely cleanup on that site would be somewhere between $275,000 and $300,000. So with that, I wanted to turn it over to Matt and ask for any other comments that you might have.
Thanks, Matt Kano, Director of Public Works. I just wanted to clarify that, as part of Measure T, we need to relocate the existing Fire Station 8, which is undersized and right on maybe someday falling into Coyote Creek. And so it's important that we relocate that. And that was funded as part of a Measure T project. And so that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think Councilmember Jimenez might need to go on mute. Just fair warning, I've been there. And so I wanted to initially actually just rose my hand to ask for what you did, Mayor, which was to ask for the presentation, as we had community members that were interested, and that has happened. And as staff knows, both myself and the mayor have been involved in this conversation. And I do appreciate that staff was able to reach out to VTA, and that, we now have sort of the two parcels that we can look at. So then that way we can ensure the new BART exits and ventilation shafts can find a home, as well as, most importantly, our new Fire Station 8, one of the oldest fire stations, outgrown its area for a while. Covering some of the busiest areas in the city, about ready to fall into the creek there. It's just, been due time to rebuild and move that fire station. And I want to say thank you to staff for your diligent work in making that happen. And do appreciate all the public speakers, individuals like Paul Soto, that have been engaged with us for quite some time, not just yesterday and today, but really over the last couple years. And to all the new, individuals that are participating now, truly appreciate the continued engagement. And it was heartwarming to hear that I think it was Susie, who was our exerciser. I don't know what piece of equipment she was on yesterday, but the fact that she's still with us today. So just thank you to our community members for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Actually, I raised my hand for the same reason, to encourage that we see the presentation. I'm excited to see that we're getting or relocating the fire station to one of these parcels, and we won't know yet until we know what VTA's going to do or will need. And if so, I appreciate the opportunity to see the presentation again. And if there is no motion, I will make the motion.
I think there is one. Am I right?
Yes, this is Tony. There is a motion from Jimenez, seconded by Perales.
Thank you. Then I didn't hear that, but thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. And I really want to thank
you know, everybody's worked so hard on this. Chief Sapien and Matt Kano and Nancy Klein and you know, all the folks have been working hard on these Measure T projects. It seems like we're moving really quickly to really effectuate the will of the voters, which you know, whether it was around securing, you know, open space in Coyote Valley or rebuilding on Station 37 or moving Station 8, which we know is falling into a creek. Hopefully soon a new station as well out in East Central San Jose. Really critical priorities, and I appreciate the speed with which we're moving forward. All right, let's vote on that motion, Tony.
Are you seeing the screen?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Carrasco, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. All right, thank you. Item 8.4 is the approval of a loan commitment to Habitat for Humanity East Bay Silicon Valley for the acquisition of property located at 101 South Jackson for a new community of affordable for sale homes. We'll go first to our community. Again, the item is 8.4, Habitat for Humanity loan for acquisition of property for affordable housing. Tessa? Tessa, welcome.
Thank you. You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, affordable housing, that's very important. We need to stay focused on our crises, and that's where I've been so frustrated with this whole day. And except for I've been so proud of our Hispanic members, Raul Perales, Maya Esparza, I think all of them, the three women, the three angel women, and Raul Perales. Very proud of you because you're dealing with the essentials of what we have to deal with and not being distracted with politics and economics, which was just very disturbing when we have so many crises. And this affordable housing is a big, big crisis in our community. That's why I'm trying in my neighborhood on Stockton Avenue to, we've already saved this fabulous Victorian from a hotel. This is your bad planning, is hotels everywhere. We need housing. And that's why I want the change of that property at the corner of 615 at Shealy and Stockton to go housing. And we need that.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 64379.
Yeah, this acquisition is an interesting topic. I'm hoping for a presentation on this topic as well, as I'm not totally familiar with it. Our tax dollars pay for your time, administration's time, and you are all exempt. We know that Ricardo, Jones, Davis, Skip, Camus, and Foley don't prioritize transparency. So I appreciate all the prior callers asking for presentations, and I hope that continues through the remainder of the agenda. You have no mercy on your minority community as we've seen today, so we don't care if you get home in time for pizza night. Shout out to Paul Soto. We should get a Modelo and some carne asada after this pandemic is over and discuss the No on Strong Mayor campaign.
Thank you. Brenda, welcome.
Hi, I'm grateful for this item. I think that we need more affordable housing with the crisis. I think that a lot of people are being pushed to other cities, if you would say, because they can't afford to live here. So I am actually happy to see this item, and I would love to see more of this affordable housing. And I just want to give a shout out to all of my Latino council members that keep it 100 with us and try to get the transparency going. And Paul Soto, to you as well. Thank you for being a involved community member. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Veronica from District 5. And then again, yes, really well to this affordable housing that hopefully will happen now. And it doesn't turn out to be like just the trailers, whereas an unfinished job. I do also want to thank, again, the Latinos sitting down in this council. Y'all, I'm so proud of y'all. Definitely definitely fighting for your community. We can see it. Definitely fighting for those affordable housings that we very much needed. Paul Soto, I've been going back to YouTube and watching you. It's amazing. You're an incredible man. Shout out to you. Please run for mayor. Maybe we need somebody like you that actually listens and knows the history to be out there making these decisions.
Thank you. Robert, welcome.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know. I don't think you can answer it because you're not allowed to. But they say that these are affordable homes for sale. So I'm just curious, what market rate, or what, not market rate, but what value are these properties going to be sold for, and what is going to be done to make sure that they stay affordable perpetually? Are we looking at the idea of them purchasing the house but not the land underneath it, like a community land trust would be able to control that? There's nothing in this that describes how this is going to be done. And when you talk about affordable, market rate and luxury are affordable, but they're affordable not to everyone. They're affordable to the people that make enough money to be able to do that. So I'm really curious about why we haven't really revealed what the economic level is of people that are targeted to be able to move in or buy these properties. So if we could get that answer, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Robert. Moto G.
Just following up on what Robert said, again, if we had a presentation, we would know what this was about. And I think too often, especially during these times when we're having meetings on Zoom, you're just going with like, this is like a done deal because we're all going to support it, so we don't need a presentation. But we do, because the public is watching and the public is engaged, and we're not backing down and we're not turning off. So rather than taking us for granted, I think that you should realize that and just make sure that there are presentations and have the presentations before we speak, so we know that we're speaking on. We would really appreciate that. We are part of this. And it's not okay. It wasn't okay when you used to do it when we were sitting there in council, but it's certainly not okay when we're sitting here on the phone. It's just sort of obnoxious. And again, I'm just going to join everybody else in giving a shout out to, as Paul calls them, the Chicano Caucus. They were amazing today. And it's just been so disappointing that it's basically the brown people versus the white people.
Thank you, Sean. So returning to council, wanted to address the concern that Robert raised, which was around the affordability and who's being served. And I believe I see Jackie online. My understanding, Jackie, just correct me on this, 12 of these 14 units are for low-income families that's targeting 8% AMI, or roughly $112,000 for a family of 4. So a for sale cost would range from $302,000 for a 2-bedroom unit to $353,000 for a 4-bedroom. Is that right?
That is correct.
Great. And then there's also 2 moderate income units. That's families who make up to 110% AMI, which is as much as $156,000 for a family of 4. And the moderate income sales cost between $721,000 for a 3-bedroom and $781,000 for a 4-bedroom. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure we got that information out there. All these reports are online, fully accessible to the public, so anyone can read all of these items and make sure that they are fully informed during public comment. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Just to reiterate or answer some of the questions of the members of the public, these are Habitat for Humanity is the developer, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So the people buying them will be individuals or families who have been vetted and approved based on economics and their ability to contribute to the construction of their the projects. Is that still the model that Habitat for Humanity uses?
Yes, this is Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director of the Housing Department, and that is correct. Each family will qualify, they'll income qualify with Habitat, and then they'll go through a screening process. And we have worked with Habitat, and they have agreed to include in their screening bonus points for families that live or work in San Jose for the specific project. And then they're going to be ranked based on their scores. And they also have to demonstrate a need for housing. They have to demonstrate basically that their current housing situation may be overcrowded or some sort of function like that where they actually are in need of new housing. And so they'll take all those factors, they will rank the applicants, and then they will choose from there for the selected families. And then, as you mentioned, the selected families will have required hours that need to be dedicated to the building of the new housing. So for low-income families, they will be required to provide 500 hours of sweat equity towards their new home. And for moderate income households, they're required to do over 300 hours of work towards building the homes.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that that is still Habitat for Humanity's model. They have a wonderful method of screening their homeowners and then creating homeowners who have sweat equity as opposed to a down payment so that they can then live in their own home and control their future destiny. So I'm very happy to support this funding and this allocation for Habitat for Humanity and for the families who will benefit from those homes. So with that, I move the item.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Councilmember Reyes?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to say that this is an example of when we really maximize the different sources of funding that we have available to us. And one source of funding that I wanted to point out is the affordable housing impact fee. And I think there's about 6 million, right, Jackie?
That we have collected so far? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So far, how much of that is being used in this project?
Okay, so we've actually collected over 9 million in affordable housing impact fees to date. And this project will be a $2.2 million commitment for the 2.2 million will be used for land acquisition, and that will be the city's contribution to these 14 new homes.
All right, so that's just from the affordable housing impact fees, and then you have other sources of funding.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I wanted to highlight this, and I think that our audience will appreciate this fact, and that this is money that we collect from developments across the city of San Jose. And when a developer doesn't want to have on-site affordable housing, they pay into this affordable housing impact fee. And so we pull it together, and then we make, or rather than we, really our housing department, our wonderful housing department makes some of these projects possible for all of us. And I know it's a lot of hard work. It's very complex to put all of this together for all of us. And so I just wanted to take a moment and appreciate that, since we don't have a presentation, and I know that our audience has been asking for more information. And I think these are the kinds of projects and items that really allow us to have a really big smile on our faces, because this is part of really having a concrete solutions to our unhoused community. This is actually permanent options. And so thank you so much, Rachel, for bringing it this far, for the work that you've done throughout the year and years that you've working in that department. And so this is a moment, this is your lap, right? And so take the lap and take the moment, and it doesn't matter how long we've been here. We need to celebrate the work that you're doing, because this is huge. And I think our community recognizes that. So I'm applauding. You can't see me, but I'm applauding Rachel. So great work. And then I just would like to say finally to all of our community, I know I've been hearing and just in aggregate some of the comments and some of the enthusiasm in your support for all of us who are fighting for the working class people and some of our underserved community. And so thank you so much for your support. I hope that you can continue to participate. It does require some time, and it sounds like you have that commitment to us. And so we want you to be involved. Please reach out to my office. You can connect with me over social media or any one of us. We'd love to have you your continued participation. But I don't want to take away from the success today here. Rachel, this is all for you, for your department, for the staff that is helping you make this happen, and of course all of our partners, wonderful partners who are making this a reality for us. So another applause to you, round of applause, Rachel. Thank you so much. And
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Councilmember.
Thank you. All right, Tony, let's vote on the motion.
Menez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Woolley,
Aye.
Yemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final item is item 8.7, which is the substantial amendment to the FY 1920 Annual Action Plan for HUD. And Jackie, thank you for hanging with us through this. And Rachel, could you please present?
Yes, I will do the presentation. All right, so this is our second substantial amendment to our plan this year, and I'm here. I'm the Director of Housing, Jackie Morales-Ferrand, and I'm here with Robert Lopez, who is our grants manager. Basically, what we are doing is we are reallocating some of our home funding. As a result of COVID-19, HUD has issued various waivers that make it much easier for us to provide rental assistance to our residents. And so therefore, we have moved 6.5 million and we'll end up moving close to a total of 9 million of home money from this year, and when we come back in August for next year's plan, to 5 different agencies, which include Sacred Heart, Catholic Charities, Bill Wilson, YWCA, and Next Door. With Sacred Heart and Catholic Charities focusing on families that are low income, Bill Wilson, low income families as well as youth, and then the Y and Next Door who focus on domestic violence. In addition, we're coming back just more formally. We received direction last time we were here to fund first 5, and so we're making an adjustment to our plan to show this. And then we are investing in the wireless network system, and so we're demonstrating we're putting in $100,000 this year, and then next year we'll be coming back with the rest of the 2.2 million. And then finally, we have additional funding for the Y in order to provide motel vouchers for families who are victims of domestic violence. What I wanted to just summarize was when we came before you in April of 2020, the Housing Department proposed a funding plan for families in response to the City Council direction to identify funding sources to support families with a goal of replacing what would have been received under the original HAP expenditure plan for innovative solutions. As you may recall, approximately $4 million was originally programmed to be used for innovative solutions, of which 2.65 million was allocated for families. The Housing Department proposed a plan to replace the 2.6 million and to increase our efforts to provide additional rental subsidies through the home program and to do additional outreach to domestic violence providers to ensure that their needs were met. So you can see that we have allocated close to a little over $29 million for funding for families. And of course, the council also identified some funding sources as part of this 29 million. Today, we are recommending you take action on the calming kits. additional rental assistance, and that will ensure that people do not become homeless, because we will be providing rental assistance directly to landlords to ensure that the funds are spent on their rent, motel vouchers, and again, we're funding the Digital Divide Initiative. We also have committed to developing an emergency interim housing site at Evans Lane specifically for families. I believe the Housing Department has made significant efforts to identify and provide solutions with partners in our community who are responding to the unique needs of our families, and we have exceeded what we originally proposed in our April presentation. And so with that, I am done, but I did want to acknowledge that today is Robert Lopez's last day at the City Council, because he's going to be taking a job at another city. But I wanted to publicly thank him for his commitment and growth. He's been with the Housing Department for 15 years, and so it's been a unique opportunity to see him grow within the department, take a leadership role. He's done a fabulous job, and we wish him great success. And with that, I am available for questions.
Thank you, Jackie, and thank you to Robert for his 15 years of service, and best wishes to him in his new role. All right, we'll go to the community now. Again, we're all on item 8.7. Just to remind everybody, this is the amendment to the annual action plan. And Councilmember Reyes, if I could ask you to mute your mic. Thank you. Tessa, welcome. Tessa, we're not able to hear you right now.
Oh, okay, hold on. Well, did
Here you go. Here you go.
you can hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Excuse me. Well, I was interested in this item because of urban development, as it said on 8.7. It's the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And one of the things that's very critical is getting urban sustainability. That is called food security and food sovereignty. Security means that we have food. Sovereignty is that we have control of to be able to get it ourselves. And that means growing food, getting back to our agricultural roots, getting back to the Valley of Heart's Delight. We need to return to that if we are going to survive as a species and not become cannibals. Because right now there is no natural habitat out there for us to survive if we don't have fossil fuels bringing in our food. So we need to start really working on that. That's what we need to be working on, is survival and getting us to be resilient and being able to grow food and create places to grow food. That is essential for urban sustainability.
Thank you, Blair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. For this item, good luck how you have to coordinate with HUD at this time. There's many things as a local community, Jackie and the Housing Department is going to have to work on. HUD has made some interesting demands. Good luck to yourselves in how you will work that out. For the digital inclusion issues, I imagine that's data collection, and I hope, you have good practices going, and Dev Davis could be a good person to talk to about civil rights and civil protection issues with data collection. And I've got 23 seconds. I hope that, with the funding that comes with the HUD and the different programs, as I've been trying to say, I hope we can be really open-minded and sharing with each other. I found out that some of the things I'm working on are actually like 1410 from California. That's apartment association stuff. I hope we can just be patient. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Paul, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. One of the issues that I see with the money and the funding is that they're being dependent upon HUD. You, Mayor Liccardo, gave a $78 million tax break to these developers that were coming in. That's $78 million that at least a portion of it could have been used to alleviate some of these issues so that we as a city don't become so dependent upon HUD. I mean, this is tentacled, man. I mean, I can't deal with this with a minute. You give me an hour of your time, boy, and I will connect all the dots. Believe me, I will connect them. I saw them connected today. I have never been more proud to be a Chicano in this city than I am today. And I mean that seriously, because I know for a fact now that I have people there that I can trust. I can trust and believe that they will advocate for me and for my ancestors that had to bear the weight of the gentrification and the racial discrimination that they experienced via redlining policies so that Dev Davis could live comfortable in Willow Glen. I'm out.
Thank you. Robert, welcome.
Yeah, I am looking at the presentation here, and I see where a lot of the money is going. The digital divide, I'm not really sure if that's including the amount of monies that we're going to be spending on Eastside Union School District and Eastside Union High School District. That was decided a couple of days ago. But what I'm most curious about is this Evans Lane project. We've been trying to get Evans Lane off the ground for several years now, and it's popping up again with 108 family beds, but there's no real description as to how this is going to be done. We were going to put in trailers in there. We were going to put in shared units. We were going to do all kinds of different things. And I know we still have some trailers that are sitting out there on Happy Hollow. Perhaps we might be able to find the ones that are usable and bring them over to Evans Lane and use them there.
I'm sorry. The person with the phone number ending 4379, welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted to use this time to thank Jackie for the presentation and Robert as well. Good luck in Fremont, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Modo, welcome.
Robert basically stole my comment. I was going to say about moving the trailers. So I will say.
We're having difficulty hearing you. Perhaps you can speak more directly.
Robert basically stole my comment. I was going to say we should move the trailers to Evans Lane, but I also wanted to make a comment that when you say something that is so privileged, like, well, all of this is available online, you're assuming that people can get online. You're assuming that you're not unhoused and that you don't have problems with connectivity and charging your phone, and that you have access to libraries and all of that stuff, so you can sit there all day and download these things and look at them. So please think of like people who are unhoused, who can barely maintain a phone, charge a phone, and don't have the ability to sit there and look these things up all day. But it's these things, these decisions that are made about them all day that they don't even have access to. So when we ask for these presentations, we ask for them so that the entire community is included. So please check your white privilege and remember that not everybody is you.
Thank you. Veronica, welcome.
Again, good afternoon. This is Veronica, District 5. Very proud to be from District 5. Magdalena Carrasco, gosh, you're such a great councilwoman, always advocating, as well as with the other, Chicana Latina in the council. Thank you so much. And as far as for the Department of Housing and Urban Development, I do want to echo that last comment of checking your white privilege, because not everybody is allowed to go into online and have that opportunity to check everything you put out there, to be available for them. So I really, really do want to ask again, right, demand moving forward, we incorporate our communities into the stocks and make it more available to them. And think innovatively, because that's something that doesn't happen here, I think, especially with you on board, Stan Liccardo. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda, welcome.
Hi, I just want to reiterate what Paul said about $78 million to head on a tax break. I'm just questioning it right now, and I'm thankful for that information. I did not know. I also now know and see where our money's going. I'm looking at this right now on my phone, and I can see that not a lot of this money is allocated for childcare or even for domestic violence. And then I see where you guys put the most money, and I'm just questioning a little bit about how and who decided to put this much money into these into this resolution. I don't know how it works. Maybe I wasn't in that meeting, but this just makes me want to be now in every meeting. Even if it takes me all day, I'm going to be engaged, and I'm going to bring 10 people with me. because that is what we do. Now we got to be watchful because it's been going on for way too long. Thank you to Councilmember Arenas and to Carrasco. And
Thank you. Scott?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I really enjoyed listening to that, the previous gal speak. It's very easy for the public to participate. If you need me to hold your hand and show you how to chime in, how to call for the meetings, how to make a comment, how to understand the consent calendar, how to understand your government, I would be more than willing to help anybody that wants to. Okay, because we need more people from the public participating. And as I look over more of the stuff involving HUD, I've started to do a little more research on it right now, and that's a slippery slope to mess with right now. I need to get more up to speed. My main point of my comment right now, I am very proud of everybody that has been getting involved with our government right now. I am really amped up with this right now. We do have the ability to tear this thing down and rebuild it, because under your failed leadership, Sam, you ran our city into the toilet. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to the council now, appreciate the comments of the community. And if there's a reason why you didn't know about a $78 million tax break, it's because it's not true. That was a number that was cooked up, and the actual reduction in obligation actually depends on someone actually building something. We'd happy to talk about that in greater detail if anyone would like to. Councilmember Foley?
Yes, thank you. Jackie, thank you for this information. It's good dollars. It's good to see that we're spending money to very needy families. But I have a question for you actually on how we are distributing the rental assistance. I missed that part of the presentation when you said it, so I apologize.
Sure. So how we're distributing it is that it is homeless prevention dollars. And what that means is somebody's going to be able to go back as far as March when we declared the pandemic. So probably April 1st, we can pay back rent all the way up to December. So if they've identified a family who needs long-term rental assistance in order to keep them in their home, they can do that. That's the level of flexibility that this program is offering because of COVID-19. However, unlike some programs, this program does require the funding go directly to the landlord.
Okay, but it still keeps the tenant in the property and not homeless. So whether the money goes directly to the tenant or it goes to the landlord, it still keeps them in the house, which is that's the goal.
That is the goal of the program, and that's what it will be doing.
So how does someone apply for it? How do they find out about it?
So in the program that Sacred Heart has been running, they have been running the homeless prevention program for the last 2 or 3 years. And so they're going to be reaching out to the families that they've already been working with. They have a long list of interested families in terms of referrals. And for Catholic Charities, we're going to have to work with them on a referral program because they'll be setting up something new.
Okay.
And then
so
of course, domestic violence ones, they're coming through their regular hotlines.
Okay, great.
Families that they're already connected to.
So the Sacred Heart, that's the funds that they've been administering this type of program for a while and helped out earlier this year under our COVID funds. Is that right?
That is correct. They have been operating a rental assistance program under Destination Home.
Okay. This is really exciting to see so much money available to keep those people in their homes who are struggling to pay rent as a result of COVID. And additionally for the victims of domestic violence too. This is really a wonderful allocation of funds. I'm really happy to see it. And I know some of the callers objected to HUD, but I'm not sure. Money's money, so I'm glad we have the opportunity that we can expend it and get it distributed into the hands of the people who are really need it and who will be able to stay in their homes. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And with that, I will move the report.
Second.
Councilmember Foley, second from Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak on this item because I think this is one of the items that we've been fighting really hard and advocating for our families. And I'm really glad that we're kind of ending this meeting this way. But first and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the staff for all the work in your advocacy in bringing all these pieces together. I know that there's so much behind the scenes in terms of figuring out which agencies have capacity, which of the strategies that we're using for interim housing works the best for families, which works the best for individuals. And so there's so much that goes into all of this work. And I just want to first let our audience know and our community know how hard our staff work and how much it so much work just all around that happens. And to one of the callers, I think they said that they didn't see this going towards survivors of domestic violence. I just want to point out, and this there is funding for Next Door Solutions, and then there was, I think, another provider that I think it was YWCA for Silicon Valley, and so they both. One of them is for domestic violence. The other one not only supports survivors of domestic violence, but they also support sexual assault victims. And so these are specific dollars for those for that population, for those folks. And so I want you to know that that's there for them, that we've thought about some of those populations that are absolutely vulnerable right now behind closed doors, that we understand that those families need some alternatives and an exit plan. And I want to say just, thank you to the higher power that we have such great staff that makes this possible for all of our families. I think there's so much just really good components in what Jackie has gone over and through her leadership has made happen here, that I don't even know where else what else to cover, because I want to cover everything, but I know that time has been limited, so I'll just make just a brief summary in terms of families and how they fit into all of this. I know that in the past we've been really focused on individuals that have been unhoused, but we recognize that children who are living in a living room or just one room, or a whole family living in one bedroom, is inadequate in terms of housing. And that is, on maybe not on the same footing as our unhoused community who are bearing it in the outdoor environment, but nevertheless, there's different risks that our children and our families take when they're overcrowded. And some of that you've seen in COVID, where a lot of our people of color have higher rates of contraction there. And you've seen it in sexual assault, with a higher number of Latina young girls who have sexual assault cases under the age of 12. And that might be a combination of both childcare and overcrowding. And I think, our Department of Housing is doing so much for our families right now. And I've got to give credit where credit is due. I know that I have been advocating for childcare for a really long time, but our city manager proposed this in his budget addendum, and our mayor approved it about a week ago. So there is also childcare available for our families, and I look forward to seeing how that all plays out, so that we have a real network for all of those who are just having such a hard time right now because of the pandemic, loss of jobs, and probably pre-existing financial conditions that are now just deepening that situation. And so, Jackie, I said this to Rachel in the item before. Take your lap. This is a victory lap. I want you to enjoy it. I want you to, relish in it, because this is part of a culmination. Of course, the work isn't complete, but this part of it and allowing for this to move forward is also part of celebrating successes, right? And this is something that we can all pull together around. So another round of applause that you can't see. But I'm really proud of you, and I'm really proud of your department, and I'm really proud of the work and the resources that all of our council members have approved to make happen, because it takes all of us to vote on this, and all of us did. So I can say wholeheartedly that all of us supported your efforts. And thank you for all that you do for our families. And take another victory lap. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I do think Sylvia said it very well, and it inspired me to just say thank you as well, Jackie. You have also hung through knowing you had the final items here today, so been through all of our discussions for 2 days now, but certainly appreciate all the work being done within our housing department. And then thank you to our community members who continue to stay engaged. And certainly, look forward to having that engagement remain, and hearing more from all of you. It has been tremendously inspiring. Thank you.
I also want to commend Jackie and Rachel and everybody on the team, Reagan, for their great work, and Jackie, for your leadership during this very, very difficult time. You've had to juggle so much. Obviously, the enormous amount of work you're already doing around homelessness, and then obviously the pandemic at the same time. We know there's been a brutal time for a lot of folks in the city family, but particularly in housing, we know that you guys are carrying a very heavy load, and appreciate all the work you've been able to do to secure funds we need to get out the door to families in need. All right, are there any other questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Sorry, aye.
yep,
Aye. School's out for summer.
Carrasco, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza, Arenas,
And I just wanted to also thank Reagan, my oversight. Thank you, Reagan.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye. Okay, we're on to open forum. We'll begin with Paul. Welcome.
Yes, Paul Soto, I'd just like to say that as a citizen, I'm going to stay engaged. I'm going to die poor in this city. I already know that. I'm okay with that, though. I'm going to die a poor Mexican in this city, okay? But I'm going to be rich. Rich in the sense that, you know what? I've committed my entire adult life to my city, to the city that my ancestors sacrificed their bodies, and that white supremacists were okay sacrificing their bodies, okay, to build this economy. Secondly, I would like the last portion of last night's city council meeting where Arenas and Esparza were talking for about the last 20 minutes. It's cut off. Mayor, I would like you to do something about that and get that reinstated, because I want that. I want to be able to listen to it every single day. I want to listen to those two women and what it is that they said when you started giving your explanation using a lot of words but had no concrete substance or meaning to them. I want that video restored, because there's 20 minutes at the end that doesn't exist.
Blair, welcome.
Hi, I wanted to offer that California State Bill 1410, it has really good ideas, intentions about housing, how to handle the housing issues for the next 10 years, 15 years. It's from the apartment association. So, it questions is that, its validity. And I think that's what we're trying to deal with the strong mayor issues at this time. I just hope we have patience for both of these issues. I hope that the city council can talk and the mayor can talk more about community policing ideas from the past and what can be for the future. I hope they can do that in an open public space and they can trust that and feel comfortable to explain that to the community. And as always, I hope we're all ready to understand that minimal use practices with technology can do just about as much as oversaturation in local neighborhoods. And I hope we can, feel confident in that and want to learn to work with that. And thank you.
Thank you. Tessa?
Yes. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Right, thanks. I wanted to thank all of our community members. I am a democracy teacher, and you guys have done really, really great, and thank you all. But what I really want from our leadership is what the French Revolution taught us, is that we need fraternity. And what the three mottos of the French Revolution and the Age of Enlightenment are liberty. Now, liberty, the definition of liberty is that you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. That's why we have to stop polluting. Then the next word is called equality, equality. And then the third word is fraternity and fraternity, okay? So what we need to know, what we need from our council right now is I want everybody's name and their email and their website or whatever it is. We need to be able to coalesce so we can get the government that we need. And we need that fraternity. So we need you to post the names and the emails of all the speakers. We need that.
Thank you. Laura, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to start just by stating that I appreciated when we were able to hear the presentation prior to public comment. It is online. I did read it. I did read the memoranda, but it's confusing. I'm an educated person. I have a master's degree, and slides are made to be minimal information, and you need someone to talk through those to understand what's on those slides. So I appreciate you adjusting that format at the end. I also want to state that I'm disappointed in Councilmember Foley and Davis. You both stated on your own account that on 310, your constituents were split 50-50, but that didn't seem to sway your vote even a little bit. And I'm disappointed in Vice Mayor Jones for revoking his friendly amendment. You all stated that you wanted collaboration, but even the modest collaboration or change that Councilmember Perales put through to bifurcate was rejected. It was really disappointing to see several council members attempt at modest incremental change to collaborate and be continuously rejected. I appreciate all your time and for letting us participate. Thanks.
Thank you. Susie, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Johnny, your comments from a couple weeks ago and from the past few days are frankly disgusting. To dismiss the Office of Racial Equity and say race should not be part of the conversation. Of course, you added the caveat that you are 72% North African, as if that gives you the right to say that. It's abhorrent and you should be ashamed. Today, your pathetic excuses and unwillingness to compromise and work with others on this council to split the measures is just ridiculous. You wanted to whine about the concessions you had to take on the combined package, which guess what, could have easily been solved by splitting the measures. It's not rocket science. Thankfully, you are termed out. I am a District 6 voter and Dev Davis can change her Republican affiliation on paper all she wants, but we see you. We see your white privilege and your ignorance and your unwillingness to do what is best for your community and instead putting your self-interest first. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda, welcome.
I just want to let you guys know something that I learned with COVID-19 was that it opened my eyes in my community and to get more involved. I don't think that I would have been this involved if it wasn't for COVID-19. We're not going to go anywhere. Like I said, I'm going to bring 10 people every time I come to a city council. I want to thank the 3 Fierce Latinas. I want to call them our heroes. Thank you guys for sticking it out. And I want to thank you for also doing the presentation and listening to the community. I would also like to be able to see how many participants are. I think that was removed. I would like to see, because I think that's something that we should be able to see. I don't know if that can be made. And I also want to see the rollout of the odd districts. I know that, I think it was Foley and Davis that said that this wasn't the time right now, or is too rushed, as they called it, because it's not convenient for them. But I want to see this in the agenda items, and I don't want it to go anywhere. I want to see the odd numbers of the city council districts go into a presidential campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 4379.
I'd like to reiterate that I'm disgusted that Sam continues to whine about how long the meetings are going. I'm disgusted with his efforts to suppress his colleagues' amount of speaking time, especially on the most important items. You are privileged. You still have a job during a pandemic while others aren't so fortunate. The least you can do is sit there and listen to your constituents and your colleagues. We as a community spend a lot of unpaid time to advocate against your trash policies. So it's insulting to see you look exasperated while the community talks and towards the end of meetings. Perhaps if we played back some recordings of the Silicon Valley organization or Scott and I talking, you would look more enthusiastic. Landip, it's disgusting to hear your summertime joke. I can't understand how you're so happy on a day like this. We as a community look forward to voting you and Davis out and organizing the No on Sam's Power Grab campaign.
Thank you. Robert, welcome.
Yeah, I want to comment on one of the things when people were asking what would happen if the mayor were not present and a vote came up and it was a tie. Well, in the past, whenever a council member has been out and it's a tie, the motion fails, and that seems to be the solution. That if you don't get a majority, then it fails, and I don't see why it's any different if the mayor's there or not there, because the mayor doesn't have an extra powerful vote. His vote is the same as any of the other council members. Also, I want to again emphasize that public comment should be at the beginning of the meeting and not at the end. There's no telling when this is going to happen. People listen as long as they can, and right now during COVID, it might be a little easier than sitting in an auditorium for hours and hours waiting for the proper time, but it's still something that needs to be addressed. And again, I would like to find out more about this project at Evans Lane. And also, at one time, there was a vote 9-1 for sanctioned encampments, and it still hasn't happened. I would like to see that go forward.
Thank you, Robert. Scott?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. Yeah, the shenanigans just need to stop with the city of San Jose. A lot of frustrated community members have been speaking up more. I understand this is a different setup now for our meetings. More people are able to multitask, listen to the meeting, chime in. I understand you're only giving everybody a minute here at the end, and it's just like cramming a big rig in a mailbox type of thing. No one can ever really be heard. And for so many years, I went in there hoping that you would do something. Sam, I went in there speaking up about my property being taken and my father's ashes being taken, my motorhome, my property, basically all I had left. And I thought that the council or the mayor would pay attention and realize, wow, this guy got clean and he doesn't even know where the final resting place of his father is. He doesn't even know where any of his possessions are. But this is what has happened to most of our homeless community. You've asset stripped them and taken everything from them. Start doing it right. Give the trailers maybe to them.
Thank you. Veronica?
Great. I want to thank everybody else except Sam Licardo, but thank you everybody else that sit through. It is disappointment to come again to wait until the last minute to hear for this. I do also want to motion that we move this to the beginning so people can have that opportunity to speak up even more and not wait until the next day, the 48 hours after, to give a public comment. I also do want to bring those odd number districts. I want to make sure that they are aligned with our presidential, with the presidential elections. I want to make sure that that is on the agenda next time, or whatever y'all need to do. It needs to happen because we can no longer silence our communities of color. Sam, you're trying really, really hard, and cha-ching to you again, because that's all you're looking for. You don't care about people, you care about buildings. That's what you care about. You care about how many more can you build, right? And so again, I need those to be put out there, odd numbers.
Thank you very much. Jorian, welcome.
Hello, thank you. So just a couple things that I wanted to say and kind of reiterate some of the stuff that people have already said. If you have an open forum at the end of a meeting, how do you understand what the concerns of the citizens are on the stuff that you're voting for? So that to me is just really ridiculous. Second, again, the idea of consent of the governed, you need to do your due diligence when your community and your constituents are telling you that they have some type of qualms or concerns about something that you're voting for. If your constituents have concerns, you need to hold off on that vote. Second, I hope you take the same jurisprudence that you did when it came to not wanting to abstain when this directly morally affects you and your position and your leadership and your ability to lead this community. I hope you take that same jurisprudence when it comes to holding these police accountable for all of the atrocities that they've done in this community.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 8429, welcome.
Hello, my name is Amanda. I'm at Sacred Heart right now, watching all of the hard workers leaving the building. I have a meeting at 6. I was hoping to get a interpreter group for this gathered up because we have Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish and American Sign Language people here. I wanted to know why people are saying that we're so hard, that we as in the unhoused population, even though we're able to survive on no shelter, no electricity, no water, no plumbing, no food, we seem pretty strong. The projects are failing. The shelter, the trailers are here, so that wasn't a fail. And it was one of the only things for zero-income people, and we were so ecstatic that people were being able to be moved into those. They don't replace tiny cabins. Cannot replace those trailers because tiny cabins are also have no plumbing, and they're only for rapid rehousing. They're not for any zero-income people or chronically unhoused people. I was hoping people knew that. I've lived in a van for 3 years with no electricity or water.
Thank you, ma'am. Maria, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I just want to echo all the concerns that the constituents have been discussing. I think, we're feeling disappointed. We're feeling hopeless. Trying to work with a city government that is just reluctant to really acknowledge the realities of the people of color in San Jose, and anyone who's impacted by essentially systemic racism. And I know there's council members on there fighting for those concerns, but sort of the most recent moves really just go to showcase really what's wrong with this world, and desire for power and more money, essentially. And I ask that you really look within yourselves. Yeah, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Mike, welcome.
Hi, yeah, I just want to express an incredible amount of disappointment in all the yes votes on this. It's so disappointing that you're just getting, trying to just get an extra free 2 years when recent events have really shown that the people of San Jose have had enough of San Ricardo. We don't want an additional 2 free years tacked on just because you think it's the most convenient option. Recently, we've seen you take a knee with protesters and then turn around and grossly mischaracterize their movement in your Medium post right afterwards. You're a man who says you oppose big moneyed interests in San Jose, as you did in your book when you first were running for your first mayor campaign, excuse me. And then you signed a deal with one of the biggest money interests in the world on the first opportunity. This is someone who can no longer deny the existence of Islamophobia in the SJPD. But as we saw in the San Jose Inside article this morning, it's been going on for years and he's done nothing. It's absurd to me that we're just going to give this man another 2 years, and you should frankly run democratically like every other person. Putin is doing this today in Russia.
Thank you, Mike. Phone number ending 0676. Thank you.
No, things stopped.
Hello? Hi, welcome. We can hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I was just wondering, I still think that Joel Washington was a member of the.
Sir, we're having problems with volume on your side. Could you perhaps talk more directly into your phone, your device? Sure. I'm sorry, we're still not able to hear you very well. If you could adjust your device, perhaps you could speak more directly into it. Sir, I'm sorry. We're not able to hear you very well right now. Could you speak more directly in your device? Sir, we're still not able to hear you. Could you please adjust your device? Okay. Returning to the council. Tony, for our meeting on July 28th, is that at 9 a.m.?
We have not set a time, but 9 a.m. works,
Okay.
as long as that works for everybody else.
All right. Is there any objection to 9 a.m.?
It works for us, Mayor.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.